Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 119th edition of the Bowls Taranaki Open Men's Fours, broadcasting live from the Paratutu Bowling Club. We're down to finals day, so we get to see a semi-final and a final today, and the semi-final that we're covering is between the Stokes Valley combination of Caleb Hope, Robbie Bird, Corey Brooks and John Bryan, who are taking on the Birkenhead combination of Chad Nathan, Evan Thomas, David Payne and Peter Nathan. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Gledhill. Now Kevin, you remember here at the Paratutu Bowling Club, what can we expect to see in regard to how well the screen is going to play today?
Well, we have a very good team of greenkeepers and assistant greenkeepers here at the Paratutu Bowling Club. We spend countless hours preparing these greens so they're in good condition for championship events such as this. And I can assure you the players will enjoy playing on the rinks. They've enjoyed playing on the rinks throughout the last 3 or 4 days, and they prepare the greens exceptionally well. That's Mike Walsh, Don Christensen, Glenn Fowle, Aidan Citizen, and of course Bud Andrews. There's a group of them that spend hours making sure the greens are in good condition.
So we join this semi-final on the second end. The first end was killed by Caleb Hope, and then on the replay we saw Chad Nathan draw the shot. He drew to the very edge of the ditch. The jack was in the ditch and Caleb's team was holding a 3, so a good start from Chad Nathan. He'll be feeling pretty good after that, and 1.10 after one end of 25. So it's one of the unique things about this tournament is the fact that it's a 25 end game. Very long fours games, as we see Peter on his backhand side. Look at this. That's great stuff, isn't it?
Certainly a good first bowl. As we say in bowls, the first bowl has to be your best. Very effective first bowl. Puts the pressure on every other player that comes after you. Peter Nathan, who bowled that bowl, was the father of the skip of this team, Chad Nathan.
Great effort there from John on his backhand side. And now Peter's put one bowl close, so he started off with a good one. He'll either be looking to go right on it, or if you push it a little bit far behind is fine too. It's on a nice line here.
Most leads know instinctively what they have to do. They don't need to be told. They have played enough bowls to know what the script requires, and pretty good second shot.
So we see John making his correction on his backhand side. Needs his bowl just to hold a smidgen longer. Beautiful weight. So you're right, Kev, these greens here probably running 17 seconds or slightly more.
Well, the greens were prepared in such a way that bowlers can trust their bowl. They know how their bowl performs under ideal conditions, and we do have ideal conditions here today.
It's David Payne. Now, you'll note that some of the bowls have blue stickers on them. That correlates with the score key in the top left of your screen. So, Chad Nathan's team, the Birkenhead team, have blue shirts, blue stickered bowls, and they're on the blue side of the scoreboard. Also a reasonably main road directly behind the Paratutu Club, so if you hear a noise, it's not thunder or anything, it's just a truck passing the commentary booth.
David Payne, the number 2 for the North Harbour Birkenhead side, with his first delivery.
Happy with that.
I'm sure he will be, and so will his skip. They currently hold 2 shots. Corey Brooks, also a member of the West End Club here in Taranaki, with his second delivery.
So his first bowl, you can see to the left of your screen, was on the wide side. This bowl, better directed. How's the weight? Yeah, it's
certainly coming home, but it would just be possibly within the count. Second shot he has delivered.
The challenge here for the Stokes Valley team is if you look at the head, the 4 bowls of the Stokes Valley team, that they're the non-stickered bowls. None of them are past the head yet, Kevin. So it means with the last 4, if there is an aggressive shot or a moving shot to be played, that's going to be low percentage because there's nothing past the head. So if the jack moves, it's not good news for the Stokes Valley combination.
You're so right, Alex. That was an excellent comment. Any bowler that is short has an advantage and a disadvantage depending on who is bowling, and the bowls can be nudged up towards the kitty, or they can be a nuisance value for a person trying to get to the kitty.
So this is Robbie Bird here, and he's just been asked there by Caleb Hope to draw to the 2 metre mark, and if he's narrow he's getting good movement. So the idea is that if he misses this he's going to create a back bowl. Hasn't done that, and it begins, as a skipper it's a little bit frustrating because you're sitting there going, we've got no bowls past the head yet.
That's right, he doesn't have any bowls past the head, and he probably needed to be a little bit heavier on that delivery.
So meanwhile, Chad, who hasn't quite got the memo about the cameras, is just directing his 3 on the back end. So we'll just watch this break back in. Half a bowl wide.
Good position bowled there by Evan Thomas though, with these light blue bowls. The head is building nicely.
So that's what it looks like from the players' end. So again, Caleb there is just saying, look, play your forehand side. Your weight back to my foot here at that 2 metre mark. So if you miss it, you are creating a better head.
Well, he certainly has 2 of his own bowls that he can advance. And he's got the third option of trailing the kitty or moving the green bowl.
So, unfortunately, well, we do tell the players, but you get a bit caught up in the game. But so, Robbie just snuck through a couple of gaps there. His bowl is that blue bowl that sits at 4 o'clock to the jack. So it's a bowl pass, but still nothing well past the head yet for the Stokes Valley team. Caleb may look at that little plant. There's a plant, the light blue bowl and the dark blue bowl that sit at 10 o'clock to the jack. Maybe
I think you'll find that he will be going on his backhand side. He's been given that direction by both the 2 and 3 in his team. And it's good to see the 2 and 3s having a discussion as to what the shot selection should be.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those events, isn't it? You play for the entire week, so the team gets quite involved. So this is Chad here on his back end. And Caleb now having a look at that, I think that plant I was talking about. So that's what Robbie's looking at there. See the blue bowl and the darker blue bowl that sit at 10 o'clock on your screen. If you hit the light blue bowl, it looks on this angle like the plant gets the bowl pretty clean, might get the jack over to the right where Robbie's bowl sits. I think this could be quite a cool shot. If you're half a bowl narrow, it's fine too. Caleb Hope, he's given himself every chance here. Every chance. Now the question is, does the plant work? It's got a wriggle. Oh, that's just as good.
Great shot. Superb shot from Caleb Hope there. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He did it with perfection. It was very precise, the precise delivery. It was controlled. As you saw it coming into the head, you knew exactly it was going to get the result he desired. Well done, Caleb.
We'll just watch from this angle because the players are standing directly in line of the camera. So we'll watch it from the player's end. He's been told to look for the jack. Chad Nathan here on his forehand. That's his own bowl. Oh, it's not his own bowl, it's the lead from the other one. This has turned into an amazing end for the Stokes Valley team. They're holding 4 there. Remember, the stickered bowls are the Birkenhead bowls and the non-stickered bowls are the Stokes Valley bowls. That's an exceptionally...
He's going to draw it cold here, Alex. No, not quite.
Beautiful effort. What a lovely first bowl that was from Caleb Hope.
Oh, certainly was what you expect from a skip who's got so much experience to know exactly the shot and then be able to deliver it. He was called for the shot and just, he looked at it for a while as to what would be the best option and delivered exceptionally well.
It's one of those shots that sort of calls out to you when you are skipping, because you look at it and think, oh, there's 2 or 3 chances here if I'm in the area and play with good weight, and he executed it absolutely perfect. John leading off on his forehand. Of course, 2 of his bowls ended up counting on that end, so from an end where at the halfway mark we were talking about there have been a lot of short bowls from the Stokes Valley combination. They've done very well to get a 4 out of that.
Oh, they certainly did. It didn't look as though it was going to be an end that they could win. But in a game of 25 ends, as I said before, 1 end at a time, it's a long game, and there's plenty of times to make corrections and stay in the game. And with that shot, they got a 4, and they're now in the lead, 4 points to 1.
So we see Peter Nathan on his backhand side. A very steady team, this Birkenhead team, the blue stickered team. Watched them yesterday play a match against the Mount Albert combination that had knocked over Peter Bellis earlier on in the day, and they just smothered them out of the game. They didn't play the 25 ends out, and they were just so consistent.
Well, that's the thing in a 25-end game, and some top teams have come up here this week for the Taranaki tournament, and some top teams, as you know, Alex, have been beaten by teams that perhaps they never thought they may have beaten those top sides, and that's the beauty of bowls. Any team on the day, with especially 4s, can beat any team, and that has been proven in the last 3 or 4 days. But we've got the semi-final stage being played now, and 4 very, very capable teams in action.
All the updates, of course, are available if you're interested in seeing how the other 100 and whatever teams went at the Taranaki Fours. The Bowls Taranaki website. It's pretty intuitive, and they've got a lot of updates on a Google Doc there. So if you want to have a look, feel free to go to the Bowls Taranaki website, all their social media platforms, and you can see all the results. Some more short bowls on this end developing. It's interesting because it's not a slow green, but perhaps a sign of early tension.
Yeah, perhaps. Just finding their way on the rink at this point in the game. It's only the 3rd end, and it's not a crucial time to start to panic. Plenty of time to play, plenty of bowls to play. 25 ends, 2 bowls each, that's 50 bowls they will get per game.
Steering this one down, blue stickered bowls. Beautiful weight.
Well, that was the first bowl of this end from David Payne, and he's a North Harbour singles representative, or he's won a North Harbour singles title in the past, so he's very capable in the draw.
Is it going to stay up on the paddock? Not quite, just sneaking through.
Well, he tried to make the adjustment from his first delivery, Alex. It was short and wide, so he put a bit more on it, and it just rolled into the ditch. Unfortunate, but he was certainly trying to get the ball over the head and make that correction.
So it's David Payne here with the blue stickered bowls. Needs it to hold or to swing. Oh, it's a bit of a slice of hell. You can see there possibly giving the shot away to that orange bowl. He'll be disappointed with that. He's had beautiful weight twice, but just on that narrow side.
Robbie Bird on the backhand for his first delivery, and this the 3rd end. His blue bowls are now on their way, coming into the head.
Outside half of that one. Oh, he was trying to play with weight to sort of wriggle through. He's lost his bowl. See from this angle. From a distance even. We do tell the players, Kev, and there's chalk marks on the green, but you get a bit caught up in the semi-final or in the heat of the battle sometimes and just stand directly in front of the camera. It's that orange bowl. of John Bryan's that sits at 1 o'clock is definitely the shot here.
Then Robbie Bird with his second delivery. Promising player in the Wellington region. 6 centre titles. Also a member of the Wellington inter-centre team that won the championship this year or maybe last year, and also champion of champion singles winner. So a very capable player. Also plays indoor bowls, I believe, and that was his last delivery, but it didn't actually change the situation. The Orange Bowl, I believe, is still the shot.
This is the Birkenhead 3. Try watching it from the players' angles. This is what the players can see. Underneath the line. So all those bowls narrow on the backhand side as the teams cross over. It's one thing you will get punished for on a nice quick New Zealand green is cutting your line, being a little bit narrow. Your bowls are just going to hook across, so they'll be disappointed with that, those players, as Caleb makes his way down.
Caleb on his backhand, just trying to nudge the bowl of John Bryan, the orange bowl, and try and advance it closer to the kitty. And through the gap.
Lovely bowl.
Lovely bowl there. He had the option there to advance John Bryan's orange bowl, but he came through the hole, and he will be holding shot.
Long walk back for Chad so you can see Stokes Valley combination holding 2. That white bowl and the orange bowl, one at 1 o'clock and one at 2 o'clock to the jack.
Yes.
And Chad will be on his forehand side, looking for the jack or the shot bowl here.
He is attacking the head.
This is a lovely effort. One bowl out square. Beautiful controlled weight, so he's chipped out the shot bowl.
Certainly a good control weight there. He clipped one of the bowls out. There's still one down, but very good first bowl from the skip. Just a nice little runner.
Caleb, it's not looking like he loves this one. I think it's just going to pass on. Yeah, it's just into the ditch he goes. So now we're in a situation where the Birkenhead team should have a number of seconds. That's what Peter's just checking. Fascinating is the lead that he's calling a lot of the head here.
Well, the lead, as we said earlier, is his father, and I'm sure he has had lots of time to talk to his son about bowls and strategy and tactics, and he's taken over giving and calling the shots.
If you play this hand, and even if you lift the green and slip this bowl, you'll probably get shot.
So he's just asking Chad to play just over, like father, like son, eh? Right in the way of the camera. Just asking Chad to play a reaching bowl. This is a lovely effort here. If it turns in time, this is perfect. When's it going to turn? One bowl wide as he goes past the opposition bowl. And I think we will see. Well, they're going to measure it, Kev.
They are measuring it. Robbie Bird is on his knees measuring this to determine the shot. Completion of the third end.
On the screen also is the other semi-final, and then the semi-finals of the consolation, or not a consolation pairs, is it? It's an open pairs event that's run after the qualifiers finish for the Taranaki Fours. And it was a point to Caleb Hope's team there, so 5-1 as we approach the fourth end. As we enter the fourth end here.
This looks on track here, Alex, to be a very good bowl. Just over the head. John Bryan is the lead for the Stokes Valley team, also a Wellington centre title holder. They have a very experienced lineup with all of their players. Corey Brooks also from the Taranaki team, under 8 Taranaki reps, so they've got experienced players in their lineup. And at the moment leading on the scoreboard 5-1.
This is great stuff here. Just a smidgen short, but a very good first bowl. Remember, if you're wondering who's what, the blue stickers belong to Chad Nathan's Birkenhead team. They're blue on the scoreboard and have blue shirts. And the non-stickered bowls are the Caleb Hope team, the red ones. And that's helpful because John Bryan shares a bowl colour with Chad Nathan, and I think there's 2 lots of blue bowls that are on opposing sides as well. So I'm very grateful to have the stickers on today.
Well, they're certainly helpful, Alex, because with several bowls being the same colour from opposing teams, it can be difficult to know exactly which team has the shot without those stickers. So well done having stickers on the bowl.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because it's something that we've only really seen happen in the last 10 to 15 years with bowls, as there's like a proliferation of different styles that you can get, and speckled bowls and split bowls. Like I recall even when I first played outdoor twilight bowls when I was younger, everyone had black bowls, and you just,
yes, they did.
You just expect everyone else's bowls before you start the game to look at the logos and make sure you remembered who had what logo. And it's a skill that we've lost now because we just it's a bit easier to see with the colours. It's a good bowl. Come back nicely.
Certainly over the head, and Caleb Hope was pleased to see that bowl come over the head. It gives him options further down the track in this particular end. Currently, Birkenhead team are holding 2 shots. 2 green bowls, as you see on the screen.
David, this is close here. Look at this. Little feather off the front one. Oh, got it square. That's unlucky. Didn't do anything wrong there.
Certainly not. They're bowling very well as a team. They know instinctively what they need to do and what position they're in. And they don't need to be told. Normally the leads or 2s. This is a much better bowl from Corey Brooks. It's going to come in close to the kitty. Is it going to roll close? And if it drops, it will be the shot.
Down, lovely shot.
Well done, Corey Brooks. So it's the turn now of David Payne with his white bowls on the forehand.
As again, it's got a memory like a goldfish. David Payne looking for a little feather off one of the front bowls. He's close here, just underneath the line.
Quality bowls, though, we're seeing, Alex. I mean, there's only millimetres between, the bowls. The heads are building nicely. They're bowling very well. You expect to see some close heads with the greens,
yes,
in the prepared condition they are today, and they have been throughout the whole week.
It enables the good heads, doesn't it? And all these players, I mean, they're here for a reason.
And they enjoy playing on these greens too. They know they can trust their bowl to do the job. It's just a case of getting the right delivery and the right speed, the right line, the right length, and the bowl will do the rest.
Sounds so simple when you put it like that. So this is what the players can see. You can see essentially the bowl, which is what has been asked to play. And we'll just wait for it to come into... There we go, he's remembered. We'll just wait for the bowl to come into the head. Oh dear. Chad's having a nightmare. We sent Colin down to have a conversation, Kev, and just say, oh look, you've got the chalk marks on the right and the left of the tee, and that's where the camera can see, so you just stay outside of the chalk marks. And we sent him down at the very end of the last end, and Chad 3 times has forgotten already, and it's quite amusing. I'm quite enjoying watching the response. He'll get there. He's got 25 ends to remember.
He certainly has. It's just he gets into a habit. Most bowlers like to stand behind the head or around the head, and momentarily they forget the camera angles are there, which are trying to show you, the viewers, the type of shots that are being played. But I'm sure we'll get it right.
Chad, of course, was one of the participants in the Twilight Bowls League that Bowls New Zealand ran for 6 weeks, so he's no stranger to being on television. Look at this. If he holds, he's perfect. Just square through. And that's made it infinitely worse, actually. It's sort of cut off the direct line to the shot bowl. Be interesting to see what shot Chad opts to play.
Well, both skips spent some time there just having a look at the head and having a discussion with their three as they cross over.
So if we look at it, remember the blue stickered bowls are Chad's bowls and the non-stickered bowls are Caleb's. Caleb's holding one at 7 o'clock. Blue stickered white bowl is at 12. And then third shot is the orange bowl that sits at 11. It'll be interesting to see. So Caleb opting to play the backhand, so he's just going to try draw a second shot and then say, well, pick the bones out of that one.
It's all up to his weight now, Alex, if it comes through this window.
He's not far away. Beautiful effort. Now it's about finding a shot for Chad. The danger is if he's narrow, that orange bowl is Caleb's team. So if he's narrow, he could cannon his own bowl out and drop a 2.
I think you'll find that Chad Nathan now will be trying to get a nudge on that orange bowl close to the pack that you see, which he has, and moved it forward. Well done. What a shot there, Alex.
Yeah, it's probably not quite what he's envisaging, but beautiful weight. Followed through with the collision bowl for one. So he was even narrower than narrow. Went square through the opposition bowl, which took out the other opposition bowl. Lovely shot from Chad Nathan there.
Even though Alex, that he took out Corey Brooks's bowl, the follow through, as you say, one out, one in.
Yeah, it was the collision bowl that did the damage.
Yes,
that's what happens when you play with that controlled weight. Caleb's come to have a look at the head. If there's a shot on, he'll play at the sky. He's not shy of shot play, but it just needs to be on first. And it does look like a staggered head. We'll just see if there's a cannon on or something. He's looking like he's lining up here. He is lining up. Here we go. Big weight.
Yeah, I think that's the option, Alex. He is lining up. Full speed. Missed the lot.
Swing and a miss. He was looking for that front blue bowl. I think everything would have disappeared and very little jack movement there, but unable to connect with the head on this occasion.
Well, they're currently 3 down, and it was a shot that I thought was needed, but just didn't quite connect with the bowls that he should have hit.
Chad just asked what the situation was. Holding a number. That's the answer to that question. At least 3, those blue sticker bowls. It was a beautiful shot from Chad Nathan to remove the 2 bowls of Caleb Hope's team, the first and third shot.
Exactly right, but Chad was not going to take any chances with his final delivery, so as they look closely at the head, determining how many shots, and as you can see, there's 4 being taken out.
I think it might be a 5. Looks like a 5 to me.
They're measuring for the 5th shot. Well done, Birkenhead.
So let's just watch. We've got a replay of Chad's bowl. Let's just watch what happened here. So he gets that. Watch that orange bowl. The orange bowl was Caleb's 3rd shot. We'll watch that again, just to pay proper attention. Just to the. I want to see it again, just so we can understand what happened. Inside half and through. So that's for 4. 5 actually. That's a huge bowl that he's just played there, Chad Nathan. To be honest, I think he was probably looking to remove the shot bowl. He was maybe a bowl narrow, but played it with such nice weight, Kev, that he just got an ideal result.
So as they begin to measure for the 5th shot, the Birkenhead player has had a measure and he's handed it over now to Robbie Bird to determine which of these 2 bowls you see on screen is the 5th shot. If they cannot decide, there's umpires here who will come in and do the measuring for them. Must be very precise when you're doing a measure. But yeah, Alex, a 5-shot turnaround, and they have got 5. The full hand has been raised, so 5 shots there to the Birkenhead side.
That's a huge end.
A huge
really.
end.
Huge end, really. Well, you take it. It was a well-played bowl from Chad. He couldn't have got a better result than that, as he was looking to be a bowl wider, but played with such nice weight that his collision bowl did no damage. Sit for 5, and we see the score 6-5 now to the Birkenhead combination as we enter the 5th end.
Peter Nathan on his backhand. There's the lead for the Birkenhead side. Look at this bowl.
Very
right
good.
On the kitty. A toucher, front toucher. One of the best bowls you can do as a lead. A front toucher is always recommended as one of the top bowls you can deliver.
First part's good, says Caleb Hope. By which he meant the green was out on a lovely arc, and that's a very good bowl.
Certainly is. He's not trying to poke it off. He's just trying to put a bowl over the head, as leads should do, and leave those tasks to the players coming later. Build the head first, even though you might be one down. It's not a fatal situation to be in. You just try and build the head. A little bit short there from Peter Nathan on his second bowl. He won't be too happy about that. The first bowl was exceptionally good. John Bryant now has changed his hand. He's a left-hand bowler coming in.
Lovely stuff. That's perfectly the 2 best bowls on this rink at the moment are the orange ones, Kev.
Yes, they are.
They've got another 12 bowls to come through, and I'd be very surprised if the blue stickered white bowls remain the shot holders by the end of this end. 2 beautiful bowls from John Bryant. And now it becomes this guy's job to get bowls past the head. So you've got a bowl on, so you want to put a bowl past because you know the jack's likely to move.
Yeah, the jack is likely to move. It can be sprung, and David Payne's bowl matched John Bryan's just over the head. So excellent position bowls have been played already so far. Turn now of Corey Brooks.
I think he's short of a gallop here. Lovely green, but just shy. That's a frustrating bowl to play as a player, because you know you've got the green right when you let it go, but you also know that it's just not going to make it. David again trying to get a bowl past the head. Needs it to keep running. Oh, that's a good second prize.
Certainly a good bowl there. It's not setting a target up to be smacked at just yet. They've got 2 shots.
That's the positive, isn't it? It's reduced the target, and more likely now that if there is movement through, David's bowl is going to chip off with perhaps little or no movement of the shot bowl and the jack. And Robbie Bird with some bowls to play as we see a second short one.
Evan Thomas, number 3 for the Birkenhead side. With these blue bowls, they're on their way. He's taken a wide arc to the kitty. Very good. Covering the orange bowls there.
That's a lovely bowl. And again, the head's just sort of turned around because we saw John play 2 really good bowls, but the 2 didn't take the opportunity, right? So we had 2 good position bowls, and it's the 2's job then to play 2 more positive bowls. If we'd see, he would have been looking to play the same weight as the 2 orange. So what Caleb would have been hoping for is 4 bowls just past the head, but instead he's got 2 past, 2 short, and now there's a bit of work for the 3 to do, and Robbie Bird.
That's a pretty good assessment of the situation, Alex. You're so right. Corey would be a little bit unhappy about his 2 deliveries.
That's much better though. Opened up the head, nice weight. Chad just analysing the head, saying draw around on the backhand. And he'd been so good this end and staying out of the camera way. Luckily we can still see the jack and the shot bowl. And we'll just imagine where the blue bowl of Evan Thomas's is. I say it mainly in jest.
Of course you do.
Oh, he's just fallen a little bit short there, so that's what the player can see. Robbie won't be short.
And he's been instructed to come down on his backhand.
Using his mat, look, he's shuffled over to the right as we see it. That usually means the bowl's going to break back sharp at the end. So he's asking his bowl to turn. He's taking it. He's asking his bowl to turn. Down you come, he says. Oh, good shot.
Well, he certainly struck the kitty.
So
and that was his target. Nice weighted shot.
I would say that John Bryan's orange bowl, the bowl he put past the head, is the shot. So
Yeah, I think you're right, Alex. The orange bowl does appear to be the leading bowl, the shot. This is the 5th end of 25 ends. Currently 6-5 to the Birkenhead side. And the Stokes Valley side appear to be holding short currently.
How's the weight here? Well, the weight was actually really good. He's just fallen into the ditch. Maybe 2 bowls wide. If he'd been underneath that blue stickered bowl that you see at 2 o'clock to the jack, probably would have collected the jack and taken it into the ditch. Still some conjecture about who's actually holding the shot here. But I would say that is that the orange bowl. And Caleb is going to play his backhand. See, he's on a different part of the mat here. He's on the left of the mat as we see it. Just getting a nice natural arc from the bowl.
He's certainly given plenty of chances to draw the shot. If it keeps running.
So David Payne just figuring out.
Get the shot is a metre through, under this bowl. This is the toucher. We've got a toucher in the dip. You play that onto the orange bowl. You'll follow through with it.
So you heard the instruction there coming from the 3 to their skip. Try and get a plant on their bowl with the blue sticker and advance it closer to the kitty.
Yeah, Peter's done the commentary for us, and if this bowl turns at all, he's very close. He's got chances. Outside half of that's just as good.
Exactly right.
Oh, that was a lovely effort.
Well, as you said, there were 2 or 3 chances there. The bowl further out front, and the 2 bowls close to the kitty, or just in the front of the kitty. So, good choice there, and almost paid off.
He's been playing with lovely weight control, Chad Nathan. So it just gives his collision bowl something to do all the time. Caleb Hope on the backhand, looking to draw around to Robbie's foot for half a chance at second. I think it's just going to drift a little bit there. And we'll see shortly if it was 1 to Caleb or 1 to Chad. Based on the shot selection, you'd think it must be 1 to Caleb Hope's team. And that is what it is. We see the jack given to John Bryant, and Caleb Hope now takes a, well, we're all square, aren't we? 6 apiece as we enter the 6th end of 25.
And some real quality bowls have been played already in this first semi-final. As we now enter, as Alex said, the 6th end. There are 25 ends to be played. It's a long game. Can last over 4 hours.
So remind me, Kev, you've just played in this event, so you're probably a good person to ask. There are breaks, aren't there? You don't just play 25 ends in a row, you get a break?
Oh, that's correct. After about 12 ends, the bell goes and we're called in to have a morning tea in the morning, and obviously in the afternoon game, the same thing. We get an afternoon tea, so you do get a break, and it is important often to have that. But often, as we know in bowls, when you come back after that break, things can change. Players, may struggle to regain their line and length, and games can change throughout the 25 ends. So she's not over until you've got often to the last end. Often the games are very close, and it can come down to the last 2 or 3 ends when the games are either lost or won. And a few bowlers have told me often teams lose rather than win because of decisions they make under pressure towards the end of the 25 end game.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a unique tournament, or one of very few events left in New Zealand that has a 25 end fours. I think there's still one in Matamata that might be 25 ends in bits and pieces, and there must be a couple of others around the place, but certainly the last major tournament left that is 25 ends, and it is a different game. You break it into parts as a team, and you are sort of at peace, and this is a good end to illustrate it. It's very challenging to play 25 good ends of bowls. You're going to have the day of your life to play 25 ends where you are being very accurate. It's usually going to go in ebbs and flows, and you become aware of that as you're playing the 25 ends.
That is so right, Alex, and most players who play this game know they cannot expect to win every end or every bowl to be close to the kitty, and you just go with the flow and hope that when it's important you can do the job that the skip or what your role within the team is to do, and that's what we try to do. We're all trying to seek perfection, but as we know, if you haven't got perfection in the first bowl, there's always a chance for correction. And that kind of sounds poetic, but that's what it is, perfection and then trying correction.
Mm-hmm. As we see Payne here on his forehand side, if he sneaks around the front bowl, the weight should be okay. Very good bowl.
Corey Brooks now for his second delivery. It's a measure for the shot at the moment.
So did you say he plays some of his bowls up in Taranaki as well?
Yes, he plays for the West End Club, and he may well be a dual member of the Stokes Valley Club, but he's certainly playing with the Stokes Valley team in this tournament. Has played some very good bowls throughout the course of the 4 or 5 days so far.
Yeah, that's 2 lovely bowls. He'll be happy with that too, because if we think back to the previous end, he played 2 bowls that were short. So as a player, you go, cool, I'm back, I've recovered.
And that's where the correction doesn't just happen within the end, it happens for the next end too. And it's all a game of correction and consistency, and we all look for perfection, but as you say, over 4 or 5 hours of bowls, it's very difficult to ensure every bowl is going to be what you would like. We are humans after all, and it's very difficult to replicate perfection every time. Robbie Bird coming down on the forehand now. Looks like he's going to be close to trailing it.
Oh, just wide. Great effort.
Didn't miss by much. Sun's starting to come out now, Alex, and I think we're going to have a very great day. Great day of sunshine in the Naki province.
Another beautiful Taranaki day. Playing havoc with the cameras, because we came here this morning, it was cloudy and dark, so you set your cameras for that, and then suddenly the sun's out and the cicadas are chirping away. Evan will be disappointed with that one. You can see that they are, just as someone stands in front, I think the blue-stickered bowl of David Payne's at 1 o'clock is the shot, and the second shot will be Caleb Hope's team's bowl. That sits at 2, so Caleb asking to play the backhand because you're not going to get a worse result if you play on the backhand side.
No, well, you do have options on that hand, as you said, Alex, and the straight draw, there's only one chance of getting. You've got to get a perfect shot. Now you've got 2 chances of getting the result.
If he holds long enough, he's perfect, but he's just underneath the line. Needs a bit of fortune. Not going to find it on this occasion. That's perfect weight.
Yeah, a couple 3 metres through the head. It certainly would move the bowls back towards the kitty if it hit.
Okay, Evan on the forehand looking to make his correction now. Blue-stickered team already holding 1. If he sits down off that bowl, it's very good. Just out of the count, and that's may change the dynamics a little bit because it doesn't look quite as pretty to play now for Caleb on the backhand because of that blue bowl. There's now 2 blue-stickered bowls. 1 blue-stickered bowl there.
He does have a wide bowl on the left of your screen as well, too, to try and get around, or he's got a straight draw coming through on his backhand.
Yeah, before he even placed that blue-stickered bowl there were chances.
Yes, there were.
It just sort of doesn't look quite so convincing at the moment.
That's the beauty of bowls also, Alex, is every end provides a challenge. You never know what you're going to see after you've had 8 or 9 bowls played, and this is where the skip's experience comes in and deciding the best option.
So Caleb on the backhand. Let's let it go with a bit of weight. So he's looking to force through anything square. His bowl's letting go. Needs it to hold. Oh, well, pinball wizard. And he's somehow ended up with a shot there. So
yeah, well, he got a bit of a slice of the kitty, and perhaps he was after just getting a full hit on the kitty, but the slice has done it good for his team. They do hold the shot, the orange bowl.
Yeah,
good result there.
It's a bit of fortune, isn't it? He was in the area, but certainly wouldn't have been envisaging that shot selection. Chad here needs to be careful not to take his own bowl out. How's his weight? His weight's really good. That's a lovely weight control. Still a chance if you want to go hunting for a number. Robbie's going to have a look. That's what you can see from the player's end.
He does hold shot, and I don't think he's going to be too risky. He's going to try and protect that, I believe. He doesn't want to move the kitty towards the blue-stickered bowl, the green one. He'll probably take a wider track here, which I believe he has. Will be conservative.
Very good effort. If he's got the weight, this is absolutely amazing. Doesn't have the weight. He'll be a bit disappointed with that. Peter, very direct with his as a lead. It's interesting to see. Obviously effective. So he's asked Chad to play the forehand. He plays this weight very well.
It's on target.
He's close. He's close. Look at that.
Great shot from Chad Nathan there as the skip of the Birkenhead side. I mean, he was given the direction. There were 2 bowls just left of the kitty. There was the options there. You could slide off that. You could take the kitty. And what did he do? Got the shot. Well done, Chad Nathan.
That's as good as it gets. That weight control that he just demonstrated was absolutely exceptional. Removed the bowl. Look at this. So this is Caleb Hope's bowl to spit the jack out to the right. Bit of luck. Sort of stuck there with the orange. He tried to put a second shot in. Was unable to do so. And picked off clean as a whistle. Look at that. It's just fantastic stuff.
Great delivery. Got the result he wanted. Plucked out the shot bowl and got himself 2 shots in the process.
It's as good as it gets.
No, 3 shots, in fact.
Yes, yeah. 9-6 now the score. On the 7th end of 25 here at the Paratutu Bowling Club. Just a reminder, if you're wondering what the chalk marks are on the rink, it's not the confines of the rink. It's not a dead bowl if it goes outside of that. It's just literally there for the players to look at and go, oh yeah, that's sort of a space for me to stand to the side of, and then the camera can capture the head. Very nice day here at Paratutu. Look at this here from John. Good start.
Yeah, certainly a good start there from John Bryan with his orange bowl. Just in front of the kitty, no more than perhaps 8-9 inches. Often a difficult bowl to remove, Alex. You know, they're certainly not jack even, and there's no target there. It's a very difficult bowl to remove.
Be disappointed with that one.
John Bryan now with his second delivery. He'll be trying to not just get close, but try and put one behind the head.
That hand seems to turn just slightly more than the other side. The hand to the right as we see it, away from the clubhouse. Seeing a few narrow, or bowls that miss on the narrow side. This here, David Payne won the North Harbour singles last season. Just out of juniors is my recollection. I remember him playing in junior events in Auckland not that long ago. Again, just short of a gallop. But one to correct from, isn't it?
That would be the second shot, though, from the Birkenhead side. And that's what you're after. If you can't get the shot, you try and get the second shot. Build the head nicely and leave it to the threes and the skips to change, if need be, the head.
Short bowls again.
Yeah, short bowls can be a real nuisance value in any level of game, of this game. And the players don't try to do a short bowl, but often it just comes up short and frustrations creep in, and you have to try and visualise the kitty being a bit further than where you bowl and try and bowl over the head.
Yeah, it can be that you literally have an uphill downhill situation, or there may be a slight headwind. When you see bowls like going in this direction, the bowls seem to be shorter than coming back in the other one, so it maybe there's a slight breeze that means it feels like you have to push it a bit further, or it may be very slightly uphill. As a player, you're aware of that. After a few ends, you start going, well, we've been short in this direction consistently, so just treat it as an uphill track.
It's generally recommended, though, that you stay on the same hand that you have begun with, unless, of course, you're really struggling, and maybe then you could change to the opponent's hand and try and, get some issues. But no player currently has changed their hand from what they started with so far. They're just persevering, and eventually they'll get the line and the weight right.
Yeah, and that's interesting to watch too in these 25 in games. It's usually dictated by what hand the leads opt to play on, and often you find the favoured side of the rink switches 2 or 3 times over the 25 ends.
Yes.
Sometimes it's the change that needs to happen if you're a team that's struggling.
Yes.
Or maybe if our lead leads off on the other hand, we can just change the dynamics here. Robbie Bird making his way down.
And that's the challenge of the game, is being able to tactically look at the options as you go through it, and as you said earlier, it's a 25 end game, so we break it up into sections and reassess where we are and how well we've been playing, and do we need to change things. Most of the mat lengths have been pretty much the same length so far. There's been no radical change in mat length.
Not far away here. Good bowl.
Yeah, good back bowl there, just a couple of feet beyond the kitty. They are holding shot with the orange bowl of John Bryan.
Yeah, and if we look at this sort of head, Kev, it's reasonably spread out. It's unlikely that we're going to see shot play from the skips. We're probably just going to see draw bowls for the rest of this end, because nothing's touching anything else. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, you
fortunate
heard the
actually,
call there, one down, but your comment is correct, Alex. You're right. There's plenty of spacing there for. I don't think you'll be seeing any serious run shots. There's plenty of room to draw, or at least plant on a bowl to move it forward. So yeah, it'll be a drawing game this end.
We may have done it. Well, we'll see what Robbie lets go. Yeah, I was going to say commentator's curse. Just because that blue stickered ball, he might get a slice of good fortune here. Well, that's the reverse of good fortune. See all the blue stickered bowls now. That's a slice of hell. That literally couldn't have gone worse for Robbie Bird.
Well, he's certainly 2, maybe 3 down here, perhaps even 4.
Put yourselves in the shoes of Caleb Hope's team. A minute ago, they're sitting with 2, looking pretty good. The opposition was narrow, punched one of the bowls up, so you're 1 down. You go, okay, we'll have a nibble at it. You're narrow, get a slice of hell, and suddenly you cross over with a whole lot of short bowls and 3 down on the head.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't the result he would have wanted.
It's a fickle game.
You make sure you take enough green. You want to finish on this side of the green, at the back.
There you heard the call from Peter Nathan to his son Jed. He wants to finish on the high side.
That's quick, that's all. Perfect green.
Just over the head. Good back bowl.
Caleb's got 2 bowls now, and he's going to have to spend both of them trying to draw the shot. He's played a few on the backhand in this direction. They've been pretty good, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is a bomb. Look at this. How's your weight, Caleb? That is class, isn't it? How
Superb.
good is that?
Superb bowl there, Alex, and you said it. That is class.
Back bowl.
Perfect weight, perfect line, and he got the shot, got a toucher as well. Well done, Caleb Hope.
Absolutely fantastic.
He was 3 down.
Oh, he was
At
in a
least.
world of pain, Kev, because 2 minutes ago, we were talking about he had an okay head. He didn't think he was in that much trouble, and then something happened, and something else happened, and suddenly 3 down on the head. What a shot that was.
Well, as we've said before, in the game of bowl, especially 25 ends, the head can change. There can be, multiple counts. There can be close ends. There can be wide hands. It's a great game because it's such a challenge every time you put a bowl on your hand and you're faced with whatever you see up front. It's good. And you saw then, viewers, an excellent example of under pressure, backhand delivery, Caleb Hope to get the shot.
Exactly, and Chad and Peter just had a conversation. Peter wanted Chad to remove the shot bowl. Chad said, can I draw it? And Peter said, well, go on then. So Chad trying to draw the shot here. It's because the weight he would have needed to get that white bowl out is considerable, and I haven't seen Chad play with that weight before. I think he's more of your sort of very accurate pushing bowler, but I don't think he could have gone quite quick enough to get through
Caleb
that
now has an
staggered split.
opportunity to do exactly a repeat bowl. Press the repeat button, same line, same weight, and score 2 on this end. So let's just see how he goes with this delivery.
On the back end. It's got a very interesting delivery, Caleb Hope. Comes out smooth, but he's got quite large hands. So he has an unusual grip that you wouldn't really recommend. It's very effective. From Invercargill originally, Southland, now domiciled in Wellington. And we will see 1 to Caleb Hope. What a good shot that was. An interesting and intriguing end as we enter the 8th end now. 7-9 the score. Look at this. This is a replay of Caleb Hope's bowl. That is, that's really good.
That is a bowl to perfection. You mentioned Caleb Hope and his time in Invercargill and the Gore Club. Played a bit with Sheldon Bagri Howley, but also a winner of the New Zealand Fours in 2020.
Yes.
A part of the Gary Lawson team. So, he's proven his worth in different positions within a team. Today he's playing skip, and you saw there an example of all that experience and that perfect draw bowl to wrest the advantage back to his team. Well done, Caleb.
Yeah, he's played a lot of bowls, both in Wellington and Southland, and with and against a lot of good people, so he's a very good understanding of shot play and how to play the game. Dabbles in indoor as well. He's made a New Zealand singles final in the indoor game, which is the one that's played in the winter months on the 24 or 23 foot long woolen mats. Invercargill, incidentally, Kevin, has the nicest indoor bowling floor in New Zealand. It's in an old ice skating rink that was purchased by the centre in the mid-80s. And
well, not just Invercargill, but Dunedin has an indoor rink too as well. And both the Dunedin and Invercargill players are very capable players. They've got plenty of opportunities on some nice indoor rinks to practice their skill throughout the winter.
Absolutely. As we see this one. Good bowl.
Peter Nathan being called to play on his backhand. Try and plant his earlier delivery.
Yeah, and Chad's just forgotten again, so we'll just watch it from this angle. Oh, reasonably good bowl.
That would be the shot. Blue stickered bowl. Birkenhead team.
Lovely leading.
Very good leading.
It's been very consistent. Oh, how's the weight here from Corey? Just shy, short of a gallop again. It's intriguing me that we're seeing a number of short bowls, Kev, because it's not a slow green, is it?
Certainly not. It's at the speed, I reckon, between 16.5 and 17. They prepare the greens to at least be that. And yeah, it's just perhaps a delivery technique that he hasn't quite mastered right now, and it's just pulling up short.
Sort of, yeah, unconventional.
Let's see if Corey Brooks can deliver a bit more weighted shot, this at least over the head this time. He certainly put more on it.
Well, just, yeah, this is your classic overcorrection, right? You think, oh, I want to bowl past the head. I know I've been short. I know I've been short. If it stops, it's fine. I think it's just stayed up on the paddock. Yeah, we don't see Caleb going to pick it up, so stayed up on the paddock there. It's actually a good bowl. He'll be pleased with that.
Payne's bowl is going to pull up short as well. Nice line though, but just not getting the finish he would like.
As we see.
He might have cut this a bit
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
Yes, he has. It's going to cut the line. Not by too much, but he did cut the line. He'd be a little bit disappointed with that.
It's Evan Thomas with the blue bowls that are unstickered.
The unstickered bowl coming home now.
Oh,
Yet again.
that are stickered. I'm easily confused, Kev.
Stickered bowl, that one.
Got 25 ends of this. There's still very few bowls past the head.
Bit more purpose on this bowl.
He played some classy stuff this game so far, Robbie Bird. Willing it down. That's good stuff, isn't it? So Peter Nathan now hopping onto the head. Have we lost Chad? It's been really intriguing how controlling he's been of this team from the lead position. Obviously played a lot of bowls, and it must be their plan. He sort of plays his two bowls at lead, then wanders up the other end and calls a lot of the head.
Stokes Valley team now having a good look at the head.
I suppose the question is, are they holding the shot or not, which is just what Robbie Bird's trying to ascertain. With the blue stickered bowls are the Birkenhead bowls. They go with the blue shirts and the blue on the scoreboard. And the unstickered bowls are Caleb Hope's teams, the Stokes Valley bowls. That's what Caleb can see.
Still not sure which team has the shot bowl, but that's probably irrelevant. Caleb Hope will try and draw one close.
Very grooved delivery of Caleb Hope's. He's over, well, he hasn't overplayed it, but he's pushed it wide for that weight, so he's going to need a good result to come back in and do anything. He was just looking to push through that orange bowl or take the jack back with a reaching weight. Shortly we will be joined, or I'll be joined by Grant Hassel. Kevin, I'll let you go outside and get some fresh air upon the conclusion of this end.
Chad Nathan taking the safety route, just parking up a bowl wide of the kitty
Would indicate
in case the kitty should move.
blue sticker bowl must be holding.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So here's a
Could be the shot.
Oh, it's not horrible to there. When's it going to let go?
This has promise.
Look at this. Little feather first. Needs to stick. Set the wrong way.
Good delivery, but perhaps not the result he would have liked. It's probably a measure, but it could well still be the blue stickered bowl. But excellent choice, shot selection there.
Bit unlucky, really. But it's going to be one, maybe more, depending on what happens here. Chad Nathan is playing with
This looks very good.
such
Alex.
nice touch. Very good shot. So we'll see 2 to Chad. And while we wait for that, we'll just hand over to have a chat for an end or two with Mr. Grant Hassel. Thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to talk with us on the commentary, Grant.
Yes, Alex. Good morning.
It's another beautiful day, isn't it, here at the Paratutu Bowling Club. So I was looking at the book. It's the 119th running of this event. And I was trying to remember, has it ever not been run in the years that it's been going?
I'm touching wood in answering this question, of course, Alex. No, we've been very fortuitous that since the inaugural year in 1906, we haven't missed one. Even with 2 world wars, COVID, and God knows what else, we've been very, very lucky. The closest, I guess, it came to not reaching a conclusion was, in fact, in 1984 at this very location where the rains came and came and came. And in the final, indeed, they were playing in ankle-deep water, and the 2 teams were all square after 20 ends. They went inside for over an hour, and then they came back out afterwards. Rowan Brassey and Barry Drabble were the 2 skips. And on the resumption, they played the 5 remaining ends. It was still a tie. The green was completely unplayable. Both sides had to get back to Auckland the following day, and so the organisers agreed that it would be a tie. So that was the only year that we didn't get a clear outcome, but part of the folklore of the tournament now.
It's quite incredible. It must be 119 years. It must be close to one of the longest continuous running bowling competitions, certainly in New Zealand, but if not that, the bowling world, Grant.
We would like to think so, Alex, and yeah, certainly from within Taranaki that is the case. Of course, the NZBA, the New Zealand Bowling Association, formed in 1913, so centres only were established at that particular point. Like most other provincial areas in New Zealand, there was a Taranaki Association that had been established back in the 1800s, but that was considered an association. The distinction between an association and centre we won't go into today, but
We've got enough time, but we won't.
but yes, on that basis, we claim 1906 as the official start date, even though the parent body was not established effectively until, and in its current auspices at least, until 1913.
This bowl here. Oh, it's been good stuff from this Birkenhead team. I watched them yesterday, Grant. They were playing the other direction, but out here playing the Mount Albert team, who took out Peter Bellis, I think, off the top of my head. But they played so well, very consistent over those 25 ends.
And it's very hard over 25 ends to remain consistent, both in terms of your mental application and indeed your technique as well. And that, dare I say it, that Taranaki sunshine has shown itself for most of the days this week, not all, but most. And that heat has certainly affected the concentration levels of some players during that time. But yes, the Birkenhead side, they did drop a couple of games during section play, but they were impressive yesterday in beating Rambo, Steve Ramsey of Mount Albert, who you correctly pointed out did eliminate Ballas in a very, very high quality game on Friday morning.
So if we talk a little bit about the, I'd be remiss not to use your knowledge, Grant, of the Taranaki Open, which you have just about an incredible memory for. But if we talk about the 119 years, we know we've got the famous year when it was a draw. Are there any other finals or results that stand out to you, as you say, that have entered the folklore of the tournament?
Well, the early years, in fact, the first 7 years of the tournament was considered a club tournament, and so all of the local clubs that were established at the time, they had to put 2 teams in, and it was won by a particular club as opposed to a specific side. Then it became an open tournament, which meant visitors were welcome to attend. For most probably about the first 30 odd years of that new format, the post section was played 3 games a day of 21 ends under a 2-life system.
Goodness gracious.
So one of the most famous instances was when 2 of the great stalwarts of the tournament, Mort Squire and Roy Bolton, contested the 1944 final, I think, no, 42 final it was. Squire was playing 3 for Sun Maslin out of the Hara Club, and they played the first final. One team had 2 lives and won the game by 1 point, which meant there had to be a replayed final because of the 2-life system. The second final was a tie. In those days, the rules were that if the final is a tie of a centre event, you replay the game in full.
So only 3 finals.
So only 3 finals.
That's great.
Maslin taking the final against Bolton by 1 point. So over 3 games, they were separated by 2 points in those 3 games. So that was the longest ever final, I guess you would say. And that certainly is part of the folklore of the tournament. 1964, 60 years ago, 4 brothers played in the final, 3 on one side and 1 on the other. They were the famous Spurtle family from Inglewood, even though Barney, who was on his own that day, he was skipping a Waitara team and then latterly came into Paratutu. So they are just a couple of unusual and unique things, I guess, that the tournament has had over the years.
It's quite incredible, isn't it? And if you're out there listening, most bowling clubs have a library of sort of vague bowls books, and there's a bowls book written by one of the Scoglins, the uncle, T.T. Scoglin maybe.
Mr. Bowles.
Yes, yeah, and that's what it's called, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Fantastic book. It's an autobiography that he wrote, and quite a large part of that is taken up talking about the Taranaki Fours, which he was a regular attender for. And if you want an insight into what the bowls world was like in the 30s through to the 50s, have a look in your local bowling club. There's probably a copy of the book somewhere. Would highly recommend it. It's great stuff.
Yes, I certainly remember reading that multiple times as a boy, and he spoke about what the Open was like, where all of the local establishments got involved in it, and indeed right through that period from the 50s right up to the 80s particularly, the tournament was considered bigger than the Ramfleet Shield in the province. And indeed Taranaki did have a couple of great reigns with the Shield during that time frame. It still is a huge tournament now relative to the number of people playing bowls in this country.
Yes, yeah, that's something that is important to remember. If we think about percentages, it's probably stayed the same for the years. It's just now we have 470 clubs instead of north of in the 4 figures, right?
Yes, that's right. And people still enjoy playing bowls, Alex, but instead of playing 2 or 3 times a week, they're happy to do it 2 or 3 times a year.
Look at this here, Caleb Hope. Oh, half a
Give
bowl
me
out.
2 now, and maybe 3. You want to measure it?
How many times have you seen a lead, Grant, be as present on the head as Peter Nathan has been in the semi-final?
I can't ever recall it, to be honest with you, Alex, but they seem to be very harmonious as a side, and I think, certainly the Peter and Chad have a very relaxed demeanour about it. Evan Thomas, he's a wily old campaigner as well, so they seem to be very harmonious. They've been before and sniffed around the tournament. This is certainly their best showing to date.
He's half a bowl bit wide. We don't really see Chad play with a lot of weight. He seems to prefer that metre through shot, whereas collision bowl's doing all the work. That was probably the fastest bowl we've seen from Chad Nathan.
Well, he certainly used that to good effect a few ends ago when he turned out the shot bowl from Stokes Valley to yield a 3. But yes, he certainly looks a player of immense potential. Alex, if I may, the Stokes Valley side have really impressed me this week in terms of the quality of their play over the last couple of days. Obviously, they annihilated Gary Lawson in the first round of post-section on Friday, and their victory last evening against the 3-time champion Craig DeFaria, the heads in that game were as good as you would see anywhere in the world.
It was incredible. I watched a large portion of that game, and it was brilliant. I think, look at this. Go, he says. Not to be. So we'll just wait for an indication as to who's got what. Before I let you go, Grant, what's your assessment of this year's Open? Are you happy with how it's progressed?
Alex, I was very disappointed that we had all of that rain on Monday morning, but in the same breath, thankful that we were able to get through one round. It was crucial, in fact, to ensure that we didn't exceed the 64 qualification number.
Yes.
There would have been 66 qualifiers if it had been 4 out of 6. So that would have meant a Monday final, which would have caused troubles for everyone, including yourselves. But I guess I do, once again, give it a pass mark. There's certainly some things that could or should have been better, but I am still, and my answer to you is the same as 2 years ago when you interviewed me then. Perfection is still the aim.
And has been for 119 years, I would dare to suggest. But great stuff. Thank you very much for joining me, Grant, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Just await the outcome of this measure here. Umpire looking very serious. The reason he's taking his time is because you see the closest bowl. Well, there's some bowls leading another bowl, so there may need to be chocking take place. That's exactly what's happening. You chock the bowls to make sure that it doesn't fall over when it's removed.
Purple one can be taken up, we know that shot. That's the shot? Yeah. So you're measuring the green one against the others. Yeah, the white one. Take the white tails up, you know that's 2.
Just still waiting for the outcome of this measure here. Probably have to look at the scoreboard to figure it out. So he's
Morning, Keith.
to the
Well, that's what they said.
to Caleb Hope, I think. And I believe we may be going to a tea break, which is quite exciting. Yes, we are going to a tea break. So it was 2 to Caleb Hope on that end as we come to the 10th end. It's a bit early for morning tea, but they must be ready out in the kitchen, Kev. So you've joined us back in the commentary box very briefly because we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So if the players are going to get morning tea, I see no reason why we can't go get morning tea, and also you watching can go get morning tea. So stay tuned. We'll be back with you shortly. And welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 119th running of the Taranaki Men's Open Fours. We've returned from our morning tea break, and you can see the first bowl here from Peter Nathan. Not far away. I'm out of breath because I just had to roll up on the indoor green, Kev, and it's not quick.
No, and how did you find it?
It was very consistent. I just had to remember to push it, and I didn't have enough cups of tea this morning, so I fell short quite a lot, but nice enough. Good to have that facility here at the Paratutu Bowling Club.
Oh, certainly. We're the only club in the district that does have the indoor facilities, and they have that used frequently throughout the winter. We play PBA events there as well, so it gets well used, and there's plenty of tournaments during the week for people to hone their skills through the winter.
Very much so. And very shortly, I'm going to have a one-end conversation with Ian Lewis, the Bowls Taranaki Executive Officer, but we'll wait till this end's finished, Kev, so stay in your seat at the conclusion of this end. We'll invite Ian in to have a chat. So 9-11 the score on this, the 10th end here. Remember the blue stickered bowls, the Birkenheads match their blue shirts. Unstickered bowls of Stokes Valley. And Corey here on his forehand side. Now I'm secretly hoping for a kill. Surely we'll get a kill at some point, Kev. We had one on the first end, but we weren't broadcasting because we've got a new graphic. We've been inspired by the cricket. So, you know, when someone goes for a duck and a little duck sort of waddles across the screen, we've been inspired by the cricket for a killed end to have a graphic that I desperately want to show on the broadcast because I spent a bit of time on it last night while I was watching the cricket.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing that. You could also have one like a cricketer when they bowl a wide.
Yes.
If a bowler takes a very wide arc, you could put a graphic on to say it's a wide. Bowl it again, perhaps, or take an extra point.
We'll see how it goes. A good bowl there, good start. So we spoke about the return from the morning tea. Often signals a change in the game, doesn't it?
Oh, certainly it can, and you just get that break in routine and rhythm, and you've got to now re-establish that because it's only halfway through the game, and the players that can re-establish their rhythm pretty quickly, that's what you're expecting from your team, and not slip into just complacency or just take a few more ends to get back into your rhythm. So far it's been a pretty good head first end after a morning tea break.
It's here. David on his forehand. It's an unusual stance on the mat, David, and he's lost that bowl wide. He knew the moment he let it go that it was disappearing. And it's into the ditch. That's a poor bowl. Still two lovely catching bowls, the blue stickered catching bowls for the Birkenhead team. So that's why Caleb is here saying, look, let's be proactive and play on the forehand ourselves with a little bit of weight.
Yeah, well, he's got the opportunity to rest on those catching bowls. He's got his own bowls to actually work off.
No, he's just short of more than a gallop. It's a couple of gallops shy. He'll be disappointed with that.
Perhaps he should have had more at morning tea, a couple of extra pieces of cake to
or
get
less.
that sugar in him.
Chad Nathan has been getting a lot of stick from people sending him messages asking him to stay out of the camera line. And I think that stick is going to continue, to be fair. He's trying his best. It's very funny. I've quite enjoyed it. So now a chance for a correction. You speak about the correction being a huge part of this game. Robbie, remember he's holding the shot, but he wants to get another bowl just past the jack. He's very close.
Good delivery and good result, Robbie Bird.
Look, that's a good bowl. You're better to go with it than the opposition. If Birkenhead had played that, it'd be a really hard three to get out of. But instead, he's followed it down and looking like he's holding these. He's holding these shot.
He's coming with a bit of weight this time. Trying to come under the head and dislodge that shot ball.
Oh, he's got it out of the way now. Look, Caleb will have a look and see if that plant works. See the white bowl that sits at 2 or 3 o'clock to the jack. He'll be looking to see if you go through the white bowl onto the blue, can you get it into the split? That's what they're talking about here. It's half on. Inside half of it's not the end of the world. So it's about using your angles, Kev. There's a little plant. You can see it there. That essentially you're playing that split at the top left of your screen on the backhand. The white bowl goes onto the blue. Yep, it comes down in the 4 o'clock direction into that split. Happy days. If you're a little bit underneath it, your collision bowl can still cover that danger. So I think that's what we're going to see from Caleb Hope.
Correctly called there, Alex. He's on the forehand.
Let it go with perfect weight. This could be pretty to watch if it breaks in time. Needs to break. That's perfect weight. He's just a bowl wide.
Mm.
And the little plant's gone too. He'll be disappointed with that. And an opportunity here for Chad Nathan. Just be looking to chip the bowl off however he can. Opting for the forehand. If he gets onto his own blue stickered bowl, that could also be very effective. Now he's swinging. And now he's gone.
Just under the head, but he had the correct weight to try and flick that ball off. That was his option.
Yeah, it is, mate. I think maybe we look again here, eh?
Yeah, so more covering bowl now from Caleb Hope, looking to cover where the jack may go because the proactive bowl's disappeared. The plant no longer exists.
Yeah, he's going for a placement bowl, protective bowl.
And
They do hold the shot.
Yeah, it's just gone into the ditch, so
There's no need to be too aggressive. Try and protect the shot that you have. It's a long game. It's a pretty close game.
needs this bowl to break it all. I don't think it's going to turn back in time for him. Could wait again, but not to be. So the gap narrowed now, 10-11, as we welcome Ian Lewis into the commentary booth. There we go. And how many ends have we played? 10. That's probably important. Welcome in. Thank you for giving us some of your time here at the finals day of the Taranaki Open Fours.
Morning, Alex. Great to be here.
What are we? End 11. Sorry, just don't mind me. I'm trying to multitask and it's never been a...
That sounds like trouble.
Well, it is. It's not great. That's okay. So your role, you're the Executive Officer of Bowls Taranaki. How long have you been in that role for?
Probably this is my second full year. So I have had experience in administration before. I was secretary for Manawatu, Bowls Manawatu. And but I'm loving the job. It's a great job to have.
Awesome, awesome. And did you come to it through bowls? Are you a bowler yourself?
Oh yes, yeah. I've played quite a bit. It'll probably be my 14th season. So I've been around a little bit. Played in Manawatu, played in the far north for Open only.
So from a personal, we'll start with that as a part of the little chat. So bowls, how did bowls happen? Like what was the genesis for you starting the game?
Well, I got introduced by my older brother. You know how it is. Word of mouth is usually the best way of getting involved, and family is often a good connection. And yeah, my older brother played a little bit, and he got me down, and I just found I had a knack for it, and enjoyed the social side of and the competitive side of bowls. So,
Oh, that's good stuff. And Bowls Taranaki, it's your second full season as an executive officer here. If, say, I'm Joe Bloggs and I know nothing about Bowls Taranaki, what can you tell me about it? How many clubs do you have? What sort of events do you guys run?
Yeah, well, we have 21 clubs from Awakino in the north to Patia in the south. And as all regional sporting organisations, we look after those clubs, and we also work with the national body. So later on this year, we'll be helping to host the Somerset National Fours and Mixed Pairs, which we're really looking forward to.
Just watch this bowl here. Been a close game, this one, 10-11 on the 11th end. Now the game is a run out at the moment, 15-1 to a man whose name I've just forgotten.
Darren?
Yes, that's the one, to Darren, 15-1.
Darren Good.
And if people want to find the results, they can go onto your website, can't they?
Yes, yeah. So we do live results all through the week. It's very popular. People want to know what's happening.
Yeah, I saw the Google sheet just about crashed last night because there was a game going late into the night between Caleb Hope was playing one of the previous winners, and it went on and on and on, and it was very close. And Colin and I were like, oh, we'll have a look and see what the score is. And as a warning came up and said there's a lot of people, so the results may be delayed. That's how popular the sheet is.
We get stats through our website, and I know that each day this week we've had over 1,000 people checking into the website, checking on the results. And of course, 166 teams here for the Taranaki Open this year, and so many teams from around the country, and everyone just wants to know how their club's going, how their club mates are going, and it's really important to keep everyone engaged.
Yeah, absolutely is, and fantastic job done. So you've got, you said 21 clubs. Taranaki Fours it's the biggest fours tournament in the country, always well over 100 teams. What does that involve from an organisational point of view? When do you guys start planning for example, the 120th runnings next year? Is there planning underway already?
There is. We have set dates for next year. So we'll do a review of the tournament. So we'll sit down and have a bit of a meeting and see what worked and what didn't work so well. And then we do have set dates, and of course our sponsors are very important, Midlands Funds Management and the Devon Hotel.
Yes.
So we'll certainly be looking to work with them for next season's event.
I noticed this year you have instigated the idea of having an event shirt. You're resplendent in an event shirt today, actually, Ian. How did that come about? Was that just a general idea that was had, or did someone go, I think we should do a shirt? What created the shirt? Where did that come from?
Well, I actually have a background in graphic design and web design, and I've seen people, look out there, there's some great club shirts out there, and it's a great way of advertising the tournament. And why not? Have you tried your shirt on yet, Alex?
No, but my shirts have all been shrinking in the last couple of years, so I'm hoping that
post-Christmas?
Post everything. Once you get past your mid-20s, it's all downhill, but that's okay. I'm hoping the shirt will fit. I'm looking forward to it, Ian. And are they still available, or do people have to come to the event next year?
You can buy them through Game Changers. So they're a local company, sponsor of ours, and they deal with the selling and distribution of the shirts, and they will be available next year.
Great stuff. So just having a look at this here, remember blue stickered bowls are the Birkenhead bowls. I was talking about, we've created a graphic, Ian, for the kill. So if the end is killed, and cricket, they've got a little duck that sort of walks across the screen. We've created a graphic for the kill, and I wonder if this might be the end, because Caleb Hope, I'll be surprised if he's short here. He's 2 down, could kill it.
Well, it's an important part of the game, isn't it? Just after the break.
Robbie Bird, sorry.
You want to get on the board. If you could get a little bit of a margin here, could set you up for the rest of the game.
Just to wait to see what Robbie opts to play. He's just had a very long conversation with his skip. I think he'll be going pretty quick here. He's taking his time. Close here. Oh, it's not a kill. It's just gone absolutely dead in the ditch, which is a great bowl, but disappointing for me personally.
Great shot.
I was looking forward to the graphic, but a great bowl. Yes. We'll have to wait. If it's 25 ends, the first end was killed by Caleb Hope, and we weren't broadcasting then. If we go 25 ends, and that's the only kill that happens in this game, I'll be absolutely gutted. So the Taranaki Open, I know you've got a booklet that you hand out at every event. Is that sort of like a, what am I trying to say with this one? I think it's a good idea, but is it like a sponsored book? How does it work? It looks like one of your programs. Like people can obviously purchase if you want your business. So if you're sitting there listening, you're from the Taranaki region, and we have the biggest bowls event in the country every year, there's a book that they hand out to the players that's quite sizable, and it has the draw in it and a bit more information. Did we contact you to put our advert in that? Is that how it works?
We produce handbooks for the Open. They go out to over 1,000 players nationwide, and we do sell advertising in it. But the main purpose is to, obviously, for players to know where they're playing and also who they're playing with. We have team listings in there so everyone can follow their teammates, club mates.
It's Caleb on his forehand side. Now the jack is sort of to the bottom left of your screen. See if this bowl stays up. Look at this. Ah, unlucky. I thought he had that perfect in.
It was almost a fantastic bowl.
It's the agony of bowls, isn't it? Because you let it go and you think, oh, it's pretty good. And then it still looks pretty good. And then it gets to the very end and it's no longer pretty good and it's just gone onto the ditch. You think, well, that was a waste of 25 seconds of my life.
He only needs to take a foot off, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, should be a correction. Ah, same thing from Chad. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about in your role as the executive officer, or anything what's Bowls Taranaki looking to do? Is there anything exciting in the upcoming season, apart from obviously you're assisting with the mixed pairs and the fours a little later on?
We're really looking forward to that. We're using a good number of clubs. I don't know if we'll use every 21.
Awakino?
Maybe not. It's a little drive up there, so no, probably might not use them. But yeah, I think the clubs are excited about hosting the Nationals, and I'm really excited to see who's coming. Hopefully these teams that are coming to Taranaki, if they're coming for the first time, they will hopefully enjoy the hospitality and the greens that we offer, and you know, they can get their entry in for the Open next year. Fair
enough too, and I mean, it is a fan. I can't talk highly enough of the way the Taranaki clubs conduct themselves as well. I've played in a couple of the Opens, and the greens are lovely, but the hospitality is brilliant too. You know, you're well looked after by the clubs, and that's what we will see at the mixed pairs and fours as well. It's been a while since you guys have hosted Nationals, isn't it? When was the last one? I think Dean Elgar won the singles 2015 or 16. So it's nice for it to be coming back to Taranaki.
Yes.
So we see this measure here, the string measure. Very efficient. Nope. So is that one to Caleb Hope's team?
Certainly, we're looking forward to another great tournament next year. This one has gone off with a bang. It's been really good. No problems, and I must thank the tournament committee, Robert Wolf, Grant Hassel, Kevin Gray, Keith Sampson. They've done a fantastic job this week.
I think we were talking to Grant. It's had 119 continuous years of play. They've had 2 world wars, a pandemic, etc. It's never not been run. That must be, certainly in New Zealand, but potentially the bowls world record for continuous play and tournaments.
It could be. I know Grant is a wealth of knowledge, and you know, it's fantastic having him around to lean on. But we were very excited to welcome our Australian teams back post-COVID. You know, obviously we had a couple of years there where they couldn't travel, and this year 9 teams from Australia and a very good team that qualified for post-section.
That's excellent. That's good. Is that something you've seen consistently, the support from the Australian teams over the years? Like, is it something that's on their calendar, do you think?
Yeah, we do. We even have a team coming from Australia for the Women's Open next week.
Oh, brilliant.
Which I think is the first time. But they certainly enjoy their time. I don't know, have you played in the Open, Alex?
Twice, yeah.
So you'll know how hospitable it is. You know, it's always a good atmosphere. Plenty to do in New Plymouth.
I've had
fantastic tournament.
Forgettable results. I must say, I don't know what it's called, but in New Plymouth there is the nicest sushi shop that I've ever been to ever in my life.
I think I know the one, if it's the same place.
Don't know what it's called. We were here, the Indoor Nationals was held here in June in the TSB stadium, the Indoor Bowls Nationals, so we were here for a week, and one of my friends said, oh, there's a really nice sushi place at X, and we would have spent comfortably into 3 figures over that week at that sushi shop. That's how good it was here. I was very impressed.
There's one sushi place I go back to all the time.
Yeah, I suspect we might be talking about, there's a chance it's the same one. I have no sense of direction and I don't have a good memory for
it's
for
on
shop
Devon
names.
Street.
Yep.
Yeah, in the middle of town.
Yep. Yep. So if you're in Taranaki, Devon Street sushi shop, I can recommend. They had a scallop sushi. Like, who puts a scallop on sushi? It's just brilliant.
Oh, the place I go to has crab cakes.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I'm glad we agree with each other. So 11 all the score after 11 ends. So 11, 11, 11. On that note, I'll let you go back into the outside cool breeze, Ian, but don't go too far because we're going to have another conversation with you in the final after the afternoon tea break in the final. But thank you very much for joining.
Well, I'd like to thank you for coming down, Alex, and more than happy to see you again. And hopefully I'll see you wearing the shirt.
Oh, yep, it's a big chance. It's a big chance. Thank you again. So we see this here. The blue sticker team of Birkenhead certainly playing some pretty good bowls after the morning tea break. Look at this. 2 short bowls from John. And then this one bowl past the head a little from fascinating delivery from this guy. Caleb just asking for a backhand shot here. On the backhand side. He's not far away here. When's it going to let go? Oh, that's a bit stiff.
Yeah, pretty good effort though. Blue stickered green bowl holding shot. Forehand is chosen now for this delivery.
Incredible, we've just had a delivery of food from the Paratutu Bowling Club people. That's amazing. Wait till afternoon tea. That was a good shot there. Oh, Robbie's just underneath the line. Feels like a big end here, Kev. We saw Caleb, well, Robbie sunk the jack on the previous end when Birkenhead was holding a very good head. Birkenhead building another good head here. They just seem to have a little run of good form.
So important to build the head, and as you said, Birkenhead have got 2 shots and they're
Look at
trying
this
to
here.
add another one.
That's pretty good stuff, right? Look at that.
Excellent bowl from there. Number 3.
A narrow target
Evan
as
Thomas.
well. Like, that's a hard head to play to. You've got a very narrow target. A kill would be almost impossible. You're likely to chip off. So you're almost committing to 2 drives or 2 draws, I think, here, Kev.
Well, certainly it's a big decision that Caleb Hope has to make. You are right, though. It's he's made the decision. Let's just see how he plays it. Pretty narrow arc here as it comes into the head.
Needs it to turn. Needs it to turn. Just missing.
That was the shot. He was trying to turn out the shot bowl of the Birkenhead player, the green one, the lead player. Put that there.
Yeah, so he's sort of committed to an in-between shot, probably hoping to be narrower onto that front bowl at 12. And Birkenhead, all you want to do here is not make the target bigger. You're holding a good 3. It's a hard shot for Caleb Hope to play. Just want to keep the head nice and tight.
He said he played with confidence here, just playing over the head. He's covering that bowl of Corey Brooks. Excellent shot there from the skip.
So Caleb just said, I'm either drawing it or smacking the front, you choose. If he hits the front blue bowl, the jack could kill out to our right as we look at it.
Yep.
Or the blue stickered bowl, sorry, but it's very easy to not get that square. If he gets it square, it kills out to the right, or he can try and draw it. Huge moment here in the game.
He's called for a reaching shot, just through to where he's standing, over the head. It's a good line for that shot. It's all up to his weight now.
If he lets go, he's very close here. Needs it to run. Needs it to run.
Oh,
that was such a good bowl for no reward. Well, he's cut it down. So it was a reward, but I thought he had that absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I did too. That just not to be. Green shot. Green bowl still holding shot. And Chad Nathan won't be doing anything silly here to ensure he gets that shot as they move into the 12th end. 13th end, beg your pardon.
So what are we going to see on this end? The players just walk around. 1.5, I think, probably 2 to the Birkenhead team, but we'll just we'll await that confirmation. Beautiful bowl from Caleb Hope. Such a hard shot to play. Again, as a player, he was essentially asking for permission to drive that. He said, look, you tell me, do you want me to draw or drive? But you feel like it's easier to drive sometimes, but the more mature approach, just to try and draw it. And he was less than half a bowl away.
Well, I think that was the right option. Second shot is a good shot, most bowlers would say. You don't want to go down a multiple, and they didn't. They went down just by the one shot, so it was a good draw bowl from Caleb Hope. Didn't get the result he wanted, but good second shot.
Yeah, I think it might have been 2. I can see just down at that scoreboard. 13-11 the score now. So I think he got it down from 4-2, which is still a good bowl, right? Like he still achieved a lot with that. The drive probably would have chipped off and done nothing. But 13-11 the score. And we're only on the 13th end. We're barely halfway here, which is what is so hard to get your head around if you haven't played or watched a lot of this 25 end fours. You're barely at the halfway mark, and just to try and stay consistent.
Well, that's the challenge in these 25 end games, is to retain the focus throughout the whole 3.5, 4 hours, sometimes plus 4.5 hours of concentrating on your bowl delivery. And some players can do it better than others, and these are championship players we have out in front of us, and it's a tight ball game here, 13-11, and they're only halfway, as you say, Alex. Plenty of bowls to play yet.
You sort of talk about picking your time or picking your moments to switch on and off, because it's very hard to stay focused for 25 ends of bowls. So you pick your moments, and a lot of these players talk about trying not to get too invested in what the other bowlers are doing. There's a few fully focused on every single bowl, all 16 bowls that is played every end. You'll be exhausted by end 6 or 7. You just can't. The brain can't do that. If you focus on your bowls alone and just sort of switch off a little on the in-between bit, that's a way that you can just help manage yourself, get through those 25 ends. Jo Edwards talks about it a lot when we have her on the commentary, and it's always interesting to listen. She's such a champion, obviously, but just to how she tries to manage the game. She talks about switching on and switching off at the right time.
And that's so true. It is a case of being able to relax when you're on the rink, and relax when you've had your shot, not dwell too long on the missed opportunities or the bad bowl that you may have bowled. There's one bowl at a time, and you get plenty of opportunities in a game to correct and get things right again. So it's not a lost cause if you have a few ends that aren't quite to your liking. But each player would have their own ways of staying on task and relaxing when they need to, and knowing when to attack and when to defend, and that's the challenge of the game. It's always changing, constantly changing. In 25 ends, you get many opportunities throughout that game.
On the back end here. Two very good starting bowls from John Bryan. And then not much else in this game. That's what we talk about. It's always going to go in ebbs and flows. When you play a 25 end game, you're going to get heads where all of the bowls feel like they could fit within a large tea towel. And other heads where it's a bit more scattered. It's interesting, sometimes the more scattered heads are the ones where the numbers actually happen on, Kev, because there's gaps for bowls to sneak through. So it becomes a battle of attrition on the draw.
Still primarily a draw game, 25 ends, unless of course it gets tight and you have bowls that can be, change the head. You don't see a lot of drives, we? Haven't seen too many so far. We've had some run shots, but only 1 or 2 full drives so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a game where the pressure can just build and build and build over the 25 ends. Sometimes you get people who do play that aggressive game, like Dean Elgar, who's had a lot of success at this tournament, tends to go for aggression because he's so good at it. He's never going to be more than a bowl or 2 away. 25 ends, we generally see the teams bubble to the surface that are very consistent draw bowlers, and particularly if we look at the Birkenhead team, I've spoken about them already today. I watched them yesterday play, and all 4 were just drawing well. Their 2 bowls are going to be within 3 or 4 feet of the jack every end, and then that creates chances. So you're always points are going to happen. We saw them score a 5 in this game, and the 5 was sort of vaguely unexpected. And Chad played a bowl that was maybe a bowl narrow, and a 5 just happened. But it happened because there were 5 bowls there.
That's right.
Because they're good enough to put the bowls there or thereabouts.
Yeah, so long as you have bowls in and around the head, there's opportunities for a big count and obviously to draw to save. And that's the job of each player within the team to know their role, be they lead 2 or 3, and then leave the major work to change the head to either the 3 or the 4, but they're building the head the whole time under the direction of their skip and what the opposition bowler has done, and constantly anticipating what the player coming beyond their own bowl might do, anticipating and trying to take advantage of that and put bowls in a position which make it difficult for them to score.
Evan Thomas on the back end. Look at this. Oh, just a smidgen pass, but a good bowl.
So currently 2 orange bowls. John Bryan, lead for the Stokes Valley team, appear to be the shots. But this may change with the where this one ends. And you heard the player down below say, yes, it's counting. So there's 3 shots currently to the Stokes Valley team, the non-stickered bowls. Skips now having a opportunity to see there's plenty of spaces here. It's just a draw game now.
On the forehand. That's a very good bowl.
Very, very good bowl. All he had to do was beat the 2 wing bowls, the blue and the orange one of John Bryan, which he has done. He now takes the lead with that shot. Caleb Hope trying to do similar.
He's not far away here. It's a lovely bowl.
Top bowl there from Caleb Hope.
Played some really good draw balls under pressure this game, Caleb
He
Hope.
certainly has. This has forced Chad Nathan onto the backhand. He might have gone a tad wide. Just didn't get the arc to come into the head.
Probably better to get that half of it, mate. Yeah, back of it out she goes, you spit through.
Big number opportunity here for Caleb Hope on his forehand side. One of those chances we talk about over 25 ends. He's got an opportunity to make a number on the forehand. That blue-stickered bowl, that blue-stickered orange bowl of Chad Nathan's. If he gets it square, it's worth a number. Needs it. It's a lovely effort. One of those chances, and it's going to be one to Caleb Hope's team. 12-13 the score on the 14th end. I can report that in the other semi-final, the score is 15 points to 3 in favour of Darren Gooden, Dean Elgar, Roger Hassel and Don Christensen over Scott Roberts, Kelly Hill, John Roberts and Mark. So that's 15-3. They've only played 11 ends, so all the time in the world to go on. And the other pairs match, the open pairs that is played, one finalist has been found, Hugh Andrews and Alan Rickard from Bannockburn, through to the final, having defeated Ash Paul and Bob Shorter 22 points to 8. And in the other game, the score at the moment is 14-12 to Adam Blucher and Brendan Walton after 19 ends of 21. So some good games going on here at the Paratutu Bowling Club. If you want to follow the live results, you can find that on a Google Doc that is on the Bowls Taranaki website. If you just Google Bowls Taranaki and click on the link, there's a Google Doc there which has live updates for both the fours and the pairs going on here at finals day.
John Bryan now trying to get a little bit closer than his first delivery. And he's going to trail the kitty and stay with it. Good bowl. Peter Nathan now on the backhand. He's put a bit more urgency on this bowl, trying to rest the shot bowl off the kitty. Looks pretty good. Weighted here, coming through. Just not quite, but second shot. That's what their skips want from their team. If you can't get the shot, let's get the second shot. Corey Brooks, his opportunity now to get one close to the jack.
He's very close. Square and follow and a toucher.
Excellent delivery there, square and true as you said, Alex, and followed through and a toucher.
You can see there from the players end, that's what it looks like. So I don't think we're going to see a kill on this end, because if it's hit, the jack's going directly into the ditch. Chad's point of view, you try to get bowls really close to the ditch end, as we see this from the player's point of view. If it stops, this is perfect. Just trying to draw past, then the jack's going to move to the right as we see it on screen. And Caleb's thinking, look, because it's a toucher, if the bowl is hit, it's going to follow the jack into the ditch here. This is very close. Beautiful try. Fair effort with that weight. If he got it square, his collision bowl would have hung around.
Well, you heard Caleb say that he didn't mind if he hit his own bowl or lost his bowl. He wanted to move it back to the kitty, and move the kitty back to where the bowler that actually struck the kitty is sitting in the ditch for a count of 2. So he almost got that result. So it was a great delivery from Corey Brooks there.
If he gets underneath this is a very good bowl. Needs it to stay up on the paddock. Didn't do so. Just fell in.
It's a turn now of Robbie Bird. He's waiting for the crowd to be silent so he can concentrate.
On the back end. Marching after this one. Looks on the tight side from the commentary view. Well, he's played more convincing bowls this week. Oh, this is good, so...
It's a no time limit game, so, you know, players can come and look at the head when they're not quite sure what the skipper's asking them to do, and just to get familiar with what the options might be, so that's a good call. The kitty has moved, of course, from the 2 metre mark.
So we'll look at the head and put ourselves in the shoes of Chad. He's one down to the touching bowl, and the second shot and the third shot are both the blue ones. The orange bowl that you can see in the ditch is against him. That's Caleb Hope's bowl. So really it's about thinking, well, if we drop a 1 here, we've actually done well. So I think Chad will ask his 3 to play on the forehand side and just try and put another bowl, second or third shot. On the backhand side he is anyway, so fair enough. Just trying to draw a second shot regardless, but on the other hand, it really feels worthwhile for Caleb Hope to be positive to this. See, the jack is going in a 7 o'clock direction on the screen. The blue touching bowl will follow it down, so if you arrive with a metre of weight on the backhand side, you've got every chance to make a 3. Half a bowl narrow or 2 bowls narrow is fine. Inside out off the blue. Lots of chances here for Caleb Hope. Oh, it's Robbie Bird though, so Caleb's going to have to wait for his turn, but Robbie will be looking for that logic.
He'll certainly be reaching the short bowl. He's got reaching weight here as it comes down to the head. Is it online?
I think it's just going to
find
hold.
out very shortly.
That was clearly the intention though. I like that shot selection. Again, because there's the bowl on the ditch that you can see which is in favour of Caleb. And the touching bowl, it's worth 3. Even on the back end. See if he stays up. Watch this. See if it stops. Great try.
Rightio, so Caleb Hope reassessing his chances again, having looked at from the far end.
Still feel like a reaching bowl makes sense.
Yes, it does. He's got a couple of options there. He can take out the blue stickered bowl and trail Corey Brooks's bowl back to the ditch where the toucher is, potentially making 3. Right, the bowl is on its way. He is going for the green one. Plucked it out, rolled forward, 2 shots. Thank you very much. Well done.
Lovely bowl. All the chances in the world there. Perfect weight from Caleb Hope. Should be holding 3 with that orange bowl that sits at 6 o'clock. And Birkenhead team in a little bit of trouble here. If they can just drop a 1 here, they'll be pleased. It's a good result. On the back end.
He'll be trying to draw to save. Currently 3 down.
Wasn't convinced on the weight when he let it go. And I think we're going to see it pull up short. Yes, we are. This is a big end for Caleb Hope's team. Can play with a bit of confidence still. Remember, they've got a toucher in the ditch. Jack is touching their shot bowl. Going back in the 7 o'clock direction. Caleb gets around this front bowl, breaks back in time. I think he's going to. Yeah, he's disappointed with that. So holding 3.
All Chad Nathan will be trying to do here is to get something close and cut the score back. And it looks like he's going to bump into his own front bowl. 2 short bowls.
He had perfect weight as well.
I don't think he'd be too happy about that as a skip, but that's what happens in bowls, and you saw it there. Not intentional, but 2 short bowls. They've gone down 3 on this end.
15-13 the score on this 15th end of 25 at the Taranaki Fours. Our thanks, of course, go to Midlands Funds Management for their support of this event. Kevin, you remember here at Paratutu and obviously participated in a number of the Open Taranaki Fours over the years. What can you tell us about the volunteer base required to run one of these events?
Oh, there's many volunteers needed, not just at this particular club here for the finals day, semi-finals day, but there's 7 or 8 rinks required to put on a tournament of this standing. 166 teams came here, 52 I think qualified, and volunteers are needed at each green, not just preparing the greens, but the people behind the scenes, making sure there is lunch and morning and afternoon teas, people who have marked out the greens, put the marker pegs out, and everything that involved to prepare for a tournament and throughout the day when situations arise. Now, we were told earlier that last night a team, their plane was cancelled, and the airline had cancelled their flight out and they had no accommodation. Most of the hotels in New Plymouth were fully booked, but a Paratutu member, Marty Jordan, I believe, and his wife took them into their home and made them welcome, and therefore saved themselves that situation of paying for a hotel when in fact it was very difficult to find a hotel. So things like that, the hospitality of the people within the region are very kind and welcome the bowlers who come to town, the hospitality places, the food outlets, they all get in behind and support this tournament to make it the great event that it is. So thank you to all the volunteers that have helped throughout the week of this Taranaki Open. Your help and your work has been much appreciated and necessary to ensure a tournament of this standing is held.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Kev, as we see Peter just pinch his line a little bit. So just asking the head to be built from the forehand side, which is to the left as we see it on the screen now. Stokes Valley's got a bowl pass in that orange bowl that sits at 7 o'clock on the screen. He's got the weight right. This is very close. Just holding a smidge. Beautiful weight. It's a fascinating stance on the mat from David Payne. Sort of, that would hurt your ankles, wouldn't it?
Well, he's got that back foot planted, square of the mat. But he's got a great delivery. He's certainly got his weight in line.
He does the same thing every time.
He does indeed.
It's quite unusual.
Yeah, mate, just bring that in a touch, get a chance to sit the bowl, draw to the tee.
So he's just saying, look, the weight's fine. Just try and pinch your line in a little bit here. On the forehand. That one came out nice and smooth.
Yeah, I like that line. Nice, Corey.
Corey's very close here.
3 chalk for a reason.
He already had a piece of chalk on it. Caleb,
Yeah.
hope you're saying I was pre-chalked for a reason there. So just add some more chalk. And he's lost the chalk. Oh, it's all falling apart. Caleb Hope destroying his spray chalk. There we go. He's put it back together. On that bowl. Great effort from
Second
David
shot
Payne.
there. Second shot from David Payne. That's all he was after at this stage of this end. They were down on the head. Must get the second shot.
Robbie being asked to play on his backhand side.
You'll often find too, Alex, when a bowler walks up after the bowl, it's because he feels as though he's got a very good bowl. And this one here is just going to slide past, so
Great effort.
it was a great effort.
Evan Thomas on his backhand as well. Oh, he's not narrow, but I just wonder if it's going to come back enough. Yeah, he's turned his back on at that bowl, and it's going to be... It's out of bounds of the rink, so someone should pick that bowl up, to be fair. Probably do it on the crossover. You can see it's shadow. There we go. So the bowl's been removed off the rink. So it's finished outside of the confines, which means it's a dead bowl. Nice delivery. Roy Bird steering this one down.
He's certainly given it enough weight and width
Oh, he's just
to be a
overplayed that.
competitive bowl, just over the head. But no, it's going to roll into the ditch.
Now Evans' turn to make a correction. On the backhand. Gonna fall short. And Andy would rather forget there from Evan Thomas. One outside of the rink and one very short trying to draw the shot.
There's only a couple of bowls over the head and one on the head, Alex, on this end. 6 bowls short of the head. Yeah, maybe they'll be thinking about that before the next end comes along to correct that situation for the next end.
Caleb will just be looking to rub a bit of salt into the wound here. Try and draw one right on top of the jack. Holding one, we think that second shot's probably David Payne's to the right. That half white bowl that you can see to the right, and Caleb's going to fall short as well. It looks like a pretty simple just draw on the backhand side, you would think, for Chad. Just the right as you see it on screen. We'll find out when he lines up on the mat. Going to opt to try and draw the shot on the forehand instead. You get the weight right, I suppose. It's either either. Very good effort here. It's passing through. It's a good line. It's just fallen into the ditch off screen.
Brings in, it gives us 4. Hold on.
And just deciding whether you try drive off the second shot bowl or draw it around the corner for 3
One
or
of
4.
those times in a game now where when the possibility for a multiple count, Caleb trying to decide what to gain, what to lose. Robbie Boyd has given them some indication of what's at stake.
So opted for a harder shot, which is the dead draw around the corner, but it's got a better result. Dead draw it around the corner, you sit with an almost unbeatable 4. You drive the bowl, you had a pretty loose 3, and Caleb's not fully committed to that shot, so still only holding the 1.
Just take the touch off it and then it'll die.
Chad will stay on the forehand. on its way.
Come on, mate.
He's got half a chance here. How's the weight here from Chad Nathan? Beautiful line. One more to Caleb Hope's team now. 16-13 as we begin the 16th end. I haven't really noticed a trend with the jack lengths in this game, Kev. Sometimes you see teams that consistently throw tee to tee or pull up short ends. It seems that they're just playing a nice sort of medium to 2/3 length head all the time.
Yes, they are, and I think that's because it's a comfortable length for most bowlers to get a good result, and they're not changing that length. And there's no reason to at the moment. It's a very close game, and every player pretty much throughout the ends we've had, as you say, we've had 15 ends. You know, they've been pretty comfortable with that length, and there's no reason to change it. It seems to be working for both teams. They're getting close to the kitty. A nice rhythm can be developed in the delivery, and so we haven't seen any short ends or any seriously long ends thus far.
It's a good bowl. Yeah, be pleased with that. It's a lovely shot. Essentially perfect first bowl for a lead, just a little bit past the jack.
Yeah, I've been impressed by the first deliveries of the Birkenhead side. Peter Nathan has always been close to the kitty. John Bryan also trying to match that, just falling a little bit short, but a good bowl all the same.
Yeah, so this is to sort of decide if he's had an exceptional end or not here from Peter Nathan, because if he can keep that same, a very similar weight, but snavel the jack, it's a very, very good end leading, and you always feel like you can when your first bowl's ended up where his first bowl ended up, because it's just a very small correction back to draw a front toucher. How good. Oh, he played it well. That's two really good bowls. You know, he would have played the same or very similar weight to his first one. If he'd trailed the jack back, it was perfect, but that little miss is fine.
Yeah, to me it looked as though he did narrow his line just slightly with the possibility of trailing that kitty, but excellent weight control. Two very good bowls from the Birkenhead lead.
This bowl just going to the ditch. We've seen a few lost last 2 or 3 ends. I mean, the sun has been out. It's pretty bright, pretty warm. Wonder if the green's just speeding up a smidgen.
Yeah, it's possible. The green could well have sped up a little bit, and they've taken a little bit of time to adjust to that, but I don't think it would have sped up too much. This is a good delivery here coming through.
Lovely shot. Building nicely now. The head for the Birkenhead team. You got 2 bowls past, 1 bowl shy but counting. Corey asked to stay on his forehand side, but chances that Caleb and Robbie will be under a bit of pressure here if Corey's unable to play a good bowl, and that's what it's looking like it's going to happen here. So Birkenhead's still holding 2.5. That bowl reasonably ineffective. David will be looking just to make a small correction.
David Payne trying to add another counter, but he's just going to roll past.
He'll be a bit disappointed with that.
Mm.
I will have thought, you know, you in these situations you think to yourself, here's an opportunity.
Well, that's right. Opportunities occur throughout a game, and when they're there, you've got to take them. There's plenty of drawing space here, especially on the backhand.
Right, the gate's still open. the back end.
Coming home nicely, this one, Alex.
That's a really good bowl.
That will be the shot. Well
and
done.
It's set down. Really good shot.
Well done, David Payne. Beg your pardon, that was Evan Thomas.
Very close here. Just letting go. Oh, and he played with trail weight, so he hasn't even hung around to count second shot. That was a great effort, but ultimately no result, and even with a real chance to stack it up. And Caleb should cross over a few down here. At least 3 down already. Could be 4 if this bowl. Just wait for it to come into the top of your screen. Well, there it is. I don't think he's quite reached, so Birkenhead holding 3, and Caleb Hope in a bit of trouble, but room. There's room here.
There certainly is room to draw and just spring the kitty and rest on the, or spring the bowl and just rest on the kitty. He'll come down on his backhand, I believe.
Yeah, certainly what you would expect. We know we've got that bowl of Robbie Birds extremely to the bottom left of the screen at sort of 8 o'clock. May come in helpful. Have to wait and see. Here he is, Caleb Hope on his back end. He's down on the head. Oh, not far off. But again, you know, Birkenhead's just put bowls close, and all that's really happened is Stokes Valley haven't here. You know, it's just been more they haven't played the bowls. So Chad with a chance, holding 2.5, probably 3.
Well, as you can see, Alex, there are more bowls short than there are bowls over the head.
Yes, yeah.
And no skip or team likes to see that. And there are 3 shots at the moment for the Birkenhead team. All Chad has to do here is get one close, and they'll do a count of 4.
Giving himself opportunities with the line. Not sure how the speed is.
Good delivery.
Well, he's counting. He's counting.
That's a counting bowl. 4 there for Birkenhead currently.
He's made... has made the target a bit bigger, so there'll be a consideration to a weighted shot here.
From 2 bowls tight and guts that blue through the jack, it's going to be massive, isn't it? No more than it is at the moment. No more than it is at the moment with 3 here.
Just deciding whether to hit it or not.
I reckon I can play it, mate. Consider it dance and put a bowl.
Alright, so Caleb's sort of half overruled. He's just essentially saying if he hits it real hard, he could accidentally put the jack in the ditch and drop a 4 or 5 by going through that front blue bowl by mistake. So Caleb's saying I'd actually rather play a reaching bowl on the back end and stick. So he's going to play that speed, the split at a slow speed. Needs it to hold. He's very close here.
Yes, he is very close.
No, he doesn't need it to hold. That's my
No.
fault. Sorry, Caleb. That was very good weight for the shot. Caleb will be disappointed with this, and this chance has just come out of nowhere for the Birkenhead team. They could easily score a 5.
They're currently holding 4.
Oh, no bonus bowl. That might hurt.
No bonus this time, Chad.
Oh, those bowls. You don't want to rue that at the end of the day. We'll see. One, 2, 3.
3.
3 it is. And we see the scores drawn again. 16-16 after 16 ends. Very well contested game here. Peter Nathan delivering the jack.
It's almost what you expect, Alex, in a semi-final competition, that you're going to get tight games. And as we're seeing here, 16 all after 17 ends. Tight game, very good bowls being played by both teams. Only one team, though, will go through to the final.
You can see the Pairs final is starting on the screen also. If you want to get updates as to how that is going, you can find it on the Bowls Taranaki website. There is a link there to a live Google sheet that will tell you all that you would want to know and more.
Run after this one.
Certainly a more turning hand. We've seen this all game. These bowls missing narrow on this hand. Peter Nathan on the back end. Needs it to hold. Good try, good green.
John Bryan now trying to, on his forehand, he's a left-hand bowler. Just trying to bring the ball back to the kitty, but just staying out there a little bit too wide on his delivery.
David on the back end.
This seems a better bowl, this one, Alex. Just over.
Yeah, that's handy. That's a really good bowl from David Payne. Has won the North Harbour singles in the past. It's a handy player to have it too. Corey here on his back end as well. Better line. Oh, it might still dive on him, I think.
Well, I think you'll find that hand is a wider hand. There is a bit of wind blowing across the green, and just didn't quite get it right that time.
Stalking down after this one. David Payne's already played one very good bowl. Looking to make it two.
Perfect, Green.
That's a lovely bowl. Birkenhead.
Yeah,
Certainly it feels like they've been a bit more consistent with placing the bowls, doesn't it? And
I agree, Alex. I mean, those were two very, very good bowls from a number two, and just what the skipper ordered, just over the head, no more than perhaps 18 inches.
it feels like the Stokes Valley team have played very well, but in a different way. They have good shot play, but the Birkenhead team always seem to have bowls there or thereabouts. That was a great shot there from Corey.
From this angle here, it looks like that could be the shot bowl, although it could come down to a measure, but it's certainly right on line. And well done, Corey. Good bowl.
Yeah, mate, down there, drop inside the white for two.
The call was drop inside the white for two. That indicates that Corey's purple bowl is the shot bowl. Robbie Beard is trying just to do that.
There you go.
Great try.
You play a metre more weight, Ed. You set the purple as well.
Metre more weight, he said. Even on the back end. Blue stickered bowls all around it.
Yeah, mate. 2 feet on that, touch the grass, drop inside the white.
Touch more grass, drop inside the white. You heard the call there.
He's taking more green, and then you just wait for this boulder. Hoof back into the head. How's the weight? That's classy.
Great bowl.
And sit. Really good stuff there from a head that was looking no good. What you can see from the what you can see from the players in. I think Chad just has to draw on his backhand, which is to the right on the screen.
Wow, the Stokes Valley team look as though they may have 3 shots there in the head.
Done very well to recover that.
So Chad Nathan will be trying to reduce that count. Plenty of drawing space to do so.
Look at this here. This is very close. Means it's going to break. Oh, just drifting past. Overplayed it. More the weight than anything else there. And again for Caleb, he'll be thinking, well, don't make the target bigger. Maybe he'll play the forehand. Get around that short bowl on the forehand side. You could just about draw another shot.
Opportunity now for Caleb Hope to get a 4 for his team. These opportunities come along throughout a game, and there's one presented now. All he has to do is draw.
Backhand feels dangerous to me, Kev, because if you miss it by a little bit, you can accidentally move the jack back, whereas the forehand... Okay, he's going to play the backhand. He's been playing well enough. See what happens. He's given it a very big arc. Now we just wait for the ball to come back in.
I actually didn't mind you doing that. You say there is a shot, but we missed it. You draw it, mate.
Here we go, Chad. On the backhand again. He's pushed it. It's a bonus bowl opportunity. We talk about the bonus bowls being so important in this game. Caleb will desperately want to make it 3. As we near the last section of this game. I think he's overplayed it.
You can tell he wasn't too happy with that shot after he delivered it. He knew it was too heavy. 1 is taken out, 2 is out.
Pretty sure that was a 3 there.
Yeah, I think you'll see 3 will go up on the scoreboard.
19-16 after 17 ends here at the Taranaki Open Fours. Jack thrown to the 2 metre mark where it's pretty much ended up every end. And I don't think we've seen a lead of more than 3 points during this entire game, and on this occasion it's Caleb Hope's Stokes Valley team that enjoys that 3-point lead on the 18th end. They're on the home straight now. You think, look, we've got seven ends left. Peter on the back end. Smidgen short.
Yeah, very
Very
good
good ball.
there. And a good result for the Stokes Valley team. 2 good lead bowls. Peter Nathan on the backhand now trying to match those two bowls of the Stokes Valley side, get one close. Just cutting away across the head.
Taking his time, opting to play the backhand. Absolutely beautiful day for it, isn't it, Kevin?
Oh, certainly it is. There's very little wind. There's sunshine out there in the province, and there's people coming in to watch this game, and obviously the final later on this afternoon. And there's been good support for this tournament throughout the week. People have come in and watched the games across the various rinks that have been played, and we're down to the final 4 bowlers in this semi-final being played right now in the number 1 rink at Paratuta Bowling Club.
Always gets a reasonable crowd coming down to watch the final of the Taranaki Fours, and of course nowadays we're able to broadcast this event. We have hundreds tuning in to watch it live, and we thank you for tuning in. If you are tuning in to watch the coverage of the Taranaki Fours, pleasure to be here bringing it to you. David Payne just past the head there, and a head building well for Stokes Valley this time. Previous end, of course, was looking Birkenhead all the way until it wasn't. They dropped to 3, and after the first 4 bowls each way, it was looking pretty good for the Birkenhead team, but Stokes Valley able to turn it around. This bowl's tight. Good weight. David Payne on the forehand. Oh, look at that turn. Like certainly speeding up a little bit this green.
Well, that hand is certainly turning, especially, yeah, I think it's the wider hand, and quite a few of the bowls are coming across the head.
Yeah, we see it's just been turning more as the game goes on. So Robbie being asked to play on his backhand side. Just missing wide there. Good try. One of those looser heads that pops up in those 25 ends of bowls developing.
Just about to say that myself, Alex. This is one of the looser heads that we've seen, looser ends, except for this bowl perhaps.
But, like a reverse commentator's curse. Very good bowl.
That's the shot to beat. Evan Thomas has chosen the backhand, but he's going to cut across the head. He won't be too happy about that.
Yeah, looks like an end where Caleb Hope's team could extend their lead past 3 for the first time in this match. Currently leading 19 points to 16 on the crossover. Looking okay. They've got good lead bowls past the head. Caleb will be on the forehand side.
Caleb Hope. His bowler's looking good, just going to rest on the orange bowl of his teammate.
Good bowl.
Good position bowl there as well. This is a big opportunity here for the Stokes Valley team to get a multiple. They have the non-stickered bowls. Skipper now for Birkenhead, Chad Nathan, to try and reduce that count.
On the forehand. Needs this bowl to break. It's a turning hand. It should turn. It should get back. That was a bit unlucky. He's half a bowl out there. May have tightened the line up too much for Caleb to play the forehand though.
Blue and green. Even just under with good weight. Might hold up. Is that what you're looking for here? Just either side of the green with good weight. Hopefully don't rip away.
Caleb's saying he'd rather play the backhand side. Beautiful picture-in-picture there on screen. Collins figured out how to put a border on it by the looks. Still waiting anticipation, Kevin, of a kill.
Yeah, it's where a skipper's in two minds as to what shot to play. He's got to settle on one option and get it focused in his mind, then go ahead and deliver it.
That's correct, which is why he's been asking those questions. So on his backhand.
So he's made the decision as to shot selection.
Needs it to hold as long as it can. Oh, lovely effort. That was a good try from Caleb. He was just sweeping on the backhand. Oh no, he's asking us three what to do. Chad on the forehand. Wide and heavy. Disappointing bowl. He's been playing very well in this game. It's a poor bowl from Chad Nathan. He would have expected himself to get closer than that. So we're going to see Caleb score at least a 1. Potentially more. Just wait. It's a blue stickered bowl. Birkenhead team, remember. 1 conceded already. Two
bowls have gone out.
Two. 21-16 the score now. Or 22-16 on that scoreboard. We might just have a maybe an even bigger lead. No, 21. Chad was just miscounting. So 21-16 the score. 5 the difference on the 19th end of 25. Right at the pointy end of this game now. And it's either going to consist of the Stokes Valley team continuing their little run of points and finishing off the game, perhaps not having to play the last 10 if they continue their momentum, or we're going to see Birkenhead claw back and go into the last end with it being very close to all square, which we've seen at many a Taranaki Open over 25 ends.
Your comment about being a momentum shift, I think, is correct. There could well have been a slight momentum shift towards the Caleb Hope team. They've got the advantage at the moment. They're 5 shots ahead. So it's up to them now to maintain that differential.
I think remembering that apart from the 5, there was a 5 scored by Chad Nathan's team early on in the game. It's all been sort of 1s and 2s. Take away that 5 and look at the score, sort of 11-21, that would indicate that the Caleb Hope Stoke Valley team they've been scoring more often, haven't they, than Chad Nathans?
They have. You're so right. Apart from that 5, they've been pretty consistent throughout the ends, but I don't expect the Birkenhead team will just let them keep that advantage. They'll fight right to the end in this game.
Yeah, and one of the standout things from the Birkenhead team, of course, is their drawing ability, and we've seen so many heads where there's been lots of blue-stickered bowls everywhere, so it wouldn't be surprising. They just need to take a couple of... It feels like they need to take a couple of chances, doesn't it, as we near the end of this game. Corey on the forehand.
Trying to get a nice little slide off that green ball, would have moved on to the kitty. Very good effort, his teammate called that.
David Payne on the backhand. Got half a chance, down to the weight now. Blue stickered Birkenhead bowl. Corey.
No, he's not going to reach on this ball. Just falling short.
You're disappointed with that. So you feel like this is a chance for David, having had good weight with his first bowl, just to pull the weight back a little bit, see if you can sit with a couple. Well, he's got 2.
Yeah, 2 shots there to Birkenhead.
If you drop inside Corey, you can copy shot.
And David Payne did have a ball at the back as well, so he's done his job for the team. It's up to the remaining members of the team now to follow suit. Keep the pressure on.
On the back end.
Not a bad home.
Handy there. The weight was lovely, wasn't it? Because it has improved the head. There's now a bowl past where the jack can be taken to. So he played with weight, he was never going to lose his bowl.
And with the quality of these players, being able to trail the kitty is always a given. You cannot guarantee having 2 close bowls will guarantee you a victory. You have to constantly be aware of players coming after you and what they might deliver, and the jack can always be moved.
Yeah, so we'll see. Robbie played a very similar bowl to his first one. He's looking to connect with the shot bowl or go just underneath it here. He's very, very close. You'd want to keep the weight. Oh, he's a bit stiff there.
Just pulling up short, but he had the right line. Just didn't quite get the weight.
Good bowl. So Caleb Hope has an interesting conundrum here. Be easy to get a slice of hell. It's almost better to be drawing around the bowl that sits at 2 o'clock rather than reach underneath it. Only because if you're bowled, you can just get an ugly slice, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he would certainly know his bowls and what he's capable of doing and what they're capable of doing throughout this thought process as he lines up for this shot. All comes down to his weight.
Yeah, this is a lovely effort here. Opting for the draw because of that danger. That's a lovely bowl. What a shot that is from Caleb Hope.
Top
Absolute
delivery.
bomb of a bowl.
He steered that around that wing bowl of the Birkenhead team so well.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yep. Great delivery. Great weight control. Good line and length. Everything to perfection.
Essentially, it's pretty good. So Chad here on his forehand side, he's going to try and remove that shot bowl now. Got chances. Plays this weight nicely. Got a shelf, that blue stickered bowl to use, or a bowl to punch up. He's every chance here, Chad Nathan. Anything square except for that one. Good bowl. Oh, there might be a plant.
Similar.
Caleb being asked to play the backhand side.
He's been asked to push the repeat button.
So the question is, and Chad's going to come and have a look. We'll just wait and see where Caleb's bowl ends up. At the moment, there's two blue stickered bowls that are touching each other. Right, so if we have a look at this, there's a green bowl and a blue bowl with blue stickers on them that sit at 2 o'clock on the head. If you hit the green bowl, because it's touching the blue, that's a plant. And the question is, does the plant chip out the shot bowl or not? If the answer to that question is yes, Chad will play it. If it's no, he won't. I sort of want it to be on, Kevin. It's always an exciting shot to play.
You mentioned a green bowl there, Alex. I'm just looking for the green bowl.
Oh, whatever colour. The one, I'm colourblind. The one that sits at 2 o'clock.
Okay, gotcha.
2 o'clock. The one that's standing up.
Yep.
What colour is it? White?
I'll just check in a minute.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We'll see. We'll see if he plays it. He's close here. Oh, I wanted to see if it was going to work. I wonder if someone would play it at low speed. I think it was. I think it was going to chip the shot bowl off. So it was a lovely shot selection from Chad. But unsuccessful. Yeah, look at this bowl here from Caleb Hope. Been enough to secure the shot. Beautiful shot. And it's going to be 22-16.
And that could be the break they need to maintain their form throughout the remaining ends. Time will tell, of course, but 22-16 is a good break to have after 20 ends of 25.
You just want to finish strong, eh?
Yes, indeed.
The Stokes Valley team, whereas for Birkenhead, you'll be thinking we've been playing all week at this event, and we've got potentially 5 ends left in our tournament. Let's see if we can finish with a bang and not a whimper, and then anything can happen. So, going to be an interesting last 5 ends. We may see Birkenhead play a more aggressive game than what we've seen up until this point, because they're going to be looking for numbers. Well, not many numbers really. What are they? 6 down. Up and 2s would be fine.
Yeah, the job of the 1 and the 2s, though, essentially is still to get close to the kitty, build the head. Okay, you are right. They are 6 points behind, and they'll be looking to build them some numbers. But there's also risks there that could go bad for them if they don't get it right. So they still have to build the head, especially lead and 2.
Yeah.
And most of the decision making to try and get those extra counts would come from the 3 and 4, and that's where the serious decision making would be made as we get to the last 5 ends of this very important semi-final match.
Your logic at the moment still, as a skipper for, if you're Chad Nathan, will be thinking, well, if we just score 3 or 4 of the next 5 ends and get 1s and 2s on them, we'll be very competitive. If they lose this end and go further behind, that's probably when we'll realistically see a switch, won't we? And we'll see some more aggressive bowls come from the Birkenhead team. Of course, after this game, we're broadcasting the final of the Taranaki Fours as well, 25 ends. So if you've been enjoying the coverage on a lazy Sunday afternoon, there's plenty more to come. David Payne on his backhand. Played some very good bowls from the 2 position.
Oh, he's been very consistent throughout this game, and as you said earlier, throughout the whole tournament. He's in a very crucial position in the 4s team and playing at number 2, and he's done his job admirably throughout the whole game today. There's another example there.
Beautiful
good bowl.
Very consistent, eh? He's sort of thereabouts all the time.
just over the head mostly, and just within no more than 18 inches. He's been very, very consistent throughout the whole game.
Be a little bit disappointed with that.
David Payne on his second delivery this end. Currently holding shot for his team. Coming into the head nicely, this one.
That's a very good bowl. Yeah, two lovely bowls there from David Payne. That's beautiful stuff. Dare I say we might see a kill on this end.
Well, it's always possible when you're 6 ahead.
Just want to use the graphic.
I can't wait to see it, Alex.
I've probably talked it up too much by now. Here we go.
Robbie will be trying to rest that shot out of the head.
Get his bowl to break back. This is very close here. That's a lovely shot. And for second, it means that it's probably going to have to play on the forehand side. Evan Thomas. He's very close here. This is very close. Lovely bowl.
Pressure being applied. Pressure being applied to the Stokes Valley team there. Now they have 2 shots, maybe 3, 2 in a measure.
Really interesting that Chad's opted to put a towel on his head. Is he protecting his ears? I'm not entirely sure what's what's it? Is it a wet? Maybe it's a wet towel. A wet towel, just on the cap.
So Robbie Bird has been asked to change hands and try and drag that shot ball off the kitty. Not able to do so.
He probably let that one go poorly based on by how much it's missed. There, it's fallen well short. And so Evan Thomas has to play on his forehand again. Just take a little bit more green.
He'll be trying to rest on the non-stickered bowl, the blue one. Just unable to do so, but a good attempt.
Interesting. So just have a look at this. So Caleb Hope, remember they're protecting a 22-16 lead. They're only one down on the head. I expect to see Caleb play a gentle bowl. On the back end side.
It is time to be defensive, and this is what Caleb is trying to do.
Yeah, he's still trying to get it, aren't you? But you're not going to overplay anything here. And this is beautiful weight. That's a lovely shot from Caleb Hope.
Excellent bowl.
As long as he doesn't lock
delivery.
it in. Oh, he might have been a little bit unlucky there, touching that bowl. So maybe harder to pop it out. But he's literally just adding up more seconds, so that if they do drop, you're only dropping your ones.
That's right. He's got the second shot, and you can run out of ends if that's how it works out for the next 3 or 4 ends. So that was very good play, very good tactically astute decision there, and delivered very well. It's up to the Birkenhead team now to try and retain that shot and see if they can get a few others.
Chad on the forehand. Needs it to break. Oh, good try. Lovely effort. Part of Caleb. Yes. Part of him wants to play that shot, and I think he's going to. He's got enough seconds that he'd be unlucky to drop more than one here. So Caleb Hope on the probe, on the back end.
Trying to get a plant to pop the kitty.
Lovely effort here. Lovely effort here. Outside half.
Very good effort, but just not the result he'd like. But the shot was on to do that. Birkenhead still hold shot.
Lovely effort.
It certainly was.
Very controlled bowling from Caleb Hope, and Chad Nathan will be trying to draw a bonus here. He's on a good line, just not sure how the weight is. It's still going, it's still going, and it's gone. So we're going to see one there to Chad Nathan's team. 17-22 the score as we enter the 21st end now of 25 to be played. What are the rules if it's all square? I know they used to play an extra 3 ends or something. Is that still how it works, or is it just?
I'm not 100% sure in this particular tournament if it's a drawn game. At the end of 25, they would definitely have to have an extra end, or at least you could be right. It could be 3 ends. I'm not sure.
Oh, I've got the book in front of me, so how about I read that? All right, here we go. So, if the score shall be equal at the conclusion of the final game, 5 extra ends shall be played to decide the winner. If after 5 extra ends are played in the final and the scores are still tied, 1 further scoring end will be played to determine the winner. So in this game you just play an extra end, but in the final, if it's all square, you play 5 more ends, so you have a 30 end, or technically a 31 end final. Seems like a lot of ends. I know when there was the New Zealand Women's Bowling Association, they had their national events. They had a rule that if the national final was drawn, you replay the entire final, and I think that stuck around well into the 80s. Peter Nathan on the back end.
Just falling short and wide. Cutting across the line.
5 the difference, remember. This is the 21st end.
There's an opportunity for John Bryant as the lead to get the shot. That first bowl is so effective. The lead bowl is so effective.
Saw David Payne here play 2 screamers on the previous end.
This looks a good bowl here, Alex.
Yeah, he's in that little run of form that you sometimes get, where you're just feeling it. You know, he's playing a lot of effective bowls the last 3-4 ends, David Payne. Very handy from the 2 position to be doing that as well.
Oh, it's a valuable position in a fours game, and he's doing that job superbly well. I mean, once he's done his bowls, he can't control the rest of the game, but he's certainly putting his team in a good position to have an opportunity to get the shots.
Good bowl. It's a lovely shot.
Corey Brooks there with his delivery, taking the shot away from the Birkenhead side.
So if David plays the same bowl, he's resting the shot bowl. If he pinches his line a little bit, he'll trail the jack back to the bowl he's already got there.
It's going to go past shot bowl.
Switching past.
And again, mate.
Corey's played a good one already on the backhand, looking to make it 2.
Corey Brooks, one of our promising players in the Taranaki region, in the Taranaki under-8 squad, and showing here why he is in that team with 2 good bowls there.
2
Crucial
really
time
good
in the game.
bowls. Is this the end we get to see the kill?
Could well be.
Oh, it depends. Hopefully for the sake of the graphic that we made, the jack is, you can see it's going to the right, but hopefully it goes into the right, to the right outside of the confines of the ditch. What's in the ditch here at Paratutu? Does the jack run along when it gets hit into the ditch, Kevin?
Generally it would hold, just go straight into the ditch. I don't think it generally runs across too much.
Yeah, some of the you get different compounds in the ditch itself, don't you? In Australia there's lots of sand, so your jack or your bowl goes into the ditch and it stops. But there are other clubs around the place that have sort of a variety of things in the ditch, and sometimes, you know, if you hit it hard enough, once the jack or the bowl's gone into the ditch, it's going to run to the left or the right.
Very technical, Alex. I hadn't given that too much thought.
I think far too much. So that's fine.
So Robbie Bird's just going to try and add to the count. They're holding 2 currently. He just wants the bowl to come up alongside. Yes, that's not too much of a target. That's a good delivery, good result. It's up to the 3 now to try and remove those.
Evan Thomas on the forehand. Minimum weight here. I'm surprised that he didn't go quicker at that.
He's just not quite getting his line for that shot. The first one was wide and the second one equally wide.
If you try to trail it back, I don't know, just I think he slipped a bit on the release there. Robbie Bird on the backhand, asking his bowl to hold. Oh dear. Is he going to be okay? Goodness gracious, his heart would have been in his mouth then if he was half a bowl narrow. That was just about the worst bowl he could have played, but he's got away with it. You can see there the 2 non-stickered bowls, the 2 shot bowls. 22-17 the score. This is the 21st end. Birkenhead sort of need to keep on scoring 1s and 2s if you're following their progress.
A runner shot, yes. Chad Nathan has decided to try and knock those 2 bowls of Corey Brooks's out of the head.
Very close. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky to find the gap. I thought it was pretty good.
Time now for Caleb Hope to consolidate. They have 2 shots. They've got a 6-point advantage. We're at that crucial time of the game when opportunities can be missed and opportunities can be made. So, you know, he's in a good position now. He can just add to the count and or try and protect what he has.
Again, probably just about making the target not bigger. It's on the backhand. He's kept well away from this. He's nice and wide. Trying to get back inbounds in the rink somewhere past in case the jack pops to the back. But all Caleb would have been thinking is it's a big enough target as it is. We know there's holes for bowls. We just saw Chad's bowl find the gap, which might make the target easier to hit. Here we go. On the forehand.
Looks to be a better line.
He's very close here. Oh, unlucky. And you just feel the game is beginning to slip away from the Birkenhead combination here.
Well, especially now that Caleb has the last shot. And so he knows that we've got 2 there and he's always got a 6-point advantage. It could go to 8. It could even go to 9. So he's getting that differential now, which is going to make it hard for the Birkenhead team to pull back.
You're just feeling like beginning to find themselves in a position that'll be very hard to recover from, the Birkenhead team. Caleb Hope on the backhand, trying to draw a bonus shot. Again, he'll be happy to miss wide rather than narrow here. Around all the bowls. It'll turn enough at the end that you go around all the bowls, just like this, and then break back in. Oh, slightly overplayed, but it's going to be... That's good there from Caleb Hope, just saying, come on. Reminding them the job is not done yet. Might have been a 3 there. I think I see a 25 on the scoreboard, so 25-17 the score. That's our 22nd end. Stokes Valley will be looking to finish strong, and it's now or never for Birkenhead.
Most certainly, it's an 8-point differential, 3 ends to play. They've got to be scoring on each of these ends now. Minimum of 2, sometimes 3 perhaps, to be in this game.
Yep, now is the hour. So this end in particular, Birkenhead will be looking to score. Be nice if they could get a number off it. Sort of reduces the number of points you need to score on the final 2 ends.
Yeah, and that puts pressure on the skip and the team when you get to that situation. So this is where it's important now to stay on task, almost forget the scoreboard, and just get your bowls close to the kitty, especially the leads and 2s.
Peter Nathan's first bowl was very good. He'll play the same hand again. Big end for Birkenhead. They need to score on this end.
Yes, you're right, Alex. It's a crucial end for Birkenhead. It's a bit heavy, but it's over the head. Kitty can be trailed. That's a good bowl. So what can David Payne do now for this forehand delivery?
Interesting decision. Still haven't quite got used to the trucks going past the commentary booth, Kev.
Certainly not. Me neither.
I'm not sure if it passes through to you at home through the microphones, but we're in this wonderful commentary booth here at the Paratutu Bowling Club, and it is fantastic. We have our own space that we can commentate and see the broadcast up from. It's great, but there is an occasional very heavy truck that just goes past, and the whole thing, it shakes. And I'm like, well, what's happening?
Well, it's just like us guys here in the commentary box are getting a little earthquake.
Yes, it is. And,
the rest of the people outside are not, but we are.
Yeah, wondering if the monitors are going to stay standing up, etc. But we've been fine. It's also not, I wouldn't call it, it's not been a cold day today in Taranaki. David Payne with his second bowl.
This appears a little bit narrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big hit for Birkenhead, and it's not looking like one yet.
So unfortunately, David Payne couldn't inflict any pain on the Stokes Valley team then, but he has throughout the match.
He has played well, David, but I don't know. The next 4 bowls are going to have to be very effective for Birkenhead, because realistically they'd be trying to get to 20 on this end. 5 down, 2 or 3 to go is all good.
Very good bowl.
Stokes Valley is finishing real strong here, and under a bit of pressure are the Birkenhead team. Would have wanted bowls past the head. Another short one.
Yeah, another short one. Not what his skips want. Not what his skip wanted.
A lot of work required here for Birkenhead if they want to score a number.
Exactly. They need their bowls right on the head or beyond. Robbie Baird trying to add some misery to Birkenhead with this bowl.
Yeah, another good bowl. Holding a number here.
Over the head, that's crucial. And they are certainly holding 4 at the moment. Beg your pardon. Perhaps 1 or 2. 2.
Evan Thomas, regardless, needs to make a good correction here. Needs his bowl to hold up underneath the shot bowl.
And he has.
Snuck in for one.
They have one. Yeah, I think Caleb Hope will be just looking to protect that shot that the opposition has got and not be trying to be too silly here. Going down 1 at this stage of the game is not crucial.
Caleb Hope on the forehand. Not far away. That's a lovely shot.
Oh, a lovely shot.
Has to be jacking the ditch now from Chad.
I believe that's the call. It's got to be. He's 1 down.
What you see from the players' end.
He's 8 down on the scoreboard.
Shall I get my finger ready to press the kill graphic button, or are we not a chance?
I'm sure Chad Nathan knows what to do.
Oh, he's got us. Here we go. On the forehand side, looking for jack in the ditch here. Oh, isn't it incredible how you can just find fresh air? Just feeling like the Stokes Valley team. Feeling a bit more comfortable. So on the forehand again. Caleb Hope 25-17 up on the 22nd end. Look at this here from Caleb Hope.
Oh, superb bowl. He's going to trail the kitty too.
Good half. Good bowl.
They currently hold 2.
Having to draw to save now. On the end where you wanted to score a 3. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow. Needs a good result. Get this one square. Oh, it didn't even. It's a bit unlucky. Played it well, but we're going to see Stokes Valley score again. Beginning to feel a little inevitable now. Birkenhead stuck really close with the Stokes Valley team for the vast majority of this game, but just in the last 6 or 7 ends, it feels like Stokes Valley are just continuing to score. It's been a number of ends. How long since Birkenhead scored?
Yeah, at least 3 or 4 or 5 ends.
Yeah,
maybe 5 ends.
Just beginning to finish strong. Another Stokes Valley team and looking very good going into the final. Now the final 22-10 is the score. Not to the Tower team. I think Gooden is in front. Dino got 3 for him.
2.
And 2 there to Stokes Valley. So 10 points the difference now. 27-17 the score. And we're on the 23rd end of 25. If you're a supporter of the Stokes Valley team, it's looking pretty good. If you're a supporter of the Birkenhead team, you need something miraculous to happen on this end. We're now looking at like probably need a 5. Another 5. We're seeing them score a 5 already. Another one should be required if they are going to be even half a chance in this semi-final, the Birkenhead team.
Yeah, mate, drop right back now. Yeah, good starter.
Good first bowl.
Just over the head. Very good first bowl for a lead player. John Bryan has done that for his team. They hold a commanding lead. They're 10 points ahead into the last two ends. And they'll just be trying to consolidate that position. Birkenhead, on the other hand, they have to chase the game. And they have to sometimes take a few more risks, perhaps, especially the 3 and the 4. Calculated risks, but necessary when you're that many points down with only two ends to play. So it'll be interesting to watch how these next two ends pan out. Certainly possible to get 2 5s on the last two ends, but it's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. It's just we just haven't seen signs in the last little while from the Birkenhead team. They scored a 5 very early on in the game. It was a good 5. But Stokes Valley finishing very strong here, and Birkenhead just fading that little bit. They've had a very long week, these players.
They have indeed.
How many games are section players at, Kev?
Well, there was 52 teams qualified. Post-section, most teams played 2 to get into the final 16. Then it was down to 8, down to 4. So, yeah, they've had plenty of bowls.
Great stuff, mate. Well played.
All the teams out on the rink today have had plenty of bowls throughout the week.
Hot weather.
Good pressure bowl there from Corey Brooks, keeping his team with their nose in front. And, you know, for the Birkenhead team, you know, they've played well in this game, and one team has just managed to get a march and get a few extra points on the board now. And they're really in catch-up mode, and it's going to be a challenge to get this victory.
That's how to do it, though. Good bowl from David Payne. Still
Yes,
fighting
indeed.
away.
He's working away at cutting down that deficit. But this is the end. They need to score. There's Corey Brooks. Lines up his backhand. His first delivery was good.
No, you're close. Hurry down.
Very close here. How's the weight here? Oh, lovely effort.
Birkenhead holding just the one shot. David Payne trying
Not
to
far
add the
away.
second shot.
Try to beat the green, mate. Well done, Birdie. One down.
Yeah, good bowl.
Yeah, well, you heard the call, try and beat the green, and that's exactly what he did. Top bowl, Robbie Bird. You might be one down, but that's okay. You've got the bowl in around the head, only two ends to go, and you've got a good, comfortable advantage.
Same ball.
Interesting here from Birkenhead because one really isn't enough.
No, certainly not. Somebody has to take the reins now and, you know, kill the end, damage the head,
Yeah.
take the risk.
See how it feels. Challenge being those short bowls are short enough that it's not really an easy kill on. There's no, I don't know, I'm struggling to see a shot on for Birkenhead for a number. And you'd have to play 2 absolute bombs to score 3. They'd have put you 7 down with 2 to go, which is probably the best they're going to do here. I think 3 is your best realistic score for the Birkenhead team.
Well, I think you'll find that the Birkenhead skip just wants bowls over the head. You get a few bowls over the head. If you split the head or you trail the kitty in some way, there's a chance that you might get that count of 3 or 4. But if they're up short, it's less likely to get that count you need.
Yeah, I mean, essentially that's what's happened here is a very challenging head to play to for Chad, because he's holding 1, but he's only got maybe just over a foot to draw 2 more bowls to score his 3. There's no real shot play on. Meanwhile, Caleb Hope will be looking to draw the shot, and he's not far away here. Oh, he's in pretty good form today, isn't he, Caleb Hope? Look at this.
Excellent bowl there from Caleb Hope, putting more and more pressure on the Birkenhead team. Very, very difficult position to get at, to try and get a multiple. Obviously, they're discussing that now with their team, but this is the end. They really need to score, and they're currently, just the one and a measure down.
Interesting.
Well, maybe they might even hold the shot.
I think they're down. I think Chad just said, I'll just get into the head and hope for a good result, and I respect that. That's fair enough. So he's just going to play with weight. There's bowls to use. See what happens. So he's trying to develop the head for his last bowl. So we'll see probably on the back end, I think. A shot just with weight to try and change something here.
He's chosen the forehand.
Got rid of some bowls at the back, but
In the back, mate.
hasn't really worked. And just that feeling of inevitability, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Caleb Hope knows that, and all he's doing here is trying to put one close to the ditch.
As Chad makes his way down. Remember, if you want to keep up to date on the results, you can find them on the Bowls Taranaki page. I can tell you that Gooden is leading 25-10 after 20 ends, so looking like he's on track for a finals berth. Caleb just telling me there's a cool shot on for Chad, so I look forward to seeing that. Something square and you'll get a 3. Here we go. He's looking for anything square up front. Try and pop the jack back. On the forehand side. He's very close here. He's very close. Square through. He didn't get it square. Oh, I thought he had that. One more end.
One more end to get a play.
I thought he had that perfect. So they'll take their 1 point. 18-27 the score now. This is the 24th end. You can see play going on at the Bowls Paratutu green. Peter Nathan has thrown a long end, so it's the longest end we've seen in 24 ends. 2-2. And hoping for a miracle. In post-section play, if you are 9 or more behind on the last end, or it's mathematically impossible depending on how far down you are, you can't even play the last end. So if they don't score on this end, it's it regardless.
That's it regardless, you're right. So this is the most important end that the Birkenhead team will have played this complete week.
You want to play if it's mathematically possible. So
well, of course, you want to play it. You've paid your entry fee and you're in the semi-final, and you want to play the game right through. It's not a good idea to concede unless you really have to. So this is the end. They have to nail it and get a 3 or 4 count to make it a contest on the last end. If they do not, yes, it will be all over after this end.
Peter on the back end. Good weight, but underneath on the line.
John Bryan, Stokes Valley, orange bowl. That's the shot bowl. What can he do with his second? Looking pretty good here.
Lovely bowl.
Excellent. 2 bowls from John Bryan.
They'll be feeling,
Pressure is on Birkenhead.
yeah, feeling pretty confident, you'd think, wouldn't they? The Stokes
Oh,
Valley team.
definitely.
They've played pretty well. David Payne here on his forehand side. On this long end, 2 metres to 2 metres.
That's the first time they've had a 2-2, so they've really got to stretch their arm out now. And it's not easy to draw the shot on a 2 metre.
Be pleased the orange ball got in the way of
Very
that.
good effort though. Still just the one shot now, I believe, perhaps. But
Corey.
Stokes Valley have that huge advantage. They have 9.
So how's the weight here? This is very close. That's great stuff. Yeah, good bowl. Let's look from this view here. This bowl just trundles into the ditch. There it goes. Another good head building for Stokes Valley. I think you almost have to try and find a way to kill this if you're Birkenhead. It doesn't look like there's a number coming. You would have wanted at least a 3 or a 4 on this end, so I think just about want to spend the rest of the bowls trying to kill the end. Otherwise, you may as well shake hands.
So even Thomas, what can he do? Can he kill the end? Can we play another end? Can he get the shot?
I don't think he's been asked to kill it. They
He
just
just hasn't got the weight.
feels like they're just playing the end out, which is interesting. Just off the bottom of your screen, you can't see it, but there is a blue stickered bowl that sits at 7 or 8 o'clock. So maybe the next shot for Birkenhead is to reach right through one of the 2 short bowls with blue stickers on them. See if they can collect the jack back up and finish to the bottom left of your screen. Still on. I think that's what Chad's asking for, reaching through those 2 bowls. Little cannon.
The interesting thing, Alex, is Birkenhead have all the back bowls. I beg your pardon, Stokes Valley have all the back bowls.
Yeah, Birkenhead's got 1 back bowl.
Just the one.
It's just off your screen. You can't quite see it. It sort of sits at 8 o'clock. See Robbie on the forehand. He's very close here. Look at that.
Excellent delivery and excellent bowl.
Lovely shot.
Lovely shot there. It's hitting the kitty too, which will make it very difficult to kill.
Yeah, just wind up and hit something.
He's got a hit and hope.
My thinking.
That's what they'll probably try and do.
Well, you either spend 2 balls trying to kill it or you shake hands now.
Very difficult shot selection here for Chad Nathan. Not only does he have to decide on the shot, but he has to be able to execute it and try and get a few points. you go. The runner shot.
On the forehand. To try. All I want to do is use the graphic. May have to wait to the final for that one. Chad's got another bowl. Remember, we are also broadcasting the final. There's still 4 ends left to go on the other semi. There's lunch to be had, I presume. So we'll put on screen at the conclusion of this game an estimated time of recommencement for this Taranaki Fours Open. An opportunity just to have a break, have something to eat, something to drink, do the washing, etc. Caleb trying to put a divot in the green with that delivery.
Oh. I need the outside half of it, eh?
Chad looking to kill. Not to be.
Not to be.
And congratulations to the winning team there. Who's not that team? It's that one. Caleb Hope, Robbie Bird, Corey Brooks and John Bryan from Stokes Valley, Wellington, who in the end posted a convincing win over the Birkenhead team, but it was a well contested game. First 18 ends it was anyone's, and Stokes Valley just able to eke in front. We will be back, so stay tuned. Keep your eyes peeled on our broadcast. We'll let you know when we'll be back, but there's still games going on this Paratutu Green, so we don't know who the final is between yet, but looking likely to be that team of Darren Goodens from Paratutu. So until then, so long and farewell.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Taranaki Fours Open Final. Thank you for joining us, and we've reached, as I said, the final stages, and we watched the semi-final before, and the final now is going to be between the Stokes Valley team that we saw progress earlier on today of Caleb Hope, Robbie Bird, Corey Brooks and John Bryan, and they are taking on the Paratutu team of Darren Gooden, Dean Elgar, Roger Hassel and Don Christensen. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary again today by Kevin Gledhill. And Kevin, you're a Paratutu man, so I'm going to make the decision for you. You're obviously batting for the Paratutu team, but what sort of game style can we expect to see from the Paratutu team here?
Well, the Paratutu team are very experienced. They've got 4 very experienced players in their lineup. Dean Elgar, he's won the New Zealand singles. Current Taranaki singles player. Don Christensen's won 13 Taranaki Taranaki titles. Roger Hassel, 13 Taranaki titles as well. And Darren Gooden is over 25 Taranaki titles. So they're a very experienced team. They know their roles within the team, and I expect them to be very competitive. And yes, I am picking them to win. But on the other hand, as you know, Caleb Hope has got a very competitive team who've done very well, not just in the qualifying games. They've won their games easily. The post section, they've beaten some top teams to get here into the final. You know, they beat Gary Lawson, they beat Mark Anderson's team from Tower, and they just won the game against the Birkenhead and to get into the final. So it's going to be a very competitive match, and it could go either way.
Roger Hassel here on his forehand.
And the Paratutu team will be having the blue stickers on their bowls. You'll be able to indicate that. You'll see the blue sticker on the Don Christensen red bowl, probably holding shot currently. And the Stokes Valley team will have non-stickers on their bowls.
On the back end here, willing it back down. So it's a rink that hasn't been played on today, so they played the semi-finals on 1 and 3, and 2 was reserved for the final. So it'll start off being slightly slower than what the players have come off, because it hasn't just had 25 ends worth of bowls, and because of that, to begin with, I don't think these bowls will turn quite as much as they would have been in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I believe they will take a couple of ends to settle into this. They haven't had a trial end, and but once they've got through those first couple of ends, they'll quickly pick up the speed and the line and length to play their shots.
Lovely effort there from Robbie Bird.
It was a good shot from Dean Elgar there as number 3 for the Paratutu team, who just got a plant on Don Christensen's lead bowl and put it forward into a good commanding position. They're currently holding 2 shots.
He's been a prolific winner over the years, Dean Elgar. Didn't quite make the New Zealand team. He's played for the development New Zealand team in the past, won the New Zealand singles, used to travel to Australia quite regularly and was successful over there. It's a very accurate drive shot, Dean.
He certainly won the New Zealand singles on this very rink. Were very green, Paratutu green, but not this particular rink. In 2013, he won the New Zealand singles, and he's a dominant player in the Taranaki province here in bowls.
Caleb Hope on the back end, and Chad has passed the torch to Robbie Bird. It's an unfortunate result there. Caleb punching up a blue stickered bowl. It's now literally a toucher. It's an unlucky result.
It's a good start from the Paratutu team. They're currently holding 4 shots, and it's always important to get off to a good start. Good for the confidence. Darren Gooden, one of the most experienced players going around in Taranaki. As I said, Taranaki rep for many years, 25 Taranaki centre titles, untold Paratuti Club titles, and yeah, one of the best skips around as well. Very good singles player.
Look at this. That's a good bowl right in the line as well. So you can't even go directly at the shot bowl. He's been asked to try and draw a second shot here.
And Caleb Hope coming down on his backhand, trying to reduce the count. Paratuti currently holding 4.
Needs to
Maybe
rest
5.
anything square. Oh, he might have done it. Good shot. He was close to getting very unlucky there. You'd play the little... It's very tempting to play the little cannon to go blue on to white. Little cannon worth 5 or 6 shots on this first end. These opportunities don't come every day, even in these 25 end games against a team as good as the Stokes Valley team. And this weight was perfect, but he's wide. We'll see on this first end. A couple, I think, to Darren Gooden's team.
Well, they were certainly holding 4, but a great shot from Caleb Hope to reduce the count to just the 2 shots to Paratutu. So they lead after the first end, 2 shots to 0. Don Christensen, the club president here at the Paratutu Bowling Club, also a multiple Taranaki centre title holder with 13 centre titles and many club titles as well, and has begun to specialise now in the lead position, having played many positions in many Paratutu teams. Very, very good draw bowler. Christensen's bowl is coming towards the head, but just starting to cut away a little. Jack high. John Bryan with his first delivery on the second end. He's also going to cut away slightly.
It's underneath the line.
It will be the shot, I believe, at the moment. Christensen's bowl this time just not finding the target. So it's the turn now of John Bryan, his second bowl on the second end. He's a left-hand bowler, so he's on his backhand.
I'll play, Jim boy. Good, mate.
Just past the head. 2 good bowls from John Bryan there. Roger Hassel. Hassel Holmes.
Yeah.
He's been a builder for many years, and he's obviously trying now to build the head with his first delivery, second end. Try and get one close.
Very consistent bowler, isn't he, Roger? Was part of the winning New Zealand champion fours team. When did we lose to them, Colin? 3 years ago? 2 or 3 years ago? Played very well on that occasion too.
He's had many years of experience, Roger Hassel, and very, very competent bowler in many positions. Played a lot of skip and played a lot of games with Darren Gooden, so he knows each other. They know each other's game very well, and Roger reads the head particularly well as a number 3 and provides advice, and I'm sure he will today, to Dean Elgar as well for the shot selection.
Roger just lining up on his forehand here. Can't be far away from making a correction. That's a lovely bowl. He does that all day long, doesn't he, Roger Hassel? That blue stickered bowl in for the shot.
Well, he certainly played on this rink, this green many times, and it was a very good delivery there, very controlled, and he currently has the shot. To turn now of Dean Elgar, number 3 for the Paratuti team. He's only recently come over and joined full-time at the Paratuti Club in the last couple of years, and he's been a great addition to our playing ranks.
Just underneath the line.
Robbie Bird, he set down his first bowl. Backhand has been chosen by quite a few bowlers as their first delivery.
Well played.
Nice position to rest there. Dean Elgar now trying to bowl a similar bowl.
Welling that back in. Look at that. Just a bit lazy on that hand. I think we'll see it free up. It's an unused rink, remember. There we
Yes,
go.
you're right, Alex. It hasn't been used, and it'll take a couple of ends to just determine the correct line to play to bring the ball back to the centre line. But they're all experienced players here, and it shouldn't take them too long to get into a very good rhythm and set the game going the way they would like to, building the head for their advantage.
See play continuing in the open pairs as well in the corner of this green. And a crowd will begin to build here watching the Taranaki Fours final. Very, very warm outside, so there's actually a lot of people peering out through the windows at the Paratutu Club from the relative comfort of the shade, and hundreds of people tuning in as well. And we thank you for watching the coverage as we see Darren Gooden here on his backhand side.
Right, yeah. Thanks,
Look at that. That's a lovely bowl. Blue stickered bowl in for second shot.
Very, very good delivery there. Very smooth in his action, and he's put 2 bowls. There's 2 bowls up there now for the Paratuti team. They're applying the early pressure to the Stokes Valley side.
Needs it to hold up. Oh, how did he find the gap? Clean. That was a bit stiff.
You got a second and fourth probably. It looks a nice shot through wide. Get to the blue. Over the draw.
Darren on the forehand. Opted for pants in the heat, which is an interesting call. This is very close here. Look at this. Where's the jack going?
Won the hard way.
Beautiful shot.
Great result there as well. He knew what he wanted to do, and he got the plant on the bowl. Pushed the kitty back,
No, but yeah, well, we had
currently
that-
holding the shot.
Yep.
Oh, I might get to use the kill button. He's looking to chip the bowl. And he said he's just making sure he couldn't get unlucky. Oh, he's not winding up, so maybe he's just playing reaching weight.
He's certainly a bit of purpose on this bowl.
Look at this, look at this. And it's gone. And are you ready for this?
There's the first kill of the day.
Look at that. It's a kill. And what a graphic. What a moment on the Taranaki Fours final. The kill from Caleb Hope, kill 1. I think that's the best thing I've ever achieved in a broadcast.
Thank you, Alex. I was looking forward to that.
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Oh, good stuff. So a good shot there from Caleb Hope.
I think we're in for a very, very good game this afternoon, Alex. The first two ends have shown Caleb on the driving and the drawing shots that have come through. So we're in for a very, very close contest, I believe.
Very sun smart, the Paratutu lead. Don. High up on his forehand side. Static delivery.
Yeah, he's gone to that static delivery in the last 3 or 4 years. He would probably be best man to talk to about why that is. I'm not going to preempt why that might be, but he's chosen to go to a fixed stance, and he's been very successful with it, just using his arm. And certainly not stepping out as most bowlers do.
Of course, I had the pleasure of being introduced to John Murter by Grant Hassel yesterday when Colin and I came to the Paratutu Club to set up for the broadcast, and John was the director of coaching for the New Zealand Bowling Association for a number of years and was probably one of the best exponents that we've had of that fixed stance delivery. He used to take a step, then swing his arm. Good to see he still takes an active interest in the sport of bowls. His name scattered all over the Paratutu boards, of course.
Yeah, I'm pleased you've mentioned that, Alex, because he's a continual mentor for many people in the Taranaki region and bowls. He's readily available if you call him up to come down and see your action and your delivery, and he's always willing to help out young bowlers and experienced bowlers improve their game. So well done, John, and I hope you continue to do that into the future.
Roger Hassel on the backhand.
Roger was in the winning 2015 team with Darren Gooden. They won this event in 2015, and Roger has been runner-up on numerous occasions, so he's well experienced in knowing what finals pressure is all about. He wouldn't be too happy with that delivery, a little bit short.
Just walked away from his bowl once he realised to.
And as we might perhaps expect, Roger Hassel's son Grant is, a key figure in Taranaki Bowls administration.
Certainly gives a lot to the sport.
Certainly does, and both Roger and
so.
Grant certainly Grant would have learned a lot about bowls from his father in the earlier days. And Grant plays a good game of bowls too.
Always looks resplendent in his the Taranaki fours, where he walks around with his white shirt and tie. On the colder day, sometimes a blazer makes an appearance, but that's not happening today, which is entirely understandable.
Yeah, Corey Brooks a little bit wide on that delivery. Just not biting into the arcing position, and probably a narrower line might be needed on that hand.
Some excitement happening from the pairs rank. I thought someone had fallen over, but just Adam getting a bit excitable. I think he played a good bowl. I'll look over and see the score is 17-18, which might explain the excitement.
Good bowl from Dean Elgar there, keeping the pressure on the Stokes Valley team. They probably hold 2 shots currently. That's the Paratutu team with holding 2 shots.
This is close here. This needs a little bit more running. Look at this on the back end. Looked like it just drifted a little bit there. Coming back in now. Beautiful greens here at the Paratutu Club. Always been well maintained, and if you consider the fact that it's been a week's worth of bowls on the screen and look at the coverage and how healthy the green is looking, it's a testament to the greenkeepers.
Oh, it most certainly is, and it's not just the green superintendent. There's several people that are right in behind them doing their job most evenings. Most days during the week there's some work being done on the greens to ensure they're in tip-top condition. So it's a thank you to Mike Walsh, Aidan Citizen, Don Christensen as well, Glenn Fowle, Spud Andrews. They all get out there and spend time on the rinks to make sure they're well prepared, watering it, doing whatever is needed to ensure we have pristine rinks to play on. So well done, and thank you on behalf of the commentary team for the way you prepared the green over the course of this last week, and obviously towards the Taranaki Women Open as well.
See Darren Gooden on the back end. We'll just try and get a better angle. Look at it from this distance. I was very impressed to see Kev today when Hayden Zitterslam was busy mowing the green, that someone has had a very good idea, and they use carpet, the carpet sweepers, when you have the little manual carpet sweeper, the carpet sweeper along the edges of the green to pick up the little bits and pieces from the grass. And I thought, what a clever idea. Anyway, back to the bowls. Caleb Hope on the back end. He's on a narrow line. Needs his bowl to hold up. Unless it's trying.
Paratutu currently holding 2 is Darren Gooden, and this very smooth delivery of his puts his bowl down the track.
Close. Where's the jack gone? An orange bowl, Stokes Valley.
Pretty unfortunate there. He trailed the kitty across to John Bryan's orange bowl. Pretty unfortunate, but it happens often in bowls. Not intentional.
It's a bit unlucky there really from Darren. Caleb Hope willing to bowl around a short one, but not to be. One anyway on the second end. The score now 1-2. As we enter the third end of this game. See in the background the Open Pairs final still ongoing. One the difference there. Check out the Bowls Taranaki website to find a live score update on that game. Been very topsy-turvy. It was 4-all after 8, and then Brendan and Adam ran out to quite a handy lead, and I think it's tightened back up again.
Well, here's something interesting for you, Alex. Brendan Walton, he's in the final of the Pairs today. Last year he was in the final and came runner-up in this particular Taranaki Men's Open 4s.
Yes.
I wonder if that's been done before.
Yes, yeah, that's certainly interesting.
So he was runner-up in the Men's 4s last year, and he's in the final of the Men's Pairs today.
Now, based out of Auckland, of course, Brendan Moulton does a good job working for Bowls Auckland. Played a bit of his bowls out of Paratutu, and before then, him and I actually played out of the same club at Gate Par in Tauranga. Look at this here from Don. It's a lovely bowl.
Great draw bowl from Don Christensen, doing what all leads should do and just putting his bowl over the head. Well done, Don.
John. That's a good bowl. Great leading from these two. That's great leading from these two.
Whatever Don can do, I can match it, says John Bryan, and he certainly did. Small trail of the kitty, currently holding shot. Well done, John Bryan.
Don just sticking to the backhand side. Looking to play a very similar bowl. Good shot. Finished level with the jack, but just underneath.
Either way. Throw into it, mate.
So what can Corey Brooks do with this delivery?
Oh, he
He's
was
just
looking.
going for a deep hole.
Yeah. Not the end of the world. Good one to correct from, isn't it?
Certainly is. Nothing wrong with the bowl behind.
Roger Hassel delivery. How's the weight? It's got a good line if he has the weight to keep going. Just fallen a smidgen short there. And so a chance for Corey to make his correction. And he's close here, Kev. He's very close here if he clears that bowl inside or outside it. Good shot.
The head is building nicely as Roger Hassel with his second shot, playing number 3 for the Paratutu team.
Oh, he didn't let that one go as nice as he would have liked. But it's still holding up. I think it'll fall short. It came out with just a little bit of a bounce from Roger. Yeah, just underneath there.
Happy either way, mate. Pretty tight. Stop here, you got to try and get him the inside of the green and we'll throw a shot to here.
Caleb just indicating he's not sure who's holding the shot. Tight head building, as we expected to see the heads tighten up. It will do so. Robbie Bird willing this bowl down. Just a little bit sticky. Outside half. It's a blue stickered bowl.
Good delivery from Dean Elgar there. Just got the edge of Don Christensen's lead bowl. Clipped it in closer to the kitty. Robbie Bird just not being able to get the line and weight on his delivery that time. So Dean will line up for a second attempt.
Yeah, easy to slightly overcorrect, it seems.
Just going for a dead draw here. No.
Oh, slightly over. Well, the line's pretty good. I mean, barring that one, there's a rogue bowl that sits to the left of your screen. The green's been pretty well picked for the rest of the bowls by these teams, and we'll see heads very similar to this for the next 22 ends of bowls as the players switch over. It's early stage. I can report that Adam Blucher and Brendan Moulton have won the Open Pairs final based on the reaction at the conclusion of that game. Congratulations to them. It's part of the tournament history, those Open Pairs that have played the last 2 days. Caleb willing this bowl to hold up.
That's another reason, Alex, why this tournament is so, favoured by people coming to play it, because they play their fours, and if they're unsuccessful, instead of going home early, they can then go and play a pairs tournament, stick around for a couple other days, and make a whole week of it. And they enjoy that opportunity to play the fours. If unsuccessful in post-section, there's always an opportunity to play in a pairs tournament. And it keeps people coming back to this tournament year after year.
A great tournament it is too. Darren Gooden here on the back end. How's he weight? Interesting. I am very surprised, unless that's an intentional block, that he would miss by that much.
It could be an intentional block.
I just don't see him missing by that much otherwise,
No.
So I suspect that he's put it down the line on purpose.
Darren is a very strategically thinking bowler, and I think he did that deliberately. But
He's got it. Look at this here from Caleb Hope. And he's stuck with the jack. Great shot.
Excellent shot there. Rested the advantage back to the Stokes Valley team.
Holding one. And an interesting head.
Dean Elgar, with all of his experience, having a close look. Also Don Christensen coming forward to perhaps give some advice.
So it looks like Stokes Valley holding two there based on that camera angle. That's what it looks like from the players' end. Be attempting to have a nibble on the backhand side. Got chances of removing at least one bowl away. How's Darren's run shot or drive shot?
Oh,
Kev?
very good. He's very accurate at that and always has been. But in a no time limit game, he's decided to come forward and have a look. It always looks different down the far end and when you're up close to the bowl. So he's now had a good look. He would know what he wants to do. And generally the skip has the first option. And the second shot, they sometimes need to have a bit of advice from their 3 and 2. So Darren Gooden is firm in his mind what shot he will play.
On the backhand with weight. Anything square's good. That one's square. Where's the jack going? It's stuck around. He's scummed a one out of that. Well, I think you thank the bowls gods and move on. He had nice weight. He was a bowl narrow, and we're going to see one to Darren Gooden's team over 25 ends. That's going to happen a few times. Usually goes both ways. Look at this here. He's tight, so Dean Elgar's in full panic, and then relief.
Yeah, you can often tell from Dean Elgar what the shot result would be long before it happens. He's very expressive on the rink, and he was a bit concerned about how that might turn out, but it's turned out okay for the Paratiti side.
Always thought it'd be quite amusing to have the books you put on coffee tables. I think if you had a photographer go around, not take pictures of the bowls or anything, but just people's facial expressions as they ride the bowls up the green, I think it could be quite incredible. Some of the contortions that people go to.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alex, but having mentioned photographers, it's also worthy to mention at this point the willing photographers that have gone around all of the rinks and taken photos. They're on Facebook of the many bowlers in this tournament, not just their action on the green, but just their facial expressions, just sitting talking to a teammate or a family supporter, and we thank the photographers who have done that willingly and then put them on Facebook. So that's another example of the volunteers that people provide throughout the course of this tournament. Thank you very much.
Don on the forehand. It's away pretty smooth.
Oh, he's got a smooth delivery. He always has had a smooth delivery, and he's always going to be close. Two good balls, Don.
Oh, outside half.
Hassel on his forehand, a left-hand bowler. How's your weight, Roger, this time? Just have to beat the orange bowl. Very good.
So 3 blue stickered bowls are the 3 closest ones at this stage. Roger here on his forehand. Very important to stay hydrated in these events, isn't it, Kevin?
Oh, most definitely. You're out in the sun, you've got all the elements against you, and you need to stay hydrated. Well, that just has to be a winner, Roger. And guess what? You have a horse called Has to Be a Winner. I noticed the other day it ran third. Race won at Trentham. And you've just bowled a winner, mate. Well done. Has to be a winner.
That's a great name for a horse. That's fantastic. I'll be disappointed, though, if it didn't live up to its name.
Well, he's put 2 winning shots down there now, and he'll be pleased with that. Paratutu holding 3 currently. Dean Elgar just trying to get on the inside of that orange bowl of John Bryan.
Now, I've spent the last 3 minutes trying to find the name of one of the people who took the photos, Kevin. There's a lady called Mary Salt who goes around taking pictures. She was here for the New Zealand Indoor Bowls Championships in June, which is why it rang a bell. I saw her around here taking photos earlier today. And they just do it for the love of sport and for the love of taking pictures, and does such a fantastic job. So I'd encourage you, if you have an idle moment, just go to the Paratutu Bowling Club Facebook page. They've got her Albin, Mary Salt, and her partner Kevin Jordan, who take these most wonderful pictures of the Taranaki Fours. They've done a fantastic job, and really, really cool to see. There's another blue stickered bowl. There's a few of them around this head.
Good bowl, Dean Elgar, just advancing. Rogers has to be a winner shot, a bit closer to the kitty.
Robbie, I think it's easy to be, it feels like it's easy to be wide on this rink to start off with. Not quite as free as we have seen.
This could be a winning shot
He
too.
says as this bowl breaks right back into the head. That's a beautiful shot and proved a liar of me. What a bowl. You're 3 down under a bit of pressure. That's a really good bowl to play.
Well, Rogers has to be a winner, but that was a winner. Well done, Robbie Bird. You've got the shot away from the Paratutu team.
And Darren just talking about what hand to play a reaching bowl on. Because they've got so many blue stickered bowls around the place, there's good percentages that if you just play with reaching weight on either hand, you're either chipping the bowl out or moving the jack towards one of your bowls. Here we go, Darren on the backhand side in the end. He might be going a bit quicker than... Oh no, that's just his delivery. Don't worry. Look at this. When's it going to break? It's a late breaking hand. Yeah, just drifts. Just drifts. Players will figure it out pretty quickly.
They certainly have, and that was a, nicely weighted bowl. Just didn't quite get the arcing into the head that he wanted.
Oh, that's where you get tricked, because Caleb knew it's a straight hand and he's pinched the line. So almost a free hit here for Darren. Another opportunity on the backhand.
Dean Elgar willing this shot.
He's very close.
Very animated. Seeking it to come through and just draw up to the kitty.
Oh, good try. Bonus bowl opportunity for Caleb Hope to level the score in this Taranaki Fours final. On the backhand he is. Drifting wide. and 1 to Caleb Hope and co. 2-3 the score on the 5th end here at the Paratutu Bowling Club.
I think it would be fair to say, Alex, that it's taken a little while for the Stokes Valley team to hit their straps. Paratutu, a team, have started well and have kept the pressure on, but I think the Stokes Valley team now are starting to get their rhythm together and understanding the speed of this rink, and yeah, I think you'll see some very good bowls from now on from both teams.
It's one of the interesting things about this format, isn't it? Because it's a 25-end game, which is 7 ends longer than what we're used to for fours in New Zealand. We usually play 18 ends with time limits nowadays. It's probably 15 or 16 ends are more likely. So it's a game that's got like another quarter to another third to it. And as a player in the beginnings, I don't find there's quite that sense of panic's not the word I'm looking for, but you're not uptight when you're not playing as well as you would like to, because there is so much time. So it's just about, if you're playing not as well as you'd like, as long as you're able to cut the losses down to 1s and 2s, it's not really a problem at the Taranaki Open. It's when you're not playing well and you lose big numbers that there's a problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the urgency isn't there in those early ends. They're just going through the motions, playing their bowls and hoping that they'll keep the score ticking over. The pressure comes on in the latter part of the game when it's very close, as we saw in the first semi-final game where it was 16 all, and obviously the Stokes Valley team then got a bit of a lead from there and got 3, and before long they were out to 6, and the pressure was on for the Birkenhead team to get back in the game, and it happened later in the match, and but the early rounds were very close and very competitive.
Yeah, the movement tends to happen from end 18 through.
2 good bowls here from Don Christensen.
Look at that. That's exceptional
tucking
stuff.
in behind the John Bryan bond. 2 very good bowls. Don Christensen, president of this famous bowling club in Taranaki, the Paratutu Bowling Club, where we're playing today, the final of the Taranaki Men's Open Fours.
And into its centenary year now, the Paratutu Bowling
Yes,
Club.
indeed. Yes, indeed. We have our centennial coming up at Easter of this year. And if I may put a small plug to those people listening out there, there's plenty of opportunity to register. I'm on the Centennial Committee, and registrations are open now.
Great
and
stuff.
It's at Easter, and there is a bowling tournament on the Saturday, a men's fours and a women's fours, and also on the Sunday a mixed drawn fours. We have a Friday mix and mingle. We have a Saturday evening dinner with guest speakers John Macbeth and Grant Nisbet in attendance. So it'll be a great occasion to spend your Easter at New Plymouth and join us for our Paratutu's 100th year of existence.
Absolutely. There's a number of clubs that have chalked up or are about to chalk up the centenary. Of course, the first boom in bowling clubs came after World War One. Men returning home after World War One, looking for gentle exercise and companionship. And then the second boom was after World War Two. So it's good to see Paratutu has made it to a century of bowls, and long may it continue. It was interesting. I didn't appreciate until we went to the Nationals this year, and we were doing some research for the national singles as part of the commentary prep, because we have new trophies now, so the shields go right back to the 1890s when technically the first nationals was held. Didn't appreciate that bowls was mainly a South Island sport for its first 30 or 40 years, and that's because that's where most of the Scottish settlers ended up, sort of Dunedin, Christchurch, etc., and they brought the game with them of lawn bowls, so indebted to them. But it was a very small sport for a very long time. It took a while to gain its feet, as we see Robbie just reach past to the 2 metre mark.
I think Darren, as the skipper of the Paratutu side, said we have 2. Given some direction to Dean Elgar. So Dean Elgar is trying to deliver what the skipper's asked of him. He's not far off.
Look at this.
Excellent head being built here by the Paratuti team. Pressure on the Stokes Valley side. And yes, the pressure has been transferred into a runner shot.
Playing with weight. Oh, it's made it worse. Oh no, it's set back out. There's still a chance there, but half a bowl wide.
That's all it was. That's all it took. It could have knocked him out of the rink. Just wants a bowl around over the head, preferably over the back. First three players in each team now can only but watch what happens next as they've completed their bowls.
Yes.
They can't do anything about the outcome of this end.
So we look at this head. Blue stickers, certainly 2, maybe 3. That orange bowl, the closest one of the Stokes Valley team. Be intriguing to see what weight Caleb Hope opts to play it with. He's an all-round player, this guy. He's got all the shots in the book, which can actually be, I find that quite challenging sometimes because you don't know, if you think you can execute every shot, which one do you pick? But he's going to wind up here.
He's certainly lining up for a run shot here.
He's not short, needs a good result. Didn't get one. Well, he wasn't short. It looks like he's damaged his shoulder. He just rolled his arm around a little bit there. I never have that problem, Kev, because I can't throw them that hard. It doesn't work.
I can't throw them that hard either, but you can find that your shoulder can take a bit of a beating when you do a few run shots, and yeah, sometimes it can make it difficult to continue doing them time after time.
The best ones look effortless. If you look back at some of the old videos from Peter Ballas, who's still exceptional by the way, but when he was playing a lot of drive shots, real fast bowls, they looked absolutely as smooth as silk and as effortless as you'd like. Well, I think we're going to see another wind up here from Caleb Hope.
Oh, most definitely. There's nothing else that he could draw to save, but I believe the best option might be to just have another runner.
If you've wound up once, you may as well wind up twice, right?
I agree. It's normally recommended to have the same shot the second time.
Here we go. Let's go and hit it again. Just be thinking, just let it go good.
That's a bit wider that time, but the pressure being seriously put on the Stokes Valley team by the way the lead 2 and number 3 have played so far for the Paratuti side, so well done.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, but you look, we're in 5 of 25.
Got plenty of ends.
Oh, that's interesting. He's underneath the line. Not that far underneath. It was looking just to roll through inside out off the orange for a bundle. We'll see what it ended up being. I'm calling it maybe a 3 here for the Paratutu team.
Well, certainly 2 have gone out. Dean Elga on the measure.
Just looking to see when Paratutu first had a win in the Taranaki fours. I can't read as quickly as I'd like, to be honest. Stand by. Well, I'm looking at the women's fours, Kev, so that would be unhelpful.
No, 2 have been called by Dean Elga to Darren to put on his scorecard. So that takes the score now out to 5 points to 2. Darren Gooden's team from Paratuti leading in this final. Both Darren Gooden, Roger Hassel and Don Christensen have been in winning Paratuti teams in this Taranaki men's open fours, but Dean Elgar has yet to taste victory in this particular event, but he's in a very strong team.
Isn't that incredible
and
that Dean
this
Elgar
could be his
hasn't?
moment this year, who knows?
He's won every title that you can win in the book. He's won a New Zealand singles. He hasn't won a Taranaki fours. That's unbelievable stuff. Wasn't until 1966 that Paratutu first tasted victory in this event. There were 2 MacArthurs, a Koori and an Eves were a part of that team in 1966. And then they seem to have won it on and off every few years since then. Yeah, team won it in 71. Team won it in 78, etc., etc. John Murder was in that team, incidentally, in 1978. So not until the 60s that Paratutu had a winning team. One of the events that still is largely club or centre based, isn't it? So we don't really talk about composite teams in the context of the Taranaki Open. You have to be a member of the same club.
That's 100% correct. If you live in the Taranaki province and wish to enter this event, you have to have a team of 4 players from within your own club. It's only the outside players. They can bring all from Auckland or Wellington, but they cannot generally take a player from the local club and join up with their team.
Yeah, and I think you have to be from the same centre if you're an outside,
Same centre, yeah.
an outside player, which is quite cool. So that's sort of, it's got shades of what the national tournament used to be like.
Well, it just keeps this tournament. It just keeps this tournament unique, and it's in the fact that it's 25 ends, and we've just talked about there the team composition. But it attracts bowlers from all over New Zealand to play in this event, and it just shows you, Alex, that it's still a popular event, the 25 end game.
Oh, great stuff! Yeah, absolutely. Good to have this event on the calendar. Sort of, it's a bucket list event for a lot of bowlers that I talk to. I know I'd like to get back to it one day as well, but when you take up the game, people always talk about the Taranaki Fours and how good it is to play, and so a lot of juniors taking up the game think, well, that's something that I'd like to get around to doing. And once you do it once, you sort of get the bug for it. I know there's a few juniors from the Auckland, actually it was the Mount Albert team. They were juniors not that long ago. This will be maybe their second or third Taranaki Fours, and we have some players from Point Chevan, the same boat, who reasonably new to bowls, went to one and thought, well, this is something I'd like to keep coming back to. Over the years, some incredible records of longevity and playing in this event. Jack, is there a Jack? Jack Pringle, is that a person?
Certainly, Jack Pringle is in his 90s now.
Yes, I think
he's a patron of the Paratutu Bowling Club.
Oh, there we go.
And though he doesn't roll a bowl up too often nowadays, he always comes and supports the Paratutu members in the events we play. So, yeah, great stalwart of this club and a very, very excellent bowler in his time.
My recollection is he's got an incredible record of longevity. I think at the Taranaki Open Fours, maybe the Golden Oldies event at Manawatu, I think he attended a lot of those. It was sad to acknowledge the passing too of Keith McMurtry from Manawatu. I interviewed him a few years ago. He had a lot to do with the founding of the Golden Oldies tournament over there, but was also a past president of Bowls New Zealand and one of many people who's given so much to the sport.
That was a great delivery from Dan Elgar there, keeping the pressure on yet again as number 3. He holds the shot currently. Don Christensen probably in the measure for the second shot. Robbie Baird trying to rest on John Bryan's bowl, but unable to do so. It's just the one shot.
So, interesting, Darren just acknowledging there's a danger to the back left of the head as we see it, and saying your goal is to sort of draw to the point of that orange bowl. Dean just underneath the line. Remember, the blue stickered bowls belong to the Paratutu team.
It's not a bad bowl though, Alex, even though it's under the line. It's kind of in the drawing line now of Robbie Baird.
Yeah, it means we're likely to see a pushing shot here. So Robbie be underneath that line of Dean's. You've got the 2 orange bowls as catches, so you can afford just to miss on the heavy side. This hand seems reasonably challenging to play. It's just underneath the line there. Good catching bowl. So the 2 orange bowls of Stokes Valley there are where the jack will plan to be headed by Caleb Hope. So Darren Gooden is now making a decision as to where to place his bowl. I think we'll see him on the full hand, which is to the left as we see it. Beautiful. What is it, summer? Yes. Beautiful summer's day. Don't mind me. Here at Paratutu. I've lost all sense of time after the Nationals. It's all sort of fallen apart. But, wonderful, wonderful weather here. Another bowl that sits in the eye line a little bit. I think that one was not on purpose, but sits in the eye a little. So that'll obscure the jack for Caleb from the player's end. That bowl should be about in line. There was a coach once who worked out from the player's end, if you're an average of 6 feet tall and you can't see the jack, how far past the bowl the jack must be. But I can't remember what that is, so it's a pointless bit of information.
See, Caleb Hope now on the backhand has Dan Elgar's bowl right in his drawing line.
He's very close, Caleb.
But he's under that, which
He's
is
very
good.
close. Look at this. Good shot.
That was an excellent shot, Caleb Hope.
He's just
You
pushed
nailed
it.
that to perfection.
Pushed it a smidgen too far. I think holding one. Just see if we can. There we go. So I think holding one to that bowl at the bottom right of the screen. There's one blue stickered bowl around there. So for Darren Gooden, it's about getting another bowl on the head, because if you do nothing, Caleb will be ripping that blue stickered bowl out and score lots at the risk of not being specific enough. I think if he gets rid of that bowl, he's holding 6 or 7. So hugely important than Darren Gooden. Is there or thereabouts. Someone trying to give me a heart attack with a tooting of the horn. Okay, this is a moment. It's what we talk about, Kev. Get rid of that bowl. You get rid of that bowl, you get a number, and you don't get many chances for a number against a team as
This
good
is
as
what they
Darren
say in
Gooden's.
bowls, you know, opportunities come along at various times in the game, and could this be one of those times when, if he can do the shot, yes, you're right, he could get a multiple. It's a risk and reward situation to think about, calculated risk.
Huge moment. Be unlucky for this to go wrong, really. On the forehand. Needs it to hold. He's very close here, Caleb Hope. This is a big moment in this game. Oh! Well, I'd like a replay of that. I thought he had that absolutely perfect.
Almost.
What are the chances? He set the ball up and over once. I think it's been enough to score a 1, but I thought that was perfect. Watch this. He's got it all the way and then he doesn't. Got them both at the same time. That blue stickered bowl went up and over 1.5 times.
See, that's a situation where an experienced skip saw it straight away. What was the shot to do? Yes, I've done it many times in training or in a game. I can do it. He trusted himself to do it and just didn't quite get the result he wanted to, but there was not much thinking about it. He knew instinctively what to do. And that isolated bolt almost gave him a good multiple.
Yeah, he played
Couldn't quite get it out far enough.
Played it very well. He was either, depending on your perspective, he was either an inch wide or 2 or 3 feet heavy. Both of those things would result in the bowl missing the way it did.
Yeah.
But very, very close
But
to
you
a
picked it
very
straight
good bowl.
away, Alex, which is good to see that as a commentator, you know, you read the head exactly the same way that he did.
It's much easier to commentate than to play the bowls, trust me. This bowl just continuing to run on. Look at this on the back end.
Yeah, good ball there from John Bryan with his orange ruffy coloured bowls.
Very nice eating, aren't they? The orange ruffy, on that note. So very old. They're a remarkably old fish, which I never realised, because they live deep down in the ocean under so much pressure that the orange ruffy lives for a very long time.
It's amazing what I've learnt today sitting beside you today, Alex. That's another one I can chalk up.
We've got Just less than 20 ends left to go, so I might have one or two more nuggets of gold, but unlikely. There we go on the back end.
Corey Brooks won't be happy about that one. He's short of the head by a good 2 metres, or maybe more.
Roger on the forehand. So when we talk forehands and backhands and bowls, it's just a term that we use. So forehand, if you're wondering, means if you're right-handed, you go away from your body, and the backhand is to the left. So right to the right is the forehand, to the left is the backhand. If you're right-handed and left-handed, it's the other way around. So away from your body would be to your left as your forehand, and across your body to the right would be your backhand if you're left-handed. Just terms we use in bowls. It means it's easier when you're sitting around the table and using pepper pots or whatever to build your heads. You explain, well, I played on the forehand or the backhand. Just easier to visualise in this way or that way.
So Hassel, being a left-hander, he's on his forehand.
Just drifting. It's one of those loose heads.
That's right, just not actually coming back and turning closer to the head as you would like. But it's resting on the high side, didn't cross the line. Sky blue bowls of Robbie Bird now starting to make their entrance into the head.
I'll play, Bertie. Very good.
Some encouragement from a skipper there, Caleb Hope. Well done, Birdie. That's all he needed to do was get it close, and he did.
Look at this.
Sorry, wait, good.
Lovely weight.
You got one, mate. Same
Says
idea.
we got one. Robbie on the back end.
Well played, Robert.
This looks pretty good here, Alex. It's going to come through. Oh, very, very nice ball.
That's a lovely shot. Very, very
Put
impressive.
another one on the head.
Darren just asking for another ball on the head.
Trying hard.
Darren Gooden saying it's trying hard.
Look at this. Up and over. Oh, good try.
Not able to just tip it over. If he had, would have been a great shot.
Looks like the first team from the Wellington region to have won the Taranaki Fours was one from Hutt in 1949. R. Shearer, A. Webster, H. Brighting and T. G in 1949. So clearly it's not that far away, is it, to Wellington? So it'll be a long history of teams travelling up.
Stokes Valley Club have got some capable bowlers within it, within its ranks, haven't they, Alex? They've got the guy Blake Signal.
Yes.
Got Caleb Hope here. Is it Finbar McGuigan playing out of that club too?
Yep,
So
yep.
they've got some calibre bowlers who are in that environment in Wellington.
Yes, no, one of the very strong centres, one of the old centres, Wellington, New Plymouth, Auckland, Christchurch. Can trace their histories right back. Caleb just getting caught up there. Interesting decision to make for Darren Gooden. I think he's going to have he's walking like he's going to have a little nibble on the forehand side. So there's a gap between the shot blue bowl and the jack. It's possible to chip it off. If it does get jack movement, it's going back at worst case scenario at a 6 o'clock direction, probably more at 7 or 8. on the head. So worth a chance here on the forehand. A bit of weight. He's given this every chance. If he gets past the front bowls, he's close here, team. He's close. Oh, slice of hell.
You see what the short bowl does? It just clipped the short bowl. If it hadn't have been there, it probably would have been right on the money.
Yeah, it was very, very
that
close.
short bowl just, stopped that shot from being regarded as a very, very good effort.
Or you draw.
Oh, interesting. So Robbie said, why don't you run the bowl off on the back end?
Stay on that.
That's a very proactive shot.
That's an
Worth an
aggressive shot.
Worth an extra 2.
You can try and draw one, eh?
Yeah, that's a better call.
I think that's the best call.
Only because it was only worth an extra 1, and if you lost your bowl, you've only made... Yeah, the reward wasn't worth the risk there. So Caleb on the back end just trying to draw a bonus instead. If he clears the front bowl, he'll be in the area, but I think it's going to get bogged. No, it's just fallen short.
Still like it there, controlled weight. Pick one out.
Controlled weight has been called. He's got an open track to the kitty this time. Should be no bowls in the way. But I don't think his line is quite right this time. No, it isn't.
It's underneath, so I think we're going to see 2.
Come underneath.
So we approach the 8th end. Jack delivered. Again, it's interesting. I usually try and pay attention to sort of what length Jack has been thrown, if there's a favoured hand. But as I found in the semi-final, in this final of the Taranaki Fours, doesn't really seem to be like a clear favoured length or side of the rink to play from any of these players, Kev.
No, that's right. But both teams seem to be favouring probably a 3/4, just beyond a 3/4 length. It's a comfortable length to have them at, and most bowlers feel comfortable at that length, and it's just in a case of who's going to outdraw each other, and then it becomes a really good contest. Good starter there from Don Christensen.
Very good bowl.
Don has quickly identified the line. He's only got to work now on the weight.
Of course, if you're thinking about travelling to Taranaki to play in the Bowls New Zealand Somerset Open National Fours and Mixed Pairs, now is the hour to get your entries in. They close on the end of the month, I think the 31st of January. So you've got about 10 days to get it done. We'd love to see you there. You've seen today the greens are beautiful, and Paratutu is just one of many clubs that have greens running absolutely fantastically in the Taranaki region, and you will get well looked after. It'll be worth your time to come and check out the Nationals in Taranaki. Incidentally, I can confirm that we'll be broadcasting the Nationals in its entirety, and it will be going live onto Sky Sport if anyone was wondering. Nice to have that ability nowadays, as we see Roger on his forehand. Earthquake in the commentary booth.
Yes, good to hear you talking about the New Zealand Fours being played here, because, as you say, our greens are good. We have several greens around the province that are always meticulously prepared. The greenkeepers and all of the different clubs pride themselves on preparing greens that are suitable for championship play. We only have 3 indoor rinks or artificial surfaces. We have Paratutu here, and we have a couple other, one at Inglewood, and certainly just off the top of my head where the next one is, but it means that we play a lot of our bowls outdoors, and the greens are always prepared well.
Roger on his forehand, another loose head. And these, I mean, they happen. These guys have been playing all week, 25 ends, in the hot sun. You know, you'd have to be superhuman to be able to stay properly focused for the entire 25 ends. And it's the final game. Very warm, you're very tired. It's as much of a battle against yourself as it is against the other team by this stage, I would imagine. Now, what's happening here? Just a conversation. Robbie Bird maybe just concerned about the short bowl. On the backhand. So he either needs to go around or underneath that short bowl that sits there. Probably underneath on the straighter one. Look at this. Look at this. What a bowl. That's a great shot.
Superb shot.
When do I hover by the kill button? Dean Elgar, surely he'll have a go at this.
Well, he's very good at this, especially off his backhand. He can run that off the kitty.
A very controlled weight.
He's just got enough weight to do it. I've seen him do it many times. There you go, folks.
Beautiful weight control there from Dean Elgar, just spitting the jack out to the side and it's staying alive.
What has he done now? He's opened it up for the next bowlers to come to see who can outdraw the others.
It's an incredibly skillful bowl from Dean to rest a bowl square with a metre of weight through on a 17-second green, isn't it? Like
yeah, I agree, Alex, entirely. That was a superb bowl, and he handled that so well.
A lot of bowlers in New Zealand would have gone, my opposition's drawn a toucher, it's set at an angle, I'll just drive that as hard as I can. But Dean backed himself and executed absolutely perfectly that shot. And now look, they've got this chance.
You know, Dean is very, very good at anticipating what is going to come next, and he plays accordingly. And he knew he could get that shot, and now look, he's played a forehand. Yeah, and it's probably given his team two shots. Well done, Paratutu. Very good choice of shot selection there from Dean Elgar, and the result is they hold two shots.
So this first bowl of Caleb Hope's becomes quite important.
Yes, it does.
They were sitting okay. Robbie just drew on a toucher, and looks like there's plenty of room, but you miss this first one. Suddenly the pressure goes on. So Caleb will be thinking, come on. On the right line. Oh, he's walking away from it. It's all because of Dean's bowl.
He said he didn't like that bowl, Alex. You can see him trying to steer the ball down, but just didn't have enough momentum to get that extra 3 or 4 yards.
It's hard to commentate with Caleb because he's got a really nice delivery. So even when it's a poor bowl, it still looks good out of his hand. There's lots of people who let it go. Oh, I can see that didn't come out as nice as you would have liked. So you can tell Caleb's not one of those players. Darren Gooden here, another good delivery. Does all the basics right.
Darren Gooden's delivery is so smooth, so consistent every time. He's trained a lot, he plays a lot of bowls, and look at that, excellent bowl.
Yeah, stayed in bounds, so very important now that Caleb Hope just tries to draw the shot. We must be approaching Wednesday afternoon tea break. Usually 2 or 3 more ends after this, isn't it?
Yeah, normally about 10 or 11. We're only on the 8th end now, so I expect a couple more ends.
How's your weight, Caleb?
Second shot.
Just gone past the head. You can see it there just to your right, but sitting for second, that's good enough. Darren Gooden, you can see he's played his bowl, and on your screen it will approach it. From the right of your screen, this bonus bowl here of Darren Gooden's. Or the left, sorry. Is that an indication of
Just the one shot to the Paratutu team.
7-5 the score now on the ninth end of this game. Been pretty nip and tuck all the way through so far. Don Christensen here on his forehand. It's been pretty steady. It's been a good battle actually between all four positions, I would say.
Yes, good ball there from Don Christensen. It's important to have your leads apply the early pressure. And both leads, it's a competition within itself. Because after you've bowled your bowl, you can't do anything else but watch what happens after that. And so those leads, they're doing their very darndest to get that shot bowled before they have played their second. And if they haven't got it on their first, they certainly tried to correct on their second. They've got to be close to the kitty. It certainly sets the team up for the rest of that end.
Absolutely does.
And you're seeing a good exhibition of lead bowls here this morning and this afternoon.
Yeah, it's been impressive both from John and Don. So that bowl just finishing out to the right. So this is time where you, as if you're John Bryan, you think, look, I've got one bowl close. My opposition's just slipped up a tiny bit. Let's make it that I'm holding two. After my second bowl, and he's not quite going to have the running.
Hassel's ball was on its way. Looks pretty good from here as it goes through and attempts to clip out the orange bowl, but didn't get enough of it. Certainly had to wait for that shot though.
Willing it to hold.
This time Roger has to be perfect. Come on.
Oh,
Not quite this
just
time, but once
over.
again, Roger has a horse, has to be perfect. And it hasn't been racing just lately, but he has to be a winner. Did the other day, and Roger's had a couple of winners already today.
Is there a bit of a pun there with Hassel, or is that do the horse names all start with Hassel?
Yeah, most of his horses start with hassle in some way. Hassle-free, has to be fast, has to be real, has to be a winner, has to be, what I say, fast, has to be a winner, has to be real, has to be perfect. Yeah,
I like it.
yeah, it's good. Play on the words, Hassel.
Yeah. Right, so Dean Elgar being asked to play his forehand side. Be one down to that orange bowl of John Bryan's. He's just trying to draw the shot here. And he's got the right line, but he doesn't have the runnings. They're beginning to isolate that orange bowl. And they'll start to think, well, if we continue to have second, third and fourth shot, maybe Dean or Darren will just look to pluck the orange bowl off. So Caleb and his team will know they need to get a second shot on the head, preferably to the left of it as we see it, so they can't get rid of both of the bowls in one go. on the forehand. Down to the weight here. This is very close.
And very good.
That's pretty classy stuff. Good bowl. Change the head around completely.
That has to be a winner there, Robbie Bird. Well done.
Very good. Dean on his forehand again. As Caleb applies some chalk spray to the bowl of Robbie. Dean just drifting past. I still find it absolutely incredible that Dean has not yet won a Taranaki Open Fours. He must have one of just about every other championship that you can win out of the Taranaki Centre.
This time Robbie Bird appears to be going just a little bit wider and deeper, but finishing in a good position, covering the possibility that Darren might trail the kitty back. And at this level of the competition and these bowlers with so much experience, you almost have to expect that the kitty will be trailed when you have shots and you're making an opportunity for them to do just that type of shot selection. Every player on the rink there is capable of drawing the jack. No matter what position they're in these teams that you see today, they're all experienced at being able to trail that kitty if required.
See Darren on his forehand here. Someone really comfortable. It looks like an incredibly comfortable chair in the background. Got a box seat to the action. Hopefully he has some sunscreen applied because the sun is quite harsh today. Oh, good try. So remember that blue bowl of Robbie's is the shot, and we think probably the orange bowl at the top right of your screen, or at 2 o'clock to the jack, is second shot. So potentially the Stokes Valley team holding a couple here. Beautiful weight.
Just not able to steer that bowl closer to the kitty. They do hold shot though, possibly 2. Darren good in this time, taking a slightly wider arc, but if he gets a slide it might be the shot.
Oh, good bowl.
Very, very good bowl there. Could come down to a measure.
Caleb take a nice wide arc. That's to ensure he doesn't pinch the line and do anything he may later regret. And I think it's just going to be 1 to the Stokes Valley team. 6-7 as we approach the 10th end of this 25-end final at the Paratutu Bowling Club. See the flag waving in the breeze and a crowd gathering. Most of them under the shade, to be fair, or inside watching. And a number tuning in online, for which we thank you. Now here's something different. It's a short end. Just as we were saying, we hadn't seen anything unusual happen in that space. Much shorter end than I was expecting to see, to be fair.
To be fair, I think
Kevin?
you're right too, Alex. I haven't seen in both the games this morning and now an end being that short. It's not excessively short, but it is a shorter end.
There's a chance that it's on purpose, I suppose.
Yes. More than likely, John Bryan has decided I'll test these guys with a shorter end. Good tactic though. Good tactic to mix things up a bit, especially if we've been playing the same length for the first 6 or 7 ends. especially if you have confidence in your players to be able to deliver. And it looks like John Bryan, certainly with his first shot,
He'll just be. It's a little bit disappointing as a lead when you play one good bowl and you think, well, my next one I'll just correct and go a metre past, and then you just put it back in the same place. You think, gee, it's just a little bit
we
disappointing.
both know it's a frustrating game at times, Alex, and but that's the nature of this beast, and that's why we continue to enjoy playing it, because it's a challenge every time we step on the rink. And most bowlers love that challenge.
We talk about it being a game that's very easy to learn and very hard to master. I think that
I'd agree with that
ring
comment.
true.
That's very true.
Look at this here. Little feather off that bowl onto the jack. Oh, just past the jack. Great effort. Roger Hassel on the forehand. Oh, let that one go. Not very well at all, but I think it's going to be quite close. Just sort of fell off the bowl. Put a bit of a cant on it, which is why it didn't turn as much as it could have, but I won't get too technical rambling on about that. Just the way he happened to deliver that bowl in particular. We saw Corey be very, very close with his first bowl, and he's very, very close with his second. Lovely stuff. Good bowl. Sort of a measure all round by the looks. And Roger looking to let this one go a little bit smoother. Very close here from Roger Hassel.
Just pulling up short.
Agonising, isn't it?
Yeah, agonisingly short there. Maybe they're a little bit conservative, Alex, just not wishing to push it along too much, and that forces them to be a little bit short.
See, Robbie's been switched to the forehand side.
There's a window there for him to come through.
How's the weight? You know, it's a short end. Sometimes it's easy to be short on a short end because you know that it's metres shorter than what you have been playing.
Yeah.
Got a blue stickered bowl from Paratutu to the bottom right. Unstickered bowl to the bottom left. Measure all round for the shot.
But it's just that adjustment from a 3/4 maybe to full length to a shorter length.
Don't get unlucky. Oh, that's stiff. That's stiff. And you can see Darren there showing a bit of frustration just in the result. Dean was right in the area. Actually unlucky to chip his bowl out. And by the reaction, I would say that was probably the shot bowl that he's just removed there by mistake. He's got a bowl to recover. You can see him in the background there. It's amazing after you play a bowl that doesn't go as well as you would have liked. Often we talk to our teammates, well, if they're talkable.
But, as we said before, this is an end that has become shorter, and at this stage it's sort of paying off for the Stokes Valley team at the moment.
The backest bowls are from Paratutu, so I think Dean Elgar will be reaching right through this.
He's been given the call from Darren Gooding for a reaching shot. He prefers his backhand.
There we go.
Moved the kitty. Well done.
Back to the blue stickered bowl. The percentages were there.
Yep.
Didn't get it as square as he would have liked, and he's just acknowledged that to Caleb Hope there, which is really good sportsmanship. And we see that in a lot of the top bowlers. We see that, Kev, if you get a result from a shot that you weren't going for, they usually just acknowledge it. They go, look, I'm not apologising for the result, but I'm sorry for the way that I got it, and we just move on, or they move on with their games. Good sportsmanship, and that's something that you see a lot of at the Taranaki Fours, incidentally, is the spirit in which the game is played.
I would certainly endorse that. We've seen many examples of good sportsmanship throughout this tournament this week. I saw examples of that in the section that I was playing in, and others have seen that as well. And it's always the case at this particular event that people, reward players who play good shots, regardless whether it's their team or the opposition, and they're very helpful around the rinks, and there's never any aggro. It's a great tournament to be involved in.
Yeah, one of the cool things about this event for me is we'll just have a look at this. So Caleb's drawn what looks like the second shot on the forehand side. Darren looking like he's going to try and draw underneath the head on the backhand, by the way he was looking at that. So I'll just pause my comments until after this end has been finished, because it could be quite an interesting one. And then if I remember, I'll finish my thought, Kev, as it's worthwhile trying to express. So Darren on the backhand. The tighter hand of the two. Fighting against the bias a little bit there. Must have been looking for... Well, there's no bowls at the back, right? So there must be one... He wouldn't have played that shot if he was on
there must be one down, the territory team. Yes, I believe so. And Darren was just trying to get a plant on Roger Hassel's bowl to just bring it up. Didn't miss by much. Caleb Hope was trying to get around those wing bowls.
He's got right in the way of Darren Godden by accident.
By accident, yes, that's correct. He was trying to circle those wing bowls, and
basically Dean's saying pick the narrowest gap on the straight hand, you'd be unlucky for this to go badly. So you'd have to hit a bowl like a metre up here. That was very dangerous weight to play that shot with. But it's going to be 1 to Caleb Hope, so it's going to be 7 apiece now as we approach the 11th end. Look at this. A shot from Dean Elgar. Got half of 2 bowls, popped the jack back dead square for 1. But Caleb was then able to, look at that, drew around all the bowls for the shot. Good exchanges, and we are approaching the afternoon tea stage of the day, so don't be surprised when the players all go off the green. It's not because they've decided that one of them have won, it's because they've been told there's a cup of tea and a scone waiting inside. And to finish my thought, Kev, the Taranaki Fours is a cool one because you stay in the same section for the entire week, and it's one of those events where you get to know all the teams and all the players that are in your section and become quite friendly. So by the time you get near the end of the week, there's usually 2 or 3 jokes that have been running for the week, etc., etc. It's a really enjoyable tournament to be a part of.
Oh, it certainly is. When you have 4 days playing 25 ends, 2 games per day, although this year, because of the rain, and we were rain delayed on the first day, we only had the 7 games, but you do build friendships with the opposing teams, and you're pretty close, tight unit with your own team, and it makes for a very good 4-day experience, and that's what keeps bringing players to come back. You meet up with some good people, and you renew friendships, and have a couple of beers occasionally, and it's a great tournament to be involved in. And everyone's so helpful, and everyone is supportive, and long may it continue.
119 years of uninterrupted events. It's pretty special. It's a pretty special tournament. John Bryan just staying up on the paddock, but only just.
Well, as you know, Alex, there's many variations of the game, and Taranaki has this unique 25-end, complete week tournament with pairs as well, and that's a special, factor about the Taranaki bowling fraternity. We have this bowling tournament every year, and it's very well supported. So thank you for those who have attended it, and will continue to attend in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. This is close here from Corey Brooks. Just needs it to pull up a little. Roger playing the back end. Lucien developing again.
Well, let's put it this way, Alex. They're not building any target, are they, at the moment? There's plenty of spaces just to the left or the right of the kitty, behind the kitty. There's a good drawing area to get the first shot, second shot, whatever. You know, they're not making a target for a run shot at the moment.
Yeah, usually a scattered head creates a scattered head, right? Because
Yes.
you're scattering the bowls for the first 4 or 8 bowls or whatever it is. That means there's not clumps for your threes and skips to land on, so they have to draw.
Yes.
If they're not quite feeling it, they scatter their bowls, and suddenly you've got a head of 16 bowls that is spread out over a 2 or 3 metre radius. Roger here, this looks like a better correction. Welling it back down. If it sits, it's a good bowl. Yeah, good shot. Well done. See those blue stickered bowls everywhere.
There certainly are. Robbie Bird now has to try and rescue something for his team. He's done that many times already today, not just in this match, but in the first semi-final. Can he do it again?
Yeah, been a very impressive partnership, Robbie Bird and Caleb Hope in the skip 3. When they are in trouble, they tend to dig themselves out of it. Of course, I mean, their front have been playing very well, so it's a rare occasion. But when they have been in trouble, Robbie and Caleb have done a great job in salvaging the situation. Look at this. Square onto that bowl. Now they're holding 4 or 5.
4 or 5 here.
There's a short bowl. There's nothing close to the jack.
This could be a serious momentum shift or break, and getting a multiple count.
At this stage,
Sitting in a good position at the moment.
if you said to Stokes Valley, you get to drop 2 points on this end, they'd say, please and thank you.
This
Robbie,
looks good bowl though, however, Alex.
come on, Robbie. That's a great shot. Under unbelievable pressure, that is a great shot. Well played, Robbie Bird.
If you can't get shot, you get the second shot, and that's exactly what Robbie Bird just did. So well done, Robbie Bird. You got your team out of a bit of a sticky situation there.
Needs to... Oh, but unlucky. Unfortunately for the Paratutu team, he's also obscured that blue bowl from just a easy removal.
Yes.
So Darren will still be looking at a way. There's so many second shots, you'll still be looking at a way to remove that blue bowl, but it has to be with more controlled weight now, whereas previously you could just reach through with quite forcing weight. Conversely, Caleb will be thinking, oh, we've only got one bowl on the head. May even see him draw on his backhand, which is to the right on your screen, so there's one bowl on each side. Very good, that's the hand he's on. Always nice when the players do roughly what you expect them to do.
Well, you gave him 2 options there, Alex. You had a 50-50 chance on
And
both.
he actually, technically, he did neither. He disappointed with that. I reckon he switched back into thinking that was on rank 1, because on
Do you
rank
reckon
1
he heard
they
you
had would have
talk?
turned back. No,
Perhaps.
not on that occasion. I went down earlier and I got a bit excitable on the semi-final on one of the shots, and someone said they could hear me. So tough luck.
Darren knows what to do. There's a blue bowl there, the sky blue bowl, holding him out of a couple of shots. He's going to be trying to rest it, move it out of the head. No, not quite this time, Darren. But good attempt. Caleb Hope's delivery coming down now. He's going to play a safe shot just in case the kitty moves from Darren's forehand shot. He's got to cover that, which he has.
Still worth 3 if Darren can get through that bowl square. Oh, he's on a tighter line. This could be dangerous. This is danger territory for the Paratutu team. Let's see Where's the jack going? He's following it through. He's okay. I think he's okay.
He's got the shot at least, maybe two.
Got one.
One.
As we enter the tea break, 8-7 will be the score on the 12th end. We'll put a graphic up, giving an estimated time of returning. But at tea break, 8-7 the score to Darren Gooden, Dean Elgar, Roger Hassel, and Don Christensen. We'll be back with you soon. Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Taranaki Open Fours, broadcasting live from the Paratutu Bowling Club, and you could see there, and luckily we've just switched away, rather ominous looking cloud gradually making its way towards the club, but I'm sure we'll be fine. And joined in commentary for a couple of ends again by Ian. What's your last name?
Lewis.
Lewis. I knew that. It just
Come on,
escaped
Alex.
me. It escaped me. It's been a long day. Ian Lewis, thank you for joining me in commentary. We're at the final stage. How are you feeling about the event?
I think it's been a success. This week's been a great week. I think every team that's come from around the country and some from Australia, I think they've all had a great time. And that's from an administration point of view is all we ask for is that the competitors are looked after and it's run professionally and that we hope that they enjoy their time in return.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, you've got an event that is going to be 120 next year and you consistently get well over 100 entries in it. I would suggest that that's going well. And it must be satisfying as Bowls Taranaki to sit back and go, look, we run the most popular tournament in New Zealand and have done for 100 years.
Yes, but we still want to grow it. We're looking at 200 entries for next year. It wasn't that long ago that we were regularly having over 200 teams, so we would like to increase the numbers. So we're more than happy to see some more visiting teams.
Do you guys have like a limit for teams when you're sitting around the board table going, well, we're organising this event? Do you go, geez, we would like no more than X amount, or is it just as many teams as you can get and be happy with that, figure out the rest later?
No, we would more than happy have many more teams. We could easily accommodate more teams. We've got some fantastic venues that haven't been used for this tournament, such as Stratford and Okato. Uranui hosted last year and did a very great job.
So how does that work for the hosting rights for the Open? Do the clubs apply, or do you tap them on the shoulder? Which way around does it go?
We use the best greens in the division in which the event is held. If we had more entries, we would be looking at using some of the clubs that are further away. Stratford have done a great job over the last few years, so hopefully they'll be in next year.
Good ball there. When it comes to the volunteer base to run one of these events, how does that work? I heard I was talking to Kevin. He spoke about there being supervisors at the clubs. Like, what's the system that you guys use?
Well, we actually have a great resource with our volunteers. We have so many talented people that are dedicated to their bowls and happy to give up their time, and we really appreciate their efforts, and experienced people as well who are really capable of running an event.
So Robbie here on his back end. Remember the score, 8-7 to Darren Gooden and co. As we approach the 12th end after a very nice afternoon tea, I must say, supplied by the Paratutu Bowling Club. Just getting caught up there.
I noticed you tucking into the food.
It's fantastic.
Alex?
I was very pleased. I had a raspberry lamington earlier, which I enjoyed. I like a raspberry lamington.
Good.
Just good to have the commentary team and wider broadcast team looked after. It's challenging when you're on the mic because, as Kevin pointed out earlier, we do have pistachio nuts available for the commentary team, but they're sort of famously quite hard to open, so you have to pick your moments to hoof into the pistachios. Good bowl.
Well, we wouldn't let you go hungry, Alex. We'll make sure we look after you.
I mean, harking back to our conversation about shirt sizes, I haven't gone hungry in some time. As we watch this bowl from Robbie Bird, he's very close here. Up and over on the orange. Look at this. That's exceptional stuff, isn't it? So would you believe, Ian, that Dean Elgar, who's out there playing in this final, contesting this final, has never won a Taranaki Fours title?
That surprises me.
Yeah. Well, actually, to be fair, I haven't checked it. I'm just Kevin Gledhill, who is our co-commentator, made that statement, and he said it with confidence. But quite incredible that he hasn't won a Taranaki Fours title yet.
I believe he's won a New Zealand Fours title, hasn't he?
He's won all the... Yes, he has. New Zealand Fours and New Zealand Singles. So one of the most successful bowlers to come out of the province hasn't won their biggest event yet. Maybe...
He might have a chance today. I think this team from Stokes Valley has been exceptional all the way through the tournament. But it's a very tight battle, isn't it?
Certainly is. It'll be interesting as we get near the end and you start having those little thoughts. It's like, oh, you know, this would be a cool one to win. It's Darren here on the forehand, sorry. Having a little nibble at this. Anything square and off that bowl. Not to be. Make his way back down. The blue stickered bowl, second shot. Sitting at whatever that is, 3 o'clock to the jack. Interesting to see what Caleb opts to play here. Do you get many visitors from the Wellington region to this Taranaki Fours?
We do. We had 2 teams from Stokes Valley. The other team, of course, skipped by Blake Signal. A lot of people fancied his team to be playing today.
Yeah, it was a good team. Peter Ballas and Gary Lawson also attendees at this year's Taranaki Fours. And look at this from Caleb Hope. Is it going to turn in time? Oh, that's almost amazing. I think he's been a bit unlucky there. The Paratutu team will just have a look and make a decision. That blue stickered bowl is the one we're looking at. That's their bowl, their closest bowl, and really hard to tell if it's actually holding the shot or not. This camera angle, it looks like Stokes Valley may even be holding 2. When I peer out the window, it looks like the blue stickered bowl is holding the shot, so I have absolutely no idea what Darren's going to play. What would you do, Ian?
I think I'd leave it up to my skip.
Ah, wise words. And on his forehand he is. Have you seen the kill graphic that we were able to play, or did you miss that in the broadcast?
Well, I'm just having a look at this bowl here.
Oh, unlucky. Great effort. Waited 27 ends to press the button for the kill. That's how long it took for one to happen. Caleb talking like he has the shot. They may not be holding the shot here based on the way Robbie's attempting the finger measure. Do you get a chance to play much bowls now with your role at Bowls Taranaki?
Can I give it away?
I would love to play a little bit more bowls. I am playing at the moment, but I have a young family.
Yes.
And they come first, so the bowls on the weekend is a bit of a struggle.
What club do you play out of when you do play?
Well, I actually started my bowls here at Paratutu.
Oh, cool.
Back in 2007. And I still have my original Paratutu shirt.
Is it the same? Have they changed? And does it fit?
Doesn't really fit. They are having their 100th year centennial this year, and I believe that they are making some shirts.
Oh, cool. Yeah, brilliant.
So I'm looking to buy a new shirt when that comes around.
Upgraded at that point. Very good. Be a fantastic centenary, I'm sure, and still time too to the Stokes Valley team being indicated by Robbie there. You can see in the background, that's the cloud I'm talking about, Ian. Maybe it looks worse on TV, but certainly not the colour of cloud that you would like to see. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong?
I think the players might appreciate a little bit of cooling down.
Well, if the cloud goes over us, I'm fine. I'm less happy if the cloud goes over us and then water comes out of it. it's fine. Cloud cover and bowls is fantastic, but when it rains, I'm not quite so pleased. Anyway, we'll worry about it when we worry about it. So my grandmother used to say, "Don't worry until worry worries you." So I'll live by that, and I won't worry about it. 9-8 the score to Hope and team. So what's next? The Taranaki women's fours. When does that kick off?
That starts on Tuesday. So we have 3 days qualifying: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're pleased to welcome a number of new teams this year. We've got a couple of teams from Raglan coming. Noticeably, we've got one team from Australia.
Fantastic.
And we have a number of very talented bowlers in the field this season. Prior Atkinson, Leanne Polson, Linda Bennett, to name a few.
And that event, so you essentially as administrators you get a day to sleep and then you kick back into it for the women's fours. Then do you get a bit of a break between the women's fours and the next thing, or is there just more events to be run?
Well, I feel sorry for the everyone in the kitchen and the greenkeepers, because we will have the Women's Open and then it won't be too long before we host the National Somerset Bowls.
Yes, and then you can sleep
fours
after.
and mixed pairs.
Yeah. It's a fantastic season coming up. Still some loose bowls here. This is a jack thrown to the 2 metre mark, which we haven't seen much of. The mat up a little bit.
Drop around, John, boys. Down here's good.
Clean run. Oh, how often does your bowl get a little wick? Just 3 or 4 feet out of the head. Roger Hessel here on his backhand side. Very close.
Hard luck.
Yeah, nice
You're
bowl.
close if you didn't touch John, boys, mate. Same idea.
So with your commitments then, have you ever played the Taranaki Fours, Ian? Has that been something
I
that
have played, yes.
How'd you go?
I actually played as a reserve player. I filled in for a couple of days.
Come this out.
Oh, it's going to die in the rough.
Great track, mate. Same again.
Roger will just rinse and repeat on his backhand side.
Here we go, Rob.
Oh, great try, Roger Hassel. May have actually been enough to get the shot.
2 consistent bowls from Roger there.
Yes. Very steady player, isn't he?
Either side of the grey with good weight. Trying to draw to here. If you just flip it, the hair's good. If you're just under, you've got a chance to work off the grey or pull the jack.
It feels staggering that we're on N13, which is sort of, we're barely halfway in this match. It's one of those things about the Taranaki Fours, isn't it, is that the games just go that extra quarter longer to what we've been conditioned to expect the Fours game to go down nowadays.
Certainly is a battle you have to concentrate for the whole 25 ends.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Oh, wrong half. And that's a stickered bowl from Paratutu. To my disgust, I just heard Caleb Hope suggested he might have heard some thunder.
You can chip him out. Have a good go with your first.
Madness. We got the rain jackets, Cole.
I think we'll be fine, Alex.
I'm busy.
Don't worry.
I'm busy panicking. We'll be fine. It's all good. I learned a long time ago not to bother looking at the weather forecast when it comes to bowls events. It's just the lesson of frustration. And Dean Elgar will be disappointed with that bowl.
Still think it's a similar idea. Working in there.
Is there anyone you want to thank in particular, Ian, like sponsors or key personnel with the delivery of this Taranaki fours?
Well, I want to thank all the volunteers and the clubs first of all for their greens and their facilities, catering and hospitality. Also Midlands Funds Management, who are our major sponsor.
Yes.
They've come on board this year and they're fantastic. They've committed to us for next year.
Oh, full.
Exit to hold. Oh, half a ball out.
Okay.
We also have the New Plymouth Club, Venture Taranaki, the Toy Foundation.
Conversation happening here. So, look at the head. The shot is probably held by the unstickered bowl. And 3 blue stickered bowls around it. I don't know. We'll see what weight Dean plays this with. There's an orange bowl right at the back of Stokes Valley, so I'd be surprised if he was aggressive here. Very close here, Dean Elgar. Very close here. He's got half of it. Run away from the jack. Probably worth 1 to the Paratutu team.
Yeah, movement of the kitty would have been great there, but unfortunately he just got the wrong side of it.
Your second year now, Ian, of being the executive officer for Bowls Taranaki. Have you found it a rewarding role? Is it what you expected coming into it?
I do really enjoy working for Bowls Taranaki. I find that they are very professional. There's lots of very capable people here, and in terms of the administration. And there's always somebody who's happy to give a little bit of advice.
Yes. That comes with all Bowls admin. As we see Caleb Hope, he's just died in the rough. The hand's not turning as much as he thinks it will. Darren makes his way back. Interesting to see what hand he opts to play this on. Holding 1, that blue stickered bowl, the closest blue stickered bowl is the shot. Lining up on the backhand. Doesn't turn much. He may even look to go underneath those 2 short bowls at 2 o'clock. Or just skirt around. Opting to just skirt around by the looks. This is incredibly close here. That's a beautiful bowl. Absolutely perfect. That's
Brilliant
as good
bowl.
as it gets.
The home crowd certainly enjoyed that.
Yes, they did. A smattering of applause. A lot of people inside in the warm and soon to be non-raining area of the green.
I think they're just close to the bar.
Yeah, that works too. Bit of hydration. So Caleb Hope's going to wind up here. Jack in the ditch coming up. Not a huge weight. Very controlled.
Oh no.
Wow.
He's got a bit of luck there.
Yeah, that's fortuitous for sure. Somehow hung around for the shot. Play control back because he wanted to stick with the jack.
Could be 2 down.
And Dean Elgar saying, look, we could be 2 down now. That's sort of a miracle result, isn't it?
Yep. Draw again.
And Dean saying, we'll just play the same bowl and just put it there. Darren let that one go pretty smooth. But he's underneath the line.
He doesn't want to get caught up on these 2.
Oh dear. Well. Interesting. Well, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary. Ian, is there anything you'd like to say as your parting words for this particular broadcast for the Taranaki Open Fours?
Just like to thank you for coming down and look forward to seeing you next year.
Yes, yeah, good call. Fair enough. Hopefully I fit the shirt. I'm just waiting to see. Oh, they've called the umpire here. Here's the thunderclouds in the background. I'd go around the club, wouldn't they, Colin? Getting a nod, so that's something. Just wait for the umpire to make the decision here. 9-8 the score. We saw a bit of fortune. Caleb Hope was a bit wide. Got a very good connection. There's the umpire. Ball first. And to the blue stickered ball. And back to that one. So 1-2 Caleb Hope, I think, there. 10-8 the score. Approach the 14th end. Now, you've just been outside, Kevin, and had a look around. What's your assessment of the massive thunderclouds that are making their way towards the Paratutu Bowling Club?
Actually, I wasn't looking upwards too much. I was looking out towards the green and watching the players, but I'll take what you say as possibly a thundercloud coming across, but no, I think we're going to get through the 25 ends without any rain, and it will complete an excellent week of bowls at the Taranaki Men's Open Fours. So, no, I don't see any rain coming.
I like your positive attitude, Kev. I think we'll be okay.
Oh, I'm certain we will be.
Yeah. I hope we'll be okay. So 10-8 the score now. And we're on end 14.
Still 12 ends to go. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, plenty of time. Absolutely plenty of time. Two bowls past the head.
The heat can play a factor too, Alex, of course, getting to this stage of the day. Not just, drinking the water, but you've been in the heat playing bowls for this morning's game and now this game, and it can just have an impact on your concentration.
I mean, it's absolutely as much a test of endurance as it is a test of anything else when it comes to this Taranaki Fours. It's 25 ends per game. You're playing for hours and hours and hours, day in, day out, rain, hail and shine. So it's natural that it would be challenging to concentrate that entire time. Like we said before, you're as much playing against yourself as you are against your opposition. And this is a lovely bowl from the Paratutu lead.
We talked about it before. It's all about correction, and you saw that there. First bowl of Don Christensen, a little bit deep. He corrected with his second bowl. Planted one close to the kitty. He'll be happy with that.
There's a literal thunderstorm warning on the internet. I'm going to I'll focus on the game of bowls, and when it rains, Colin can run out and save everything. Roger Hassel here on the forehand. And the positive is it should cool us all down a little bit, if it does. Look at this from Roger. Developing into a good end for the Paratutu team, isn't it?
Has to be a winner, as we said earlier. It has to be perfect. Both those comments relate to 2 horses that Roger owns. Has to be perfect and has to be a winner. And you saw it there. He's delivered to give his team a good advantage in this head. They've got 2 shots on the head.
A lovely effort here.
Not
That's
to
a
be
beautiful
outdone,
bowl.
though. Kerry Brooks decided, what you can do, I'll do better, and he has just done that.
Classy shot. And Roger now on his forehand still, but is going to play to a slightly off-centre jack, a jack that's been moved. Needs it to come back. Lovely effort. On the back end. Just that slightly more holding hand. It's reticent to turn back in. We saw that just hold a little bit from Robbie Bird. Dean Elgar now on the back end, a man who's not yet won the Taranaki fours, won the New Zealand fours, won the New Zealand singles. Has more Taranaki titles than I can count, but one of those is not the fours yet. In search of his maiden title at this event. Pushed it a couple of bowls wide.
Caleb Hope indicating there that there's 2 shots. They're the non-stickered bowls. Purple and the blue, holding shot.
Giving himself a better chance here if he's got the weight right. Robbie Bird. That's pretty classy stuff. Very nice bowl. He's got a slice of hell because that's a bowl that sits to the right. 1/8 of a bowl narrow there. Caleb continues to try and use the chalk spray that he broke earlier on. And there we see a fuller picture of the head. So you see 3 bowls of the Stokes Valley teams to the left and that one blue stickered bowl to the right that sits at nearly 3 o'clock. It's holding them out of a number. Very hard to get to. If Caleb's feeling really confident, he may look at trying to plant one of the short bowls through it. We saw Chad Nathan play a similar bowl in the semi-final. Otherwise he'll just be drawing on the forehand to try and get the shot.
That's probably the best option for Caleb Hope, is to just draw. He has a couple of options available to him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You know, if he's if you're in a space where you think you could hit anything, he may look to play a little cannon because you'd think to yourself, they've got so many seconds, cannon the bowl out, it's fine, but it's a very hard shot to play. So we'll get insight into how he's feeling here, I think. The way he's lining up, he's looking like he's going for the little cannon on the back end. This could be an interesting shot.
Yeah, there's certainly weight on this shot.
Swing and a miss. Oh, he was in the area for something interesting. Realistically, I think he was probably looking at the toucher that you see on your screen at 2 o'clock. You get anywhere of that, and it's probably going to cannon the shot bowl out and then continue on. So I think that's what he was looking at hitting. Usually when a skip goes with their first bowl, they're committed to going with both. So unless Darren Gooden changes anything, I don't think we'll see a different shot from Caleb.
Yeah, Darren's bowl pulling up short, and unlike him, he's normally going to be right up to the head.
I'll try something similar. If I get the jack, I might get the back one on the way through.
Yeah, it's going to be a cool bowl here.
Yeah, I'll go for Corey.
Just getting clarification from his number 3.
Yeah, so he's going for Corey's bowl, so that's the touch-up.
Yep.
Be a great shot if he can execute it here. Caleb Hope. He's a bit closer.
Oh, that was looking like it was on the kitty for all money there, Alex.
It was a lovely try. A lovely try within a bowl.
That was a risk return shot. I mean, I think it was a calculated risk, and he took it, but didn't get the result.
And Darren will want to rub a bit of salt into the wound here and try and draw another shot. He's not going to. So it will
Just
be.
a one to Paratutu, I think.
Must be.
Yep.
9-11 the score. And we're on the 15th end here. Cloud's moving away, so that's good news. The jack is delivered.
And Don Christensen has thrown a shorter length,
And much shorter, isn't it?
just a little bit shorter. This will test the bowler's mettle now. Can they change from where they were quite comfortable at a certain length, just to make the adjustment now to, I guess what you would say, an independent length. It's certainly not short, it's not long, and it's maybe somewhere between 3/4.
Lovely weight.
Back pretty decent. Right, good.
On that shorter end.
I think Christensen likes this. He's stepping out
Yeah.
from his position and looking as it rolls down over the head. You'd be happy with those two bowls.
Yeah, two nice bowls.
The leads can now sit on the bank and just watch what happens. What eventuates now is out of their control. They've done their job for this end, as they do every end, and then they can just sit back and watch the rest of the bowls and how they unfold.
Watch all your hard work get undone.
Often it does too, as we know, Alex.
Look at this, great bowl from Roger Hassel.
That's
Good end building here already from the Paratutu team. Corey under a bit of pressure.
Certainly 3 down at the moment, the Stokes Valley team. Corey Brooks needs to get one close.
Beautiful effort. Lovely bowl. In for second.
Second shot.
Be happy with that. On the back end here, clean runners, amazing. That's a really good bowl. There'd be a temptation to have a nibble at this.
Top ball there, Roger Hassel. Number 2 in the side, just placing it behind the kitty. Very good position bowl.
on the forehand. This is very close. Just slightly shy of the jack, but handy there. I'd be surprised if we don't see a reaching bowl from Robbie or Caleb.
Yeah, I think it has to happen soon because there's plenty of bowls around the head.
Well, we've got that back bowl too, the
There's
orange
plenty
bowl.
to work off.
The orange bowl that sits at 4 o'clock if the jack goes in that direction.
But the first guy to have a shot will be Dean Elgar. He's playing off his backhand.
I think we're going to see an attacking bowl here.
Only one, mate. Think you can get Corey up and over and be close to shot. Yeah, I think so, mate. Need another one hanging around. So try and get one roll out of him.
Oh, he's just playing control weight up and over. So not attacking at all, really. I think it's just because I want to press the button for the kill again. Now, he's on the right line here. Just holding. Great try. Dean Elgar on the back end. He's going to accidentally block the kill. Oh, he's narrowed the margins right up.
Try and work this bowl a couple of rolls. Catch the inside half. Doing something.
I don't see a run shot coming just yet.
No.
I see a draw shot with just controlled weight.
That's what Caleb's asked for on the back end. Can't give it too much room to breathe or it won't come back in. But look at that. This is perfect.
Too bad, mate.
Great effort.
Mm. Hard to tell from here which bowl is the shot, but there's still space to draw in there, especially on the backhand.
So the blue sticker's probably holding 2, I would say. It's the Darren Gooden, Dean Elgar, Roger Hassel and Don Christensen team. Darren on the back end. Decisions to make for Caleb Hope. It must still be tempting to look at something. There's a gate on the... It almost looks like there's a gate on the forehand side. I'm not sure if the angle's quite there, so otherwise he'll just be drawing on the backhand here through that. He's pointing at that like he thinks it's low enough that if he hits it, it'll come across at a right angle.
Well, he's trying to assess, with help from Robbie, what is there to gain and what is there to lose, and you know, he doesn't want to err on the side of losing a multiple count here, and so he's made his decision. He's lining up now on the backhand.
Just over the draw, I reckon.
Yep. It's a draw shot.
Trying to get down on the inside half of the bowl that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack so that his collision bowl comes across.
Well pointed, Alex. Well pointed.
Down to your weight, Caleb. Great try. Great try. See this bowl on the back end of Darren Gooden's. It's getting bogged as well. And decisions to be made now. Caleb making his way back down. No, we'll just wait and see what he opts to play. We'll just try and make that small correction off his first bowl.
He likes it. He likes the shot here. He's walking out, trying to will it forward, but
Half a bowl. Great
Yeah.
try.
there's a couple of bowls on the way there that just prevented him from just getting what he wanted. But good head was building there, and a good shot from most of the players in that end.
At least two there. And two it is. 11
11 each.
apiece. So this on the 16th end. Check has been delivered another metre up or so from the 2 metre mark. And they've wasted the first 50 ends because they're all square.
It so often happens that in championship games, it comes down to the last 2 or 3 ends that decides the game. One team, you know, through poor decision making, or other teams
Beautiful bowl.
astute decision making, they win it, and the other team just make a crucial mistake or two. But an excellent first delivery there from Don Christensen, certainly keeping his team in the game here with some very good draw balls. As you expect, he's a very experienced player and very, very good at the draw.
Look at that reply. Two almost perfect bowls there. John Bryan's bowlers are now a catching position for Don Christensen's, and Don will stay on the back end because he just played it perfectly. And you just try take an inch more green, sneak around your own bowl, and he's very, very close to doing that. How's your weight, Don? Oh, he's going to pull up short, just short of a gallop there. Now it's the same case for John Bryan, although he could afford to miss a bit heavier again. Clunk into the shot bowl, pops the jack back to you. Go past it, it's there waiting for the jack to come back to. Very close. Good bowl.
Yeah, Caleb Hope will be pleased to see those two bowls. If you can't get the shot, get the second shot, and John Bryan has done just that. In fact, probably he's got the 2 second shots.
Two best bowls on the green. Gary Johnston there in the background. Gets around the traps, playing different bowls tournaments from Southland. Lovely group of bowlers, Gary and Angela. A lot to do with they run a charity pairs event down in Invercargill. Kevin, it's been running since the 70s, so it must be approaching its 50th year. They invite players and raise money for these different charities and then hand the money out on the final day. Absolutely fantastic event. Oh, just underneath. The only good thing about that is the target is now technically bigger.
Certainly is, and I'm sure you'll see one of the players in the Stokes Valley team try to actually run into those two bowls that are currently holding shot for the Paratutu team at some stage.
Yeah, well, it's technically possible now, and Caleb may consider it, to remove both bowls without there being jack movement.
Yes,
You
that
would-
could happen.
You would play that on your forehand, which is to the left of your screen. Outside half of the red bowl that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack. They both
Yep.
split with no jack movement.
I think he's indicated there he wants a runner just through the head to finish by that orange bowl.
He's opting to keep Corey on the same hand, which is fair enough.
All he's got to do is get a plant here,
He's very close.
and it will move the kitty.
Oh, but unlucky. Good bowl though.
Dan Elgar been asked to come on the backhand and just get one in behind the head, try and match the two orange bowls.
This is when it becomes a defensive game, doesn't it? Because you know you're holding a couple, but you know there's 4 bowls coming from Caleb and Robbie that are unlikely to be short, so the head is probably going to change. Lovely effort, that little plant. Oh, if he'd hit that harder, it would have been perfect.
I called that incorrectly. I thought he might have come on the backhand, but he chose the forehand to try and advance Roger Hassell's bowl, but didn't get enough on it to bring it into the head. Attacking shot looks a likely possibility here, Alex.
Yeah, Caleb's just trying to understand where the jack's going to go when it's hit. Yeah, play a nice confident bowl. Even if it goes off the green, Caleb won't be too upset with this one. On the backhand, he's very close here. Look where the jack's going. Keep your eye on the jack. Oh, just at the end, it turned. Great try. Good bowl.
Certainly was a very good bowl. You can never predict exactly where the jack will go, and in this case it shot out. It didn't go back to the orange bowl where perhaps he hoped it would go. Nevertheless, a very good effort and a great bowl. We're talking fine margins here.
Yeah, it was a bowl narrow, so he's reset the head. We're pleased enough. That's a great bowl from Dean Elgar.
2 good bowls close to the jack here, Paratutu. Well done.
More decision making to be engaged in here. Looks like there's 2 bowls to rest on, just over draw weight, or you could go a bit quicker. Find out soon enough. Maybe looking to remove them both. They do both go. Yeah, that's what he's doing here. Winding up on the forehand. If it lets go at all, it's good. He's very close. Oh, dearie me. Actually rocked the shot bowl. He was a bowl wide in the end. Are we disappointed with that result?
And as often happens, Alex, the skip stays down at the head, especially as it's not his first shot. Just to wait what Darren Gooden delivers, and he can have a chance to talk to his 2 and 3 and just be better focused when it comes his turn to bowl. So, Darren Gooden on his backhand. He'll be probably trying to look for a placement bowl just over the head, I believe.
Yeah, it's just...
Yes, he has.
He's lost a bit of focus there. That bowl's gone into the ditch. Probably had 2 or 3 ideas in mind, and now Caleb... Like, if Caleb gets rid of those 2 bowls, suddenly you're holding a couple. Your opposition's just put one in the ditch trying to draw it. Anywhere they put it, you can probably pluck them off. It'll be tempting just to try go the 2 bowls.
Well, he has 2 bowls to try and remove the 2 shot bowls at the moment, and normally you stay with whatever choice you choose first, but we'll find out from the speed of this one. Yes, it's a run shot.
Needs it to hold or to turn. Oh, goodness gracious me. Fine margins.
Very fine margins, Alex, and that was a miss, but not by much. Darren will try and pluck one closer to the kitty this time.
Yeah, he's not got that lapse in concentration on this occasion.
Good bowling there. Three shots they hold.
Thank you.
Okay, have another go.
Fireworks will happen soon. He might be going for the kitty.
No, he just let it go narrow. He was looking for the 2 bowls, and it feels like a mini break in this game.
Yes, it
Going to
is.
see 2 go to the Paratutu team. We're now on the 17th end. 11-13 the score. Just wait for them to update their scoreboard. They've got a scoreboard at each end of the rink, and they look like they read slightly 2 different things. What's your scorecard say?
13-11.
Very good.
Good opening bowl there, Don Christensen. You can tell by the crowd having a little clap there. They appreciate what they're seeing this afternoon, and particularly that bowl. There's a good crowd watching this final. A lot of them probably supporting the Paratutu team. But they do applaud any shot they see that is good. Very good supportive crowd no matter who is playing the bowl. If it's a good shot is played, you'll normally find the crowd here in the Taranaki will recognise that and applaud it.
Oh, just short of a gallop. And the score on both scoreboards 11-12, Kevin, so
Yep.
there must have been a number somewhere that wasn't quite right. Perhaps a multiple that was just a 1. Very close game here. John Bryan trying to sneak past this short bowl. Got bogged, great effort. Roger Hessel on his backhand. Team 1 down on the head to that lovely bowl of John Bryan's. It's just fallen agonisingly short there. We'll see.
Good. Now, keep going here.
Staying on the forehand side.
How's your weight, Corey?
Switching to the other hand, Roger here.
Sometimes it's good to switch hands just to change things up a bit, but he hasn't been able to quite
At 2 metres. You go.
get the shot he would like there. Both those 2 shots of Rogers have fallen short.
See that clump of short bowls. Often one short bowl creates more short bowls. You just get continuously wrecked on these short bowls.
That sometimes happens. You can't figure out a reason why, but you get a clump of them, as you say, and you let the end go by, and then you hopefully hope you can get it right the next end.
Dean
You just
playing
have to
his
flush the bad bowls away and not dwell on it for too long and just move on.
Try, wait straight.
But yes, it's the orange bowl of John Bryan, currently holding shot for the Stokes Valley team.
Robbie Bird making his way down to play. He was just skipping while Caleb was on a little break. His forehand now. When's it going to break back into the head? Just holding past.
Elga. No, he's going to be a bit deep and a bit wide.
Don't take too much off, mate. You went far away.
But a good position bowl should the kitty be moved.
On the forehand.
This is a tighter line. Gets around that.
Oh, great
No,
try.
it's not going to do that.
Just that group of short bowls. And a very lonely shot bowl. An orange one. Look around it. Surrounded by blue stickered bowls. Very lonely shot bowl indeed.
But yet again, that's the value of that lead bowl, isn't it? If the lead bowl can get one close early on, often it's the shot that wins that end.
Yeah, great start for sure.
And sets the old tone for the rest of that end. As you can see, the orange bowl is the shot, and that was one of the earlier bowls played in this end.
Feels like it'll be on the wide side, this one. And it was. Bowl staying on the rink, so that's good. That improves it for his next one.
I think he was trying to get the clip on the inside of the Don Christensen bowl, maybe just to feather it and bring it back close to the kitty. Didn't miss by much. Had to have enough weight on it to hit that bowl, so good effort.
Decisions. Looking very pensive, Caleb Hope. On his forehand side, so he'll just be trying to do what his team has been trying to do before him and draw a second shot on the forehand. It's a drifting hand, so this green might be okay. This green might be okay. Needs to hold it all. Beautiful bowl. Up
Certainly
onto
was.
Corey.
I think that's 2 shots now he's got for his team.
Yeah, classy stuff. Perfect weight. If he'd been a bowl wider, he would have drawn second shot as well. That's what the player can see. So there'll be a temptation to be aggressive here.
Very good bowl, Caleb. Hope that you judged that to perfection. Darren Gooden's got a bit of weight on this one. Not excessive, just enough. Try and move that kitty.
Just pushed it wide. And Caleb with a real opportunity to draw a third shot. On the forehand, looking to make this bonus count. This end will hurt the Paratutu team. It was a lonely bowl for a very long time. Caleb was able to add a second. Look at that. Oh, there's a slice.
It'll come down to a measure now, Alex.
Oh, that's a bit stiff. Wouldn't mind a replay if we can get it a bit later on. A bit unlucky, very unlucky even. I think Caleb's given the shot away there. That's Oh, I don't really have the words.
So it's a 12-all ball game. 17 ends have been played. We're on the 18th end now.
I think Caleb gave the shot away,
Oh,
so
13.
it should have been. We all thought it was 12 all.
13, 12.
13, 11 according
13,
to me.
11.
Very unlucky result there. Everyone, you put the money in the bank, so to speak, and you think, well, they had the 2, but just somehow gave the shot away there. Didn't play it badly. He played a good bowl. He played it well, and just went horrendously. Slice of hell, absolutely slice of hell for Caleb Hope there. Look at this. Feather off that bowl. Somehow manages to move the jack, doesn't sit down. That's unbelievable stuff, right?
Well, it was an excellent delivered bowl, and as you said, just the end result wasn't quite what he would have liked, but he played it very well, and there's always that risk, and one shouldn't be too judgmental on that shot. It was a very good effort, and he was trying to add to the count. He just didn't quite get it.
He could have played a bowl there. All right, so we've just had it informed that Roger's the best left-handed bowler in Taranaki is what that guy was trying to tell us, Kev. With a lot of confidence, actually. That's fair enough. In addition to the commentary. How's this one here from John Bryan? Just overplaying it. It's Roger Hessel here. On the forehand.
Looks like it could be a good bowl here, nicely weighted. It's coming right up to the kitty.
That's classy stuff. Oh, the guy who popped into the commentary booth must have known something, Kevin, because
He
that's a
certainly
very,
did. That
very
has to
good
be
bowl.
That has to be a winner. Well done, Roger Hessel, the best left arm bowler in the province. We've been told to mention that, so well done.
There we go, on the backhand.
Shot, you gave the ball a chance and you got the shot that you wanted.
See there, ball just been picked up by Darren Gooden. I think Caleb's still contemplating how he gave the shot away on that previous end. Oh, he could have played that bowl that well 20 times and given the shot away on one of those occasions. You know, the number of things that had to happen there is staggering. But that's bowls, as we see
Very
this
good
one
bowl
here.
from Roger Hessel here.
And look how well has Paratutu stepped up. They know they had a bit of... It went well for them. They shouldn't have scored on that end, and they've gone, well, we've scored, so we may as well make a good end out of it. And they've just jumped on top of the jack here.
They certainly have. They put the pressure right back on the Stokes Valley side. Currently holding 2 shots from their number 3. Beg your pardon, their number 2, Roger Hessel.
One of the things you often see from champions, Kev, is even when things go well for them, they get a bit of fortune. They make the most out of it.
Oh, they make their own luck.
Rub salt into a wound.
And they certainly build off the confidence of each player. And that's important too. It's a confidence game. Equally so, if you're not doing too well, it can be a time when a lack of confidence can actually affect your shot delivery and your shot selection. So it works both ways.
Try.
Right, yeah. Drawing over. Yeah, a bit long.
Robbie Bird looking to Try and rest the shot ball out from the kitty.
Very close here, Robbie Bird on the backhand. Oh, great try.
Very good effort. Dean Elgar just trying to add to the count. Bringing it very close to the kitty, just beyond. Well done, Dean Elgar. Good shot there.
On the backhand, Robbie Bird looking to make a little correction of his first bowl. Needs it to break back in. Third shot will be brilliant, half a bowl wide. And Darren Gooden, I think we'll see play a nice bowl on his backing. They're holding one, but there's a chance to move the jack back a foot for 5. You tuck it around the corner in doing so and make it nearly impossible for Caleb Hope to salvage this. You're leading 13-11. It's the 18th, the end of 25. I think that's what he'll be looking to play.
I'm certain that Darren has seen that opportunity that you just alluded to, Alex, and he'll be trying to just try that kit back, try the kitty back 2 or 3 feet, see if he can make a multiple. This is the time to do it. The opportunity is there. How's the execution, Darren? It's coming towards the head.
Just missed it on the wide side. And heavy, actually. That's probably... Oh, maybe okay weight for the shot. He's finished sort of level with that clump of bowls, but possibly heavier than he would have been envisaging. And it's given Caleb a chance to... He'll just be looking to draw a third shot to start off with, I think. On the back end. If he's got the weight, he's close here. He's certainly got the green. Down, he says. Oh, half a bowl wide. A good bowl back there. He's been millimetres away from brilliance a few times in this game.
He certainly has. I mean, there's fine margins in this game, and you know, games can be turned just simply on the smallest of margins, both for and against. This looks a pretty good bowl coming in here, though.
Bowl. Really good shot there. Makes it very dangerous for Caleb to play anything, to be honest.
I agree. He's not going to be playing with too much weight because there's 3 catches all to the Paratuti side just over the kitty.
Very, very dangerous.
Yes, indeed. He'll be playing conservative, I believe. Going down a multiple at this stage of the game, Alex, could be disastrous. It's when decision making and the correct decision is so crucial.
Aye.
So just having a conversation here with Robbie about what the best shot is to play. What you can see from the players, Ian, that's what you can see.
He could come up to the kitty and have a look. There's no time limit game.
I think Robbie's essentially said you...
Even if I get the bowl trying to sit it through, I'm a big chance to get jack as well, aren't I?
He said you did draw or you hit it really hard. Are your two options?
I'd try and take a foot off my last. A good foot.
You know, good bowlers
like
are
it
able
with
to
a
draw
proper
up to a
nose, just
kitty
a
even
quick
though there's danger just beyond. They're not going to be putting too much weight on it.
You choose, mate. I'm happy.
Right. Robbie's just going to make the decision. So there was an option.
Go. You had to call it, draw shot. It's probably going to be faulty wide rather than narrow.
lovely effort there from Caleb Hope. Not quite enough, so 14-11 the score now on the 19th end. A few ends in a row from the Paratutu team, in which Dean Elgar, who's won both the New Zealand singles and the New Zealand fours, is searching for his maiden Taranaki Open Fours title as a member. And the jack thrown, or delivered, it's not thrown, is it? The jack is delivered just past the short tee, so quite a short end here.
First bowl, Don Christensen. He sorted out the line and the length. Good delivery.
Very nice shot there.
He's changed the length, testing Stokes Valley now with their ability to get the line and length correct on a shorter delivery. John Bryan just not quite getting that this time. Another good ball coming in here, Don Christensen. He'll be happy with this.
Very good bowl.
Two
Two
good
lovely
lead bowls
shots
there.
yeah.
John Bryan appears to have made the adjustment.
Unlucky to have just kept sneaking past, but two good bowls, they both past the head.
Hassel's bowl, it's on its way. He's taking a bit more wider arc. Just going to park up in behind. Good bowl there. It's all about building ahead, isn't it, Alex? And, you know, deciding your shot depending on what has gone before you.
Yes.
And
yeah.
on that occasion, Roger Hassel didn't need to be told. He knew what to do. He just parked it up behind the head. Very good ball.
Roger again on the backhand. He's just ran out of oomph there. I think the bowl's going to continue its run. You see it just come back into view. He'll be disappointed with that bowl.
Doesn't mean any help. Let me get you one here, mate. Come in here, feet yours on the outside, good.
Looking for a backhand shot. Just short of a gallop. See the two blue stickered bowls, the two closest ones.
It's just that difference in length has caught a couple of players out at the moment.
Yeah.
And that was the tactic behind Don Christensen shortening the length.
I think Don and Roger probably slightly out playing their direct opponents at the moment. There's a few more opportunities coming up for the Paratutu team.
Oh,
Look at
lovely
this
bowl
here.
from Dean Elgar here. Right on the kitty. Superb effort there, Dean. Toucher as well. Pressure is on.
The question is, where does the jack go if it's hit?
Well, that's a question that you can never guarantee where it will go, but you have to think about where it might go.
Yeah, it's helpful. I mean, if the jack's touching the bowl, you can get an idea. So in this situation, they probably have been able to line it up. You can't tell with the camera angles, but you can see where the jack's heading. If it's going to hit the other blue bowl, then it's going to bounce to the left or the right. Otherwise, it's going clean past. But when you get that nice close-up vision, you can tell for sure. And Robbie on the forehand. Bit of weight now. Look, where's the jack going to go, team? And it's a kill. And you know what that means? That means that we get to see this graphic again. A kill. Fantastic stuff, isn't it?
And Alex Reid has told me he spent hours and hours preparing that graphic.
Is that not the best thing you've ever seen?
Have a look at, folks.
Great stuff. It's chirped me right up, Kev.
Very good delivery from Robbie Bird there to kill the end. It never looked like missing, and as soon as it left his hand, he had everything under control.
Yeah, and you heard Caleb say, with about a foot of running left to go, he said, we'll find out now. And I suspect they were trying to figure out which way the jack was going to go once it was hit. And it turned out that it was a kill.
And in this case, he sprung the jack out of bounds, and very, very good kill. So no addition to the score, 14 points to 11. Gooden's team ahead. We've played 18 ends, we're on to the 19th now. Don Christensen with his cowboy hat, just waiting until that gentleman down the far end completes his walkthrough so he can have full concentration.
See from this wide angle shot.
They've moved back from a relatively shorter end to a more three-quarter end for this one, Alex. And obviously Don Christensen decided that. He was shorter end last end. They won the hit. Sorry, it was killed. And now they've gone back to what they were playing prior to this.
Yeah, intriguing really.
Yeah, very much so.
So Don on the forehand. This bowl from the player's point of view. That's because Darren Gooden's got a bit caught up in the game. He's decided to stand directly in front of the camera. It's understandable. I mean, we tell the players, but you're in the middle of a massive final, and naturally we stand. That's where we stand as bowlers, in the middle of the head anyway. So he's just had a little lapse. At some point he's going to look down and see the two chalk marks to the left and the right and realise that he's directly in the way. Oh, he might have moved enough then. Roger on the back end. You wouldn't move. Oh, we're okay at the moment. Here we go.
This doesn't look too bad if it's going to keep running.
The bowl from Roger. Corey on the forehand. Come back into view in a second.
Well played, mate. Top shot.
That's classy stuff there. What a beautiful bowl.
Top delivery there and a top result, giving his team 2 shots. Just coming into the kitty nicely and getting a small trail.
Roger on the back end. See from the player's point of view. Nice bowl.
And as you can tell, we said earlier, the crowd do appreciate a good bowl. or a good bowl that just misses. And we've had several times now that the crowd here have clapped both teams when they've had good bowls.
Oh, I think it's just missed it a little bit.
Plant up onto it and get that up onto it. Squared onto the kitty have come to us.
Darren Gooden has suggested that Dean Elgar come through the head a bit, play onto the shot bowl of Corey Brooks.
Not far away. Look at this. Oh, he's chipped one out. I'm used to seeing Dean play. He's pretty quick to go to the full aggression, isn't he? I was a little surprised we didn't see a full-blooded drive, but maybe that short bowl sitting at 12 o'clock just sits in the eye of the players when it comes to that. So a good bowl from Dean just to spring one bowl away. There'll be a temptation to have a go at this. Yeah, that's what he said.
If we go quicker. If we go quicker if you like, 3 down.
Yeah,
3 down, have a go at it, he says.
this will be on the backhand, I believe. Dean Elgar. It's his favourite hand for a runner shot.
Yeah, just making sure everything's all lined up there. Won't be short, but will be accurate. Dean Elgar on the backhand, looking for the 3 bowls. He's very close here. Oh, what a shot, what a bowl.
Got it cleanly and got the result. 2 bowls on the head at Roger Hassels and Don Christensen, maybe even 4.
Not bad. How good was that? Just start to feel like you're going okay. I saw Roy Bird play a good 3rd bowl even. Looked like he'd half locked the 3 in, and he's failed to draw the shot here. Huge pressure on Caleb Hope now. What a bowl by Dean Elgar. That's a man who wants to win the Taranaki Open.
Oh, he
Fours.
certainly does. You can see he's pumped up for this game, and he was pumped up for that
Look
shot.
at this. Look at this. Did he not even watch his bowl? Can we watch that?
He
Watch that
didn't watch his
replay
ball
again.
because he knew it was on target.
Watch Dean Elgar here. On the replay. A second. Oh, we'll wait till after the end. Unbelievable. It's like a blind. You know, in darts, they throw the blind 180s. They look away on the 3rd dart. Pretty sure Dean Elgar walked away from his bowl. It's amazing. Oh, and Darren adding to the pain.
This could be the break the Paratutu team need.
Feels like a very big end.
Sitting with a very, very good position on the head.
Caleb Hope has been equal to the task on a number of occasions over this week, and it's been asked of him again. Needs a clean run, but unlucky to get that feather. But was on the wide side, so it's going to come down to his last bowl. 14-11 the score. This is end 19 of 25. Still staggered by that shot from Dean Elgar, removing all 3 of the Stokes Valley bowls and not even watching it happen. He can watch it on the replay. Good bowl from Darren Gooden. You're now holding a fistful there.
This could be the moment when the game has changed. Moving back. Momentum swing back to the Christensen, Hassel, Elgar and Gooden team. They're holding a handful at the moment.
Here we go. It's as much pressure as you can be under in a game of bowls. Well, it's come out smooth. That's half the battle. Now you need it to come back. Look at this. Look at this. What a shot.
What a rescue shot that was. Well done, Caleb Hope.
Beautiful bowl from Caleb Pope. He would have drawn the shot if he hadn't got the wick, so he wasn't lucky to get one. Lovely bowl, what an end. And I think we have an opportunity now to see Dean Elgar not watch his bowl. Watch this. And bang. That's amazing. I love that. That's great stuff.
That just shows you the confidence of the man. As soon as you let it go, he knew he had the shot and he was just jumping for delight.
And he has this for a bowl to finish with from Caleb Hope. You have to say that feels like he's kept the Stoke Valley team, their hopes alive, right? Because they were staring down the barrel of 5 down. Wouldn't have been much fun.
Well, in this first semi-final, we had that situation around about the same time, didn't we? When the Stokes Valley team got a march, got 3 and then a couple. And before long, they were 6 ahead. And it was almost a mountain too tough to climb.
Yeah.
And that could have happened now, but Caleb Hope kept his team alive in this game by making sure that he was looking for the second shot, but he got the shot. Well done, Caleb. It was an excellent bowl.
It really felt like one of those heads that was going to happen on. Caleb salvaged it. Brilliant stuff. Great game of bowls this at the 119th running of the Taranaki Open Fours. And we thank the sponsors, Midlands Funds Management, for their support of this event and others through the bowling season. Much appreciated. Don Christensen here on his backhand has had a very good battle at lead with John Bryan.
They've had a great little contest amongst themselves, and that's all it is. If you're a lead, it's a contest amongst your opponent. Once you've done your job, you can't do much else, and so you have to get it as close as you can for both of your 2 bowls.
On the forehand. Yeah, it's come out nice and smooth. Very effective static delivery. How's your weight, Don? I think he's just going to fall short. Perfect green. Asking Corey to draw on the forehand. Remember, of course, well, not of course, but if the final is drawn, it's 5 extra ends that are played to decide a winner, and if that's drawn, it's 1 extra end. So we could be here for 30 to 31 ends of bowls. I think it happened in the women's fours last year. Or maybe we spoke about it happening. I think it was a chance. Grant Hazard was sharing on the commentary earlier. There was a final in the 40s, Kev, that went for 3 games essentially, because it was a 2 live system back in those days, but only 21 ends, and it went 3. They played three games, so 63, 64 ends, I think, with an extra one. That's a lot of bowls to find a winner.
Yeah, well, certainly Grant knows all about bowls in Taranaki and New Zealand to a certain extent. He'll tell you, he writes the articles for the newsletters for this particular tournament, and it's always very, very articulate in what he has to say about bowls, and has a very, very good knowledge of the game.
Does a fantastic job. As you said, he's a fair bowler himself. I think he nearly beat Andrew Kelly at a Nationals in Carlton Cornwall, perhaps. Can't remember, too long ago. Other hassle here, Roger, on the forehand. Past the player's backhand here, Robbie. Not a tight head, but not a loose one. It sort of bowls it at there or thereabouts. Needs it to hold or to turn. He's found the gap. How often does that happen? And he's gone into the ditch. You can see Caleb there picking the bowl up. Disappointing bowl. They just sort of need to be a few percent better, this Stokes Valley team, I think, Kev. It feels like they're just that.
I agree. I just think they've just lost their rhythm at the moment, just for a moment or two. A couple of ends. Paratutu have certainly picked up their game and putting the real pressure on, but you can't rely on the skip to do it all for your team. And he'll be reliant and hoping that Robbie Bird can get one close this time.
Just lost some of their consistency, it feels.
Yes, I believe you're right. There's just a little bit of that feeling I have at the moment too, that
This
they're just
bowl's-
not quite there on the game.
He's not coming back from there. Oh, maybe he is coming back from there. I stand corrected. I thought that was gone for all money, but he might be in for third.
Good ball coming through
Very
here
good
from Dean
bowl.
Elka. Look at that ball.
Lovely shot.
That's applying the pressure. Putting the pressure back on the Stokes Valley team.
And Caleb called upon again to play a bomb here. He's down. It's one of the hardest shots in the book to play this because there's nothing really to rest on. You just have to play a very controlled draw shot on your backhand under pressure at the end of a very, very long week in the sun. Not easy to do.
You said that earlier, Alex. It's easy to learn but difficult to master.
Yes.
And he hasn't quite mastered this one either.
Spent a
He's
lifetime.
had some very, very good bowls throughout the course of today's games, but just not getting enough on that one to get it close to the kitty, and he's not happy about that either.
Just a smidgen short, but you know, you know that you've just put even more pressure on yourself as a player.
Yep.
You know, you've got, well, I had an opportunity to flick the pressure around, but now I've fallen short,
True.
and all I've done is make my life harder than it previously was. Darren here on the forehand. Looking to make it at least a 3. Yeah, probably 3. Sit with 3 here if he gets around that short bowl. He's done so. When's it going to stop? I feel like Paratutu are holding a couple. Caleb may just switch hands here. Yeah, there we go. Start from scratch. Slightly freer turns a little bit more. Got a considerable number of people tuning in to watch this broadcast, so we thank you for watching this game as you
This is
get
a
to
good
see
bowl,
this
Alex.
bowl here from Caleb Hope.
He's done it again.
What a shot on a bowl. How good is this man under pressure?
Superb bowl under pressure there.
Yes, no, we thank you for tuning in. If you are a new visitor to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, we do broadcast a lot of events over the season, and the best way to keep updated on them is to click the subscribe button. I think it's a bell, a red bell somewhere on your screen. Click that and subscribe to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, and you get a little notification on your phone or whichever device you're using whenever it is that we go live with whatever it is that we're going live with. Coming up, we have a Trans-Tasman event. We've got the New Zealand fours and mixed pairs also being held in Taranaki, a number of other domestic and national events for the rest of the calendar season. It's going to be a good year of broadcasting, so if you haven't already clicked the button, please click the subscribe button on the YouTube channel and you will be kept up to date. And thank you very, very much for tuning in today to watch this fantastic final, this fantastic 25 end final of the Taranaki Open Fours. And Darren Gooden's made his decision. He's one down. He's on the back end. Is he going to try and chip it out? He is. He's very close here, Darren Gooden. Square and through. Oh, what an effort that was.
I tell you what, Alex, when he came down to have a chat with his team, he didn't really chat to his team. He knew exactly. He walked to the head. There was no discussion between the 3 and the 2. He looked at it, turned around, walked back and said to himself, this is my shot. He went and did it. Didn't quite get it, but that shows the confidence of the man, knowing that he can do that shot, and he didn't miss by much, but that was just an example of a skip who just knows his game, knows his bowls, and trusted it to do the job. On that occasion, didn't quite get there, but an excellent effort all the same. So it's 14-13 after 20 ends. This is the 21st end of 25. Good first delivery from John Bryan. That's the Stokes Valley team now to put the pressure on through their lead bowls.
Very good first bowl from John.
And Christensen wouldn't be too unhappy about that. It's over the head.
Yeah, it's been a great battle, really, between the two leads. I think it's fair to say the leading two, Roger and Don, have probably dominated. It's not the word I'm looking for, but certainly had the edge over the Stokes Valley team, particularly the last half of the game. But I don't think it's because Stokes Valley have been playing poorly. I think they've just played particularly well, the Paratutu team.
We've talked about that before, Alex. There are moments within a game, especially 25 ends, where one team might dominate for 2 or 3 ends, and then another team will dominate for 2 or 3 ends, and they might get back to even. Just tit for tat. And,
Ebbs and flows.
Ebbs and flows, and it's great to see.
Good bowl. Lovely shot.
Lovely bowl.
Frustration for John here will be he's played 2 good bowls, but they're both shy of the jack again. So all it takes is for the head to be moved a little bit and your bowls become redundant. They do sit as a plant at the moment, so keep your eyes peeled on them. Because when we get down to the 3s and skips bowls, perhaps they will be utilised in some shot play. Roger on his backhand. One go with a bit of a push. Down to the weight here. He's got lovely effort that was. Now it's a 3-bowl plant.
Corey Brooks, his first bowl was deep. Always anticipating what might happen. He knows that he's got 2 quality bowlers coming behind him, not just in his own team, but in the opposition team. And so he'd be disappointed with that shot, but just having them over the head is always going to be a good bowl.
On the backhand.
It's working hard this bowl.
Great shot.
Great shot, Roger Haston. That has to be a winner. I'm sure you'll be pleased with that comment. Very, very good bowl.
Here we go. So he's got a plant opportunity here, or just a kill. Maybe an opportunity to use the graphic for a 3rd time. Just making sure he's got a good grip of his bowl here. The plant should kill it. If he's narrow, it should kill it. Very close here. What's going to happen when he gets the plant? He's got half of it. That's not what he wanted. Bit unlucky, but he's improved the head. Needed to get either be half a ball wider or half a ball narrower to get square collision. Unlucky to chip it out, but I think it's actually gone okay for the Stokes Valley team. We're back to where we were 3 or 4 bowls ago.
Teniaga will now be trying to replace that bowl. They do have the shot. Don Christensen's bowl is the shot. And they will now have 2, I believe. Great bowl. Right on the kitty.
What does the plant do?
Can't get any better than that.
Oh, that's got to work, eh? This will be beautiful. Orange, orange. I think this should be pretty to watch if he connects with it, Kevin. On the backhand, let it go smooth. He thinks he's close. Needs it to hold, needs it to hold! Oh! Good bowl.
Well, they certainly opened up the head. Paratuti might have 2 bowls on it. That Don Christensen could be the shot, or could it be the orange bowl out to the left?
I think we'll call that a successful shot execution because
Yes,
it looks
indeed.
like there's one orange. Again, didn't quite get it as square as he would have liked. But 2 very good bowls from Robbie Bird there. Utilising the angles on the head, and we now have a head that has 6 bowls on it.
Diego is planting one back into the same position. They may have 3 shots here, but at least 2. Perhaps. What a great contest we're seeing out here in this Taranaki Men's Fours Open final. Some excellent bowls being played, some great decisions being made. They're well executed shots. And it's such an exciting game.
Yeah, really enjoyable. Caleb Hope now on the forehand.
It's well pointed, Alex. All depends on his weight.
Doesn't want to get a slice of it. Didn't get a slice of it.
Competitive bowl. They'll be checking there.
Darren making his way down. Interesting. I think it's probably a couple to the Paratutu team. On the back end. The conclusion of this end, if we can, we'll just get a... I mean, there was a few shots there that are worth looking at again. Darren just about sliced the jack. The 2 drive shots from Robbie Bird will be interesting to see.
Just double checking now who has
half
the
a
shot,
bowl.
because that determines what shot selection that Caleb Hope might choose. And who has second shot.
Did he,
It's called a skip to draw.
right, so asked him to trail it for 3. There it goes, smooth as silk. Let's bowl.
He likes the look of it.
He's not far away here, Caleb Hope. Lovely effort. Not to be on this occasion, and Darren with a chance to add a bonus bowl.
So that you hit the orange, they both go. We've got 4.
Dean suggesting that he could hit the orange for 4.
Have a look. I think we've got 2.
Roger's saying, come and have a look. We've got 2 shots.
I said earlier in the commentary that Roger Hassel is very good at reading the head. Him and Darren Gooden have played a lot of bowls together. They trust each other. So here's a case of the whole team coming forward to look at the head. Crucial time in the game. Darren obviously has the final say, but
So if they've got 1, I think we'll see Darren try go the 2 bowls because it's worth 4, so that's an addition of 3. If they are holding 2, it's more likely that Darren would draw a 3rd shot. So we should know how many points they're holding based on the shot selection here.
I agree with that comment, Alex. You're so right. It comes down to the state of the scoreboard, comes down to your own confidence, and yeah, he's obviously made up his mind now, just conferring with Dean Elgar. It is a team game, it's a team decision, even though one player has to make that bowl.
Yeah, I suppose it depends what team you're playing in, doesn't it, if it's a team decision or not. There are some teams that I would describe as more a dictatorship than a democracy. Rightio, he's on his... Gonna go them both.
He's on the drive.
He's got them! Oh! God. I don't understand. Oh, just about killed me. What a mighty effort that was.
I tell you what, Alex, that isolated bowl, if it can be knocked out and you get suddenly a good multiple, can change the game, can it? Straight away.
Absolutely.
That's what he was after.
Was worth 4 or 5 to them.
I've seen Darren do that many times.
What a mighty effort.
This could be a game changer.
Going to call the umpires. So while the umpires come in, we'll see if we can just watch these attempts at the plant from Robbie Birdie, who's within half a bowl both times. So we got this one. He's looking for the 3-bowl plant. Half a bowl narrow. Chipped 2 bowls out of the head. He went for the orange plant. Half a bowl narrow. And because he's half a bowl narrow, instead of the orange cannoning square through, it sort of got half of it. And then this bowl that somehow did not get the white bowl. I don't know how. Unbelievable. Some very good run shots that were
most definitely
within millimetres of perfection. The umpire just making sure everything's sorted. I'm not sure if they're measuring for these shot or if one shot's already been conceded.
such an important job being an umpire.
Yes,
when you're called upon to make a decision. They go through their training and they are very deliberate. They put the chocks under the bowl so they don't move. And they do a very good job, and it's pleasing that we do have umpires prepared to be here at this event and give up their time if and when required to come on and make a decision such as this.
You couldn't convince me to be an umpire. You know, Kevin, this measure here has just reminded me, those are my favourite types of measures. They've got a little dial on them, and it's to keep track of how many ends you've played and how many points you've scored.
I've never seen that.
Yeah. They're an older type measure that are around, and often you just think the dial is decorative, but you can tick it over to keep track of the ends and points that you've scored, or you can have the inner circle being you and the outer circle being the opposition in a game of first to 21.
Yeah.
Don't recall who manufactures them, but they're quite a common measure that you see around the place, and they've got those little dials on the outside.
I said to you earlier, Alex, that I've learnt 2 or 3 things
Oh,
since
there's
I
the
came into
third
the
one.
commentary box, and there's the second or the third
Probably
new piece of
second.
information I didn't know before I came here today, so thank you.
No, more than welcome. He's gone back and forward enough times that we may see a drawn end here. If it's a drawn end, it's marked down on the board. So that'll be the 21st end will be played, but no one will have scored any points. And he looks like he's actually given it to. Well, we'll just wait and see what they do on the board. 2 there. So 15-13 the score. 1 there, sorry. 15-13 the score. 2. Gooden and Co. And we're on the 22nd end of what should be 25, but might be 30.
So yet again, Don Christensen this time decides to throw a shorter
change.
length.
Yeah, interesting.
He was very, very good at the last time he threw that length. Can he repeat it this time? The bowl's on its way. Yes, he can. Very good opener.
Bowl.
Just over the head.
John Bryan on the forehand. Lovely effort. Handy passed as well. Healthy crowd gathered here at the Paratutu Bowling Club watching, and as I said before, a huge amount of people watching the broadcast, so we thank you for tuning in today. Trust you're enjoying this game. 2 very good bowls. Don Christensen's been on fire. Very rarely does he play a loose bowl.
Much better bowl here from John Bryan.
Very good.
He quickly made that adjustment from his first bowl.
Yeah, it was a classy bowl there from John Bryan. Roger Hessel here. Delivery we've seen many times. Put a oh yeah, let that bowl go, but not as smooth as he would have liked.
No, he's going to be a bit deep.
Corey here on his backhand. Lovely line down to the weight here. What a mighty effort that was. Roger will just be looking to get this one out of the hand a bit better. Yeah, a little bit better that time. Still just sneaking past the head. That one came out very smooth.
Corey Brooks steering this bowl down to the kitty. He'll be happy with
Handy
that.
bowl, yeah, lovely bowl.
2 shots to the Stokes Valley side. What can Dean Elgar do now in response? He's also lining up on his backhand.
Very close here. Dean Elgar needs it to let go. Great try.
Good thing about this end, Alex, is that although it's a short end, all the bowls, or most of them, are over the head. So that allows opportunities for the skips if they need to. So they've quickly adjusted to this length and put the bowls over the head. And most skips will be happy to see what they're seeing in front of them now, no matter which team. So Dean Elgar now trying it again. He's taken a bit of weight off this one.
Is it going to turn in time, Kev? No. What a mighty effort. Look at that. Beautiful line.
Exactly right. All in line.
Robbie Bird hunting this one down as we long been a proponent, Kevin, that we should purchase a cattle prod for the broadcast team for usage when people stand in front of the camera. And I'm told that we're not allowed to do it, and so we haven't done it. To be fair, I mean, it is understandable. I've done it myself. Spent a lot of time broadcasting, but I was on a broadcast rink once and proceeded to accidentally stand directly in front of the main camera and was told immediately that that's what I was doing. Just get a bit caught up in the match sometimes.
Darren Gooden may have done just enough to advance Don Christensen's bowl. Propelled it to the shot. From this angle here, I'm not sure. But there was certainly a clap from Dean Elgar and his team. Robbie Bird having a close look at the head now to give some direction and encouragement to his skip.
Oh, that's interesting. Trying to flick it out, he said. We just heard through the mics. What are we trying to flick out? On the forehand. Interesting. Must be an opportunity for a... Oh, you're trying to get rid of that front red that sits at 12 o'clock. Interesting. This is a
He's got to
reaching
wait for
bowl.
it. He's got to wait for it.
Oh, great. Thanks. Thanks, Roger. We'll get a replay of that from a different angle. That was a well-played bowl from Caleb Hope that we didn't get to see.
That's a difficult shot, as you know, Alex, when all the bowls in line to actually clip it out. A weighted shot, he did that superbly.
Oh, it was perfect. Well, I presume it was perfectly played. We'll find out at the end of the end how well played it was. But
Very, very difficult shot, but
great shot
did
regardless.
it exceptionally well.
Darren on the backhand. He's under pressure too, and he's played a good bowl, but not a great bowl because it's going to hold. It's interesting on those shorter heads. Often you have to take slightly less green because the bowl isn't travelling as far. So it's always going to be a slightly narrower green on a short end in comparison to a long one. Easy to be a little bit wide.
Stokes Valley holding 2 shots, and Caleb Hope with the last bowl of this end.
Yeah, we'll just watch from this angle.
Trying to bring it to Robbie Bird's foot.
So, a couple removed. What a bowl from Caleb Hope.
That was a superb bowl. Under pressure, all the bowls on the line to clip that out.
Exactly as he
His
played
delivery, his speed, his accuracy was all spot on. Very, very difficult shot, and he nailed it.
Okay, well, just watch that bowl now. We're waiting for the measure. This bowl of Caleb Hope's Perfection. Look at this. And gone. What a shot. Great stuff. And 3 it was worth. So they take the lead in this game. 16-15 as we play end 23 out of 25 in the final of the Taranaki Fours. And a game befitting a final, this one.
Yeah, John Boy, big start here, mate. Get it.
Caleb just trying to encourage his team here. John on the back end.
Hang a bit.
It's a long end, not a short one. Interesting because they just scored a number on a short end, so it would have been...
How much of that?
Surely there was a temptation to throw another short end. Always one of those eternal questions in bowls is what length jack do you actually throw? And you can end up double and triple bluffing yourself as you think, oh, we're going better on short end, so you throw a short end and it doesn't go well, so then you think, well, do I throw a short end again? And maybe it's just smarter just to throw the jack wherever.
You want it? You play that hand. Hey, he's good pull out.
John on the back end here. Oh, I don't think he's going to make it. He'll be very disappointed in those two bowls. Skip just played a bomb. You scored a 3 to go in front for the first time in what feels like hours. And 2 short bowls delivered as you see the truck go past. And our commentary booth, if you're wondering, we're just right up, sort of vaguely waving. We're right up in the top left of your screen. A little container, fantastic. Bowl there from Don Christensen.
Draw me one, mate. I don't mind.
Very good draw bowl, Don Christensen. You heard the spectators give you a few claps there. You've just put the bowl behind the kitty. You hold the shot.
Corey here on his forehand. Finishing well, Corey. Was a bit nervy in the early parts of this game. Didn't play as well as he can, but he's played some lovely bowls as commentator's curse comes into action immediately.
It's the turn of Roger Hassel now to try and enhance the Paratutu head. The holding shot on Christensen's red bowl is the shot bowl.
Roger on the backhand. Let that one go as smooth as silk, which usually means the bowl's going to finish in a good space.
And it is.
Look at that. Lovely bowl. Came out absolutely perfectly from his hand.
Very, very good delivery and result there from Roger Hassel. They currently hold 2 shots just over the head.
You locked on either. Yeah, probably here, but just play one there. Mate was pretty good, I thought.
So it's the turn of Corey Brooks.
On his forehand, he was a smidgen wide with his first bowl, and he's more than a smidgen narrow with the second. I think they're going to be ruining this long end. I don't think it was on purpose. You know, they scored a number on the short end. I think they've accidentally thrown a 2 metre to 2 metre, and now there's work to be done for the Stokes Valley team.
Roger Hassel's had a lot of experience at this Taranaki Open. He understands the pressure. He knows when to deliver. He's delivered 2 good bowls there. Enough where Stokes Valley team are coming through to have a look and have a chat about what we do.
Yeah, fair enough too. Look, we're on the 23rd end This will be the umpteenth game of the event. They've been here for a week. Fair enough to have a chat, and you're so close. I've decided we're absolutely going to have 5 extra ends as well, Kevin. It would be good for the television, wouldn't it? 5 extra ends.
Certainly would. Robbie Bird has stepped up when needed to in the past. Can he do it again? He's got a nice line to the kitty here. Underneath.
Needs it to... Oh, you wouldn't read about it. Without that feather, I think it was looking okay.
Dean Elgar knows that Roger Hassel's bowl is in the run. You heard Darren say that. So he can comfortably play on his forehand towards Roger Hassel's bowl.
He's got his sunglasses in his shirt so that the shirt doesn't get blinded by the light. I'd be disappointed with that.
I think you're going to have to play a big one here, mate. If you're under the grey, you're probably running away. If you're around it, you hold wide of the red, you're still in the ship. If you think yours, mate, you're second shot.
I won't repeat what Caleb said, but he very succinctly suggested that Robbie should play a dead draw on the backhand for second shot. His logic was it was a finicky shot to play on the forehand, so you may as well draw it on the backhand. He
This
has
looks
done
pretty
it.
good here, Alex.
How's the weight? And for second.
It's a second shot.
Sorry if I just blew anyone's headphones with a bit of peeking there.
Perhaps, maybe the shot. I don't know. I think it's the second shot. Oh, two.
No, 2, so third shot. Beautiful effort. And Dean will essentially start again because his first bowl was very poor. So you just, as a player, just go, rightio, start from scratch. Forget that I've played the first one and just work from there. And look at this here, Dean Elgar. And he's looking for his maiden Taranaki Fours title. Oh, he'll take it. He's finished. I'm not sure I would have clapped that, but he'll take it anyway. He's finished low of the jack, so that may encourage Caleb to have a nibble at that because you can use that bowl to come in off onto the jack. Or clear a couple of bowls off at the very least. Be a temptation.
Yeah, mate. Now the chart, you get that spin, that goes, that goes.
That's what they're talking about. So he's going to drive that bowl. So that's the positive for the Stokes Valley team, is that it gives a target that's shy of the head, shy of the jack, which means that when you hit it, there is more than one chance for interesting things to happen through the jack. If it was past it, you just get rid of the bowl.
You heard it there from Alex. I think this is what Caleb Hobe's shot selection will be. He's lining up. It's on its way.
He's very close here, Caleb Hope. Oh, goodness. A bowl wide.
He does have one more bowl though.
He hasn't had a lot of fortune. Caleb, you know, we've seen him be quite close to his nominated shot. I can think of at least a handful of times. And we've seen him accidentally give the shot away and be unlucky to do so. And we've seen him be within half a bowl of a good result like we saw there and just chip off and do nothing. He's
Darren Gooden now. He's just going to try and consolidate that position on the head. Maybe try and protect it a little bit.
saw in the background
or
there.
perhaps just even draw it cold.
Yeah, this is a good bowl. Caleb was just rubbing his hand on the grass bank, Kevin. It's a very old trick to get grip. Rub your hand on the grass and see if you can get some grip of the bowl. So he won't be shy with this one.
Looks a better. Not to be.
Pick him up.
This is a huge end, team. A huge end. Caleb's bowl missing, so this bonus bowl here, unbelievably important.
And Darren, believe it or not, is going to be short.
He may rue that. Going to be a 3 as we approach the penultimate end, so 2 the difference, so just a 2.
3.
Was a 3. 18, 16, second to last end. Still anyone's game. Paratutu with the momentum. If they score on this end, they put themselves in the box seat. Otherwise, it could go either way. And I think Caleb will be quite pleased to see the jack thrown to that shorter length. I'm sure the 2 metre was an accident on the previous end.
This is where the leads have a very, very important task. They know the state of the game, they know the score. They now have to get the bowl as close as they can to the kitty and give their team every chance of scoring the number of points they need on this end to keep their nose in front, or in the case of Stokes Valley, get those points to get in front of the Paratutu team.
Something that sounds easier than it is.
It does sound easier than it is, and even sitting here in the commentary box, you know, we're getting a bit nervous, you know, thinking of if we were in that position playing the bowls, we get nervous up here too.
This bowler John Bryan's going to be past the head.
What can Don Christensen do now? He must make a correction.
He's led very well in this game, has Don. Oh, it's backhand here.
He's made the correction.
Very good bowl.
Only 2 points separating these teams after a whole week of playing through this tournament. This is the final, and it's coming down to the last 2 ends. Roger Hassel, his turn now to get one close. Not quite Roger this time, but you are holding 2 shots.
Just fallen shy.
What can Corey Brooks do this time?
Two nice bowls from John past the head, and this bowl here from Corey. Yeah, this head's building nicely for Stokes Valley. You'd be feeling okay about it. Roger on the forehand.
Bit more push on that bowl. You might get a good one here.
Look at this. Oh, good shot. Still vulnerable at the back, but that's a nice shot. Caleb asking for...
You can see Roger willing that bowl to get close to the kitty. He walked up and stalked it and waited till it finished. Paratutu holding probably 2 at least, maybe 3.
That's absolutely gutting as a player to watch that bowl. Corey would have felt like he was pretty close the entire way. He's just a bowl off. Dean being asked to play the forehand, that's interesting. Perhaps feels there's less chance of accidentally getting the jack on the forehand side, so you're just drawing to the 6 o'clock. That's the 3 danger bowls there. of Stokes Valley. Although it's not set up that easily to pop the jack back to them, to be fair. Those short bowls are short enough that it's ugly to sort of punch through. You might be able to reach through on the forehand side and off the red bowl that sits at 10 o'clock.
Robbie Bird's been caught on the backhand. Try and rescue yet again.
Moved over to his left. I think that's just how he delivers, actually. I noticed that earlier. Means you get late turn on your bowl. So this bowl should hook pretty viciously right at the end. Something like that, but just a little bit overplayed. Huge end, another huge pressure end developing for the Stokes Valley team here, Kevin.
That's right. At the moment, the advantages are lying with the Paratuti team.
Dean Elgar on the forehand. Storied career he's had, and looking to add the Taranaki Open fours to his list of achievements, his very long list of achievements.
He's doing everything right at the moment to ensure they can start the last end with a good lead.
On the backhand. This is a holding hand. Doesn't like to turn.
It's turning nicely now, coming up to the kitty, but just going to roll past.
Going to be a big effort from Caleb here. It's frustrating in these situations because you have got back bowls, but they're actually hard to utilise because no easy plant setup, no easy split setup. The only way you could pop it back is through the shot bowl that sits at 11 o'clock, and even that you could chip out with no jack movement. So from Caleb's point of view, it's a really challenging head to play to. Darren, in the meantime, just adding another bowl on the forehand side. Very, very consistent player, Darren Gooden. He's got his bowl down. Not quite far enough. Let's see what Caleb opts to play here. I mean, if there's movement, it has to happen with the first bowl. Otherwise, you spend two bowls trying to draw it on your backhand side. Just makes his way down. I'm always scared someone's going to throw the bowl to me when they do that, when they pick up the bowl.
But on the backhand, that's the hand he has to play, but you've also got Roger Hassel's bowl there that if he's a bit narrow, he could bump it forward, and he's just got to make sure he's wide enough to get around that.
Yeah, very
with
hard.
the right weight, very difficult shot.
Very hard shot.
Just getting the right weight is the challenge here.
It's an indication that he'll play the backhand both times. He's chasing after this. We've seen him do it already in this match. That's about the weight that you need. Is it going to sit down? Surely. No. Then there was a controversy in Crown Green bowls, Kevin, with stamping, because they chase their bowls down in Crown Green bowls quite a lot, and there's a rule that you can't stamp. And they had a big event and someone stomped in front of a bowl and it stopped because he put a divot in the green. A big controversy. Lots of booing went on. That would be the door closed. That's fine. We're okay in the commentary booth, team. It's all good. So Darren, just have a look at the head to see. I think essentially they're looking at what will Caleb play. He's indicated that he might want to play through Caleb's last bowl. Just making his way down to the head now. On the backhand he is. It's a hand that doesn't like to turn, so we'll see if he can get it just to break a little bit.
He's done it.
Good bowl. Yeah, it's classy stuff. The Paratutu crowd goes wild for that one.
There's a heap of pressure on the Stokes Valley team now, especially Caleb Hope. They're at least 2 down. Penultimate end.
As we've said, it's a hideous head. You could try and pop the jack back, but you have to hit it perfectly because there's a 1.5 bowls between the shot bowl and the jack, which is enough room that if you don't get the shot bowl in exactly the right place, it's just going to go clean past. You'll still drop a point. He's looking at it though. It probably feels easier, to be fair, than the dead draw. So he needs to get that shot bowl probably at about 11 o'clock as we see it, if you turn the shot bowl into a clock face, and that would get the jack in the right place to pop it down into the 5 o'clock direction on your screen. If he doesn't get it there, he'll chip it off clean and still drop a point. Big moment in this game. Penultimate end. Stokes Valley trailing by 2. Caleb Hope. Stalking it down. You wouldn't.
It's looking close. No.
That's just unlucky. I've got nothing else to say there. That's unbelievable.
I think you'll find there's at least 2 there.
I think he sold the farm, but he played. That was a really well played bowl. Somehow chipped out.
3.
That's unbelievable. This
Measuring for 4. Crucial time of the game. This could be the winning of it for the Paratuti side.
I don't feel that Caleb has had the best luck in this game. He's played well and hasn't quite worked. 3 it was, so this is going to be a big mountain to climb now on the final end. You know, they'll try, and anything is possible in this game. 5 points required to force 5 extra ends. Stranger things have happened. Well, I don't think have we seen a 5 yet in the game? Don't think we have from memory.
I certainly haven't seen one lately on the last end. 5. Certainly have seen it through the game. But this one here is going to be a really tough ask for Caleb Hope's team to score 5 points.
Yeah, particularly because in this match, over the 24 ends we've played, I don't recall them scoring more than maybe a 3 or a 4. So this is a huge end here. They'll go to the kill if it's not looking like a number's going to be scored here. The Stokes Valley team are quite capable of doing that. So clever to throw a longer jack here from the Paratutu lead, because it's harder to kill a long end as the jack's got less time between it and the ditch. So it needs to go at a sharper angle if you're going to kill a long end.
Alright. It's alright, it's over here.
21-16 the score.
I mean, we're sitting up here in the commentary box feeling the pressure. What do you think the players are feeling right now?
I shudder to think.
Hey? But they're handling it really well, because your hands sometimes sweat up and the heat. You look at the scoreboard, you've somehow got to forget the scoreboard and just do your bowl and hope that your teammate will follow through after that with the right decision. But yeah, there's pressure on here.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you talk to players after they've played a really good game, you usually find that they didn't feel any pressure because they weren't thinking too hard about all the things. They existed in the moment. You talk about just focusing on the process. So, when
especially the leads and twos, they just got a job to do and get it close. And no matter what the score, if they can do that, then they can step away and relax and not worry about the scoreboard.
Yeah, when you're playing really well, you're just thinking about weight and green and letting it go good. And the score doesn't really factor into the equation. Although I would imagine if you're on N25 and You've been playing bowls for a week at a prestigious event with a lot of people watching. It must factor in a little bit. You know, Dean Elgar, we've spoken about it throughout the duration of this commentary, has won a New Zealand singles, he's won a New Zealand fours, he's got a number of Taranaki titles, countless club titles, does not have a Taranaki Open fours to his name. And you've got a career like that, surely it'll slip into his mind a little bit on this final end that he's very close to adding that to his glittering CV.
And knowing Dean as I do hope that he can add that title to the numerous titles he has, you know, won over the years. He's a great bloke, great bowler, always prepared to share his knowledge, and I wish him well on this particular tournament and this particular end, and he can get that victory for his team.
And the pressure, I think, being felt by all the players here, because we've seen, I think, the loosest head that we have seen in this entire 25 end game. No one's within a metre yet.
Roger's going to do it. No, he's just going to sail by.
Still huge amount of room here.
Plenty of room to draw, but how do you get 5? That's the question we have to ask.
Just they're looking to draw as close as they can and see what can stack up. Now this is a good start here from Corey. You just need to start off with 1 and then you can work from 1, and that bowl's going to go past the head. So now there's only 4 bowls left for the Stokes Valley team, which means that the 4 bowls in that space isn't going to equal 5 points, right? So you're either looking to trail the jack or kill the jack, because you need to score your 5.
I agree. All the bowls are over the head, provides that opportunity. And that's probably all that the Stokes team do have to actually ensure they get an opportunity to have another end. Because nobody is going near the kitty.
It's like it's repulsing the bowls.
But I believe they're doing that deliberately, Alex, in this last end, especially the team that's leading. They don't want to create a target where there's opportunities for trailing out several bowls close to the head, so they've made sure that they have got plenty of spacings, and you can see there's plenty of spacings there. Makes it very difficult to get a 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, your 5 is, well, no, I think you just almost have to try and kill it here. There's no cluster of bowls for the Stokes Valley team, so opting to spend one more bowl. No, you have to kill it now.
She's not coming home, that bowl, Alex. You're right. I think it's time now for some serious driving.
Yeah, just wind up on the back end. See what you can manage. It's a long end, so it's actually quite challenging to kill, but see what you can manage. Here's Dean Elgar here on the forehand side.
As a commentator, I have to be unbiased, but I do believe...
No, you're allowed to be biased, I don't mind.
It's looking more and more likely that Paratutu are going to get this victory.
Member of Paratutu, we don't begrudge you one bit. And here comes the kill call.
Yeah, mate, the drift done, the roll of the red 4. Rush up.
I must be able to see something I can't.
Have we got some miracle bowls yet to be played? That's the question for the Stokes Valley team.
Oh, if it's there, they'll be able to see it. Caleb and Robbie, very good at reading shot play. That's a very good bowl from Robbie. But, you know, you need 5 points.
Darren won't be too concerned. Okay, they have the shot, but they certainly don't have this game at the moment. They need 5, the Stokes Valley team. It could be a difficult challenge to get that. This is the last end.
So we'll have a look at the head, a closer look at the head after this bowl, and see if we can spot anything, because Caleb's obviously been able to see something. It may be that there's a 2-bowl chance. So here's that's it. So let's look for the stickers. You got blue stickers down the bottom. Okay, they've got first shot if you're Stokes Valley. Third. 6th and 7th or something. There's the 2 bowls with no stickers to the left of your screen. There's 2 bowls with stickers at 6 o'clock. Okay, so they're going to try and draw one close and see if they can cannon a bowl off. Fair enough, there's half a chance here. It didn't look like that earlier. Very loose head. Caleb just suggesting that he try and remove a couple of the stickered bowls now and then draw the 5th shot. The logic there is that you'd have a last bowl to kill it if you needed to. Whereas if you're drawing with, I suppose last bowl to kill it both ways. Half a chance. Or a quarter of a chance.
Where is that kiddie going to go, Alex, if he takes it?
He doesn't. Oh, he doesn't want the jack to move at all.
He doesn't want the jack to move at all.
He needs it to stay around. He needs it to hang around because the bowls that you see to the left of the jack here that sit at sort of between 9 and 7 o'clock to the jack are going to need to count as part of the 5. So I suppose he could get away with moving it a little bit, but we've got all those stickered bowls at the back, so any movement back is just going to be
no good to his team. Yes, I agree.
Not good for Stoke Valley. See what he's opted to play. He's on the backhand. Playing weight to rest some bowls out. He's stalking after it. Oh, now it's gone. He was looking just to rest the stickered bowl out and deal with the rest, so his last bowl will be an attempt at a kill here, Caleb Hope. Darren could do worse than trying to play a block. Just be real short in the line, see what happens. Interesting. It's actually going really well. It makes it incredibly hard to kill. You can see
very, very difficult now for the Stokes Valley team.
You almost have to try and drive the the edge of a shelf to shelf off a bowl and try and kill it.
Probably not, mate.
He just said, I'll try and get the 3 millimetres of the jack I can see. Fair enough. You can almost go through the... Just going to try and...
This will be the last bowl of the tournament, perhaps.
He needs to kill it here, so I'm not sure what Robbie's suggesting. Outside edge of the bowl to kill it then. Oh, this could be the last bowl, as you say, Kev. Well, there's a summary of the game, and congratulations to the Bowls Paratutu team of Darren Good and Dean Elgar, Roger Hassel and Don Christensen, who are the 2024 champions at this 119th running of the Open Men's Fours. Gives Dean Elgar his first title. A great game that was. What are your final thoughts, Kev?
Well, my final thoughts are pleasing for the Paratutu team. They worked hard to get into this position to be in the final. I'm very pleased for Dean Elgar to get his first Taranaki Open Fours title of a 25-end game. It's been a great contest throughout the whole game. Caleb Hope and his team, they fought bravely, but I just think on balance the Paratutu team probably deserved this win. They were consistent more throughout the game and got the shots when it mattered. Obviously Stokes Valley did also, but when it got down to those final few ends where it was important to get the shots that mattered. Paratuti came through and deservedly won the game.
Yep, thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much for joining me in commentary for the duration of this finals day, and thank you to those who've tuned in to watch this final of the Taranaki Open Men's Fours. We're back next week on Sunday for finals day of the Taranaki Open Women's Fours. So until then, farewell.